nice and proper fighter.
Oh, man. Everywhere you go, he gets gadooshed around the world.
He's not even there.
Australia. This time I got it. Perth, that's Australia.
Not good job, Brandon.
Australia.
TIL, what does that mean?
Today I learned.
Oh, thank you, Brendan. I didn't know that. I know TLDR. It's Tooth Lucky's dick lord. Tooth Lucky's yeah. TIL, that Mappa is a real life version of Barney Gumble. Mark, you gotta unwrap the plastic before you smoke these. Okay.
Yeah, that's a good call. I could absolutely see that. Although Barney's probably a lot funnier than Chuck.
You're right. It's not. Okay, so it's steak oil. Do you think he says that?
Oh, man.
Posted by handsome black man. Let's see this.
It's not that. And they don't have examples. When you clicked on it, they got paid. So they're basically like, gotcha. It's steak oil. Is it dark?
That also like stink.
Yeah, like sticky oil.
Yeah.
Dark metal group.
That one might be a stretch, but I'll take it.
It is steak oil. Dan 5K posted this. Brendan was never a top 10 fighter in the official UFC ranks. He was never a legitimate heavyweight contender. So at the bottom here, you see Brendan Schaub. What is this mean? 3, 14. Oh, so 14, I guess, is his average, or is 34? Yeah, we even have word numbers, guys, here, so. Not yet posted this. Young Brendan was actually smart. Did pre-med art and art club, basketball, biology club, football, juggling, lacrosse, OCLA, pre-med club, worldwide friends club, Galloway school program.
Galloway almost sounds fake. It's a Gallo, but I'm sure it's real.
Yeah, no, it's using that was his mod shop.
Pre-med, Dr. Shop. That's a scary thought.
This definitely looks like a linebacker.
He looks stupid there too. He's like confused. Is this for something?
Yeah. I'm surprised he's not doing his thumbnail face.
His lips are big.
Oh, we saw that one. Hot topic, 10th anniversary. You read these like this because your brain shows up completely black under a cat skin. Dropping thunder. That's great. Yeah, I mean, there's not much on chains this week. I'm really just digging through the weeds here. Gallo Pizza, you know what I mean? Posted by Administrative Fund 10.
Yeah.
With grabbing a slice with Mikey Mussolisi. More tips from Mappa. Mechanic tip of the day. Let's see. Oh.
Guy at AutoZone told me I could save a bunch of money.
I didn't understand this one.
Instead of replacing the drum or rotors, all I have to do is turn them. So I want to spread awareness and let people know that you don't have to replace these. All you gotta do is turn them. You'll save yourself a bunch of money.
I mean, my guess is that it's like completely wrong. You obviously have to replace that.
Yeah.
So it's kind of funny.
Yeah, my mechanic actually told me to put a gallon 24. I'm excited to see what happens.
Dude, your mechanic, was he working at a pizza place?
Good job, Goody. I like how you look away.
Dude, give me meat.
Bean cheese. Well, yeah, shout out to you guys. Thank you for tuning in. You guys are great. Check out our Patreon. I do a podcast over there called Sandbaggers, where I interview Diego, unknown, that came on the podcast. Miguel, very well known. You guys call him a nasty name. And then also Timmy from Soft White Underbelly. So check that out. You know, I call my exes and stuff like that, and you can get early access here. And we all.
What's up, fam? Monday morning, October 17th. It is a glorious morning. Shout out to Jesus Christ. What is happening? Yep, I'm dressed like Mr. Rogers today, like a hype beast Mr. Rogers. Won't you be my neighbor? Did Mr. Rogers drink on the show? He sure did. It was just off air. He was hanging out 90% of the time. He enjoyed his life, chatting about snotty nosed kids and having him sit on his lap and shit in the beat down basement. You know, he was a sniper military, like one of the most decorated snipers. Dude was a savage. Yeah, dude. You didn't know that either, huh, Mark? Murder. Yeah, beast. Rogers, the host of internationally acclaimed TV show for Joe, Mr. Rogers, served as a Navy SEAL, Marine Scout sniper during the Marine Scout sniper during the Vietnam War. Ever heard of it? With
Funny AF, which I just told you about, so I know you have not seen it. I'm not going to do spoilers because you haven't seen it, and maybe they haven't seen it. But I got to tell you, Funny AF, if you haven't heard of it, new Netflix show about comedy competition by Kevin Hart and okay. I really like it. You want to hear what I like about it? What is that? All right, well, number one, Kevin Hart, I think he just seems like a good dude. You know, he's trying to give people that's hackers that they're trying to give people an opportunity, right? You can chase the bag, or maybe Kevin Hart gives it to you. You know? And number two is that it has people that I know on it, and they actually do well in the show, so that's great. And then also it has people that I don't really know as the boss. And I enjoy that. So I like seeing that. What's wrong?
Okay, well, because, you know, all these things on this, you're saying he had tears in his eyes.
Okay, tell me about it.
Because you are on it, and you do good. Because you do this, man. You know that. You have so much going for you. Kevin Hart is a nice guy. The people that you know that are on the show are nice babies, right? And I met just by the scene. Yeah.
Well, not everybody that I don't know about. I want to say names, but I don't want to give spoilers. There's one person, I've never seen them before. Unfortunately, they don't make it from past forever, but they're very good. It's hard to do as Rothschild names. But, I mean, it's like, it also has the best kind of thing. There's one guy that he bombs, but before he bombs, he says that he's the funniest guy in the room. So that was really good. There's another guy that I think he does okay. He's not out for he's a funny guy, but he says, I have a PhD in almost making it. And he comes out and he's got this shirt on that's just so terrible. It's a terrible shirt. It has all these like things on it that look like stains, but it's part of the shirt. And it's just all of it is strange. You know, like it shows you how crazy comedians are, the stuff that they say to each other about, I've been doing this for this long. Yeah, there's not enough. That's what's missing. There's no one ever. It's kind of funny that it's a stand-up comedy show about a comedy competition and no one is drinking or talking about Magic Mike. If you were to watch podcasts, you'd assume every comedian takes a Magic Mike before they leave. Well, yeah, no talk of Felix mattresses. No, I don't think any Viavis talk. You know what? Another thing that's hilarious.
Yo, what up, Tony?
This is not really a spoilers.
It's like, oh no, he's legitimately insane.
Tony. Big dog, can you hear me? What's up, big man?
I can hear you.
Excellent. Are we on for Sunday?
Yeah.
Excellent. Same time, 7 p.m. there, 10 a.m. here?
Yes, like last time, yeah.
Excellent. All right, what's good, son?
Nothing. Nothing much. It's same shit, different day.
Absolutely. Did you have a chance to... You created your Spotify account, right?
Yes, I have everything.
Did you upload your podcast to Spotify?
Yes, I have like 3 or 4 of them.
Okay.
I have 3 or 4 of them.
So your goal is
I have your episode.
Oh, phenomenal. So your goal is to do the rest when you can. And then did you link it to Apple Podcasts and Amazon?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Not yet, because there's some problem with my Apple, with my Amazon too. But as soon as I will be.
Okay.
Ready.
Let me know if you need help with that. You can also do it to iHeart. You shouldn't have an issue there. And all the other ones.
Yeah.
So then it'll start to propagate. Excellent. I'm going to spend some of today re-uploading it to my channels and promoting it.
Yeah.
Can
you do live? Sorry, talk.
I already reposted what you posted to me, and I'm gonna upload it when I can to YouTube and Rumble and all those places.
Mm-hmm. Can you do maybe like on TikTok or something like that? Can you like do like only a 15 minute and say something like if you want to know like a whole episode, come watch and my YouTube link.
I will do my best to make something like that.
Because what happened with Tyson was like he do like you, but that Tyson episode was like is not good, is not no no views because he get every views on himself through my episode.
I understand.
So yeah, so yeah.
Very well.
Uh,
Did
yeah. So how are you?
I'm
Are
well.
you
I'm well.
good, G?
Yeah, I'm well, thankfully. Did you have a chance to connect everything that you have to Rumble Studio?
Yes, yes, everything is done. We can stream.
All
Yeah.
right. Well, like as I said, I'm streaming all the time, so I don't know what you had in mind for group streaming, but that's kind of like a podcast, isn't it?
Yes, but like we can do segments like we can do some fun stuff. We can like tell me who there's some games.
Okay. I understand what you're saying.
Some
What games do you have in mind?
like we can say I'm gonna describe something and you need to like know that like that
Oh,
and maybe we can play I don't know I don't know yet but some fun game
okay.
for sure.
Okay. Well, I'm open to the idea. Have you had a chance to multi-stream yet?
No, not yet. I will do it.
Yeah. Why don't you do it first and get used to the format and the um options that they have there. And once you're comfortable with that,
Yeah.
then did you create a new YouTube account?
Yes.
Good job. And did you verify your YouTube? Like you have to go if you haven't had a chance to go to your YouTube account, go into the Go Live, and you have to verify your phone number. And then once you verify your
I
phone,
will.
then it's a
Yeah.
24-hour clock, and then you can stream on everything.
How much?
24 hours.
24. Fuck me, bro. Okay. Okay.
So if you do that now, by this time tomorrow, you'll be able to stream live on your YouTube account.
Yeah, I will do it. I will do it. So, bro, like the I have first like asking. I first like people who see my videos and they think you are Rothschild because you have that name.
That's my last
So
name.
they think you are in part someone big family.
I mean, that's my last name. We share DNA, but that's about it.
You share DNA. Oh, Jesus Christ. You say DNA with them.
Yeah, I mean, we're Ashkenazi Jews, so um, it's distant,
Yeah.
but we're
Jeez.
we're essentially
Okay, so
um, we have a common ancestor. Like my family comes from Germany, Eastern Europe. So does theirs. They're part of the family, and We have a common ancestor. But like, if you go back far enough, we all have common ancestors. You and I have a common ancestor, so
Legit.
it's not that big.
This. Can you can you can you like see my videos? Is that link okay?
Uh,
Is that link okay?
from Discord.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, so mhm. We have so you are like
You cut out. I can't hear you. Can you hear me?
They go. So the premise of the show is that they go to LA. There's callbacks or whatever, and there's a certain amount of people that make it. They go to New York, and same thing. In New York and LA, everybody's great. They're like, wow, this is tough. How do we get? How do we pick from this field of like hilarious performers? I like this guy, but oh, she's really good. And, I'm kind of a this guy person right now, but I could change my opinion. Then they go to Chicago and they're like, everyone sucks. This is trash. Like Chicago, for the first half of the episode, is like I don't even know. This Chicago is so bad at comedy that at one point,
Yo, what up, Tony?
I'm back.
Yo, what up,
I'm back.
Tony?
I'm back. Sorry.
You're good, big man.
So you are basically king of the internet, and you will be for a long time, or do you think somebody can beat you?
Well, I have about 100 years of data archived on the internet. So that would take a long time. I mean, it's on multiple streams, but like I'm live on like 20 plus YouTube streams right now, and I've been doing this almost 5 years. So somebody could do it. I mean, definitely somebody could do it. It would just take them 5 years of their life to do nothing but live stream.
Yeah, that's.
And like I know somebody who's trying to do it. They're only doing it from one angle though, and they've been doing it like 320 days. And I've been doing it 1,666 days. So
Jesus,
like
that that's wrong.
the closest I've ever seen anybody to archiving their life, not live streaming, because people live stream a long time. But if it's not archived, did it really ever happen? Is my question. So the fact that it's
Hmm.
archived, the closest in
That's true.
I've ever found anybody is 320 days, and they haven't found anybody who's done it as long as I have either. So I do what I love. I very much enjoy it. It's fun, and I get to meet cool people like you.
Nice.
I get to build robots. I would probably
So, did you like it? That. Oh, yeah. Thank you. I'm not that cool.
it's hard to be, but you could be. You're younger than I am, so if you started live streaming your life 24/7 now,
I'm not that cool.
yeah, it's hard. The biggest issue is the technical aspects of it. You
Did
get
you like it? That trial from for on Twitter. Yeah.
yeah, it was really cool.
It's so cool. Someone come back and like, you guys inspired us to do this, and they're like freaking out being next to you guys. It's so cool. That is great. Yeah, no, as far like you can't chase those things. No, that's why you gotta learn. Like you can't chase those. No, that's why it's different. Turn the page, but yeah. We're speaking of turn the page. You said you're in Titanic. No, Titanic sank. Yeah, I know. Had some mishaps. Or Titanic. It was fucking popping, man. Everyone was popping. And then we get on, and that bitch sinks. That bitch sinks. Hey, you're busy. All right, it's cool. No, then there's just one team for both of us, and every now and then check out. Yeah. We can stay on it. Water's cold. Yeah, water's cold. We'll stay up here. And then Jen's the captain. We can help some shit. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Jen, I think you can't hear us. All right. Anybody got a date? Nah. Helicopter with a rope on it? Nah, it's all right. Sorry. All right, so when you toss us that life out. Oh, you could busy? Okay, no, that's stupid. No, the water's not that cold. We're fine. We'll figure it out. You know, we'll figure it out. No, is it? Oh, can I borrow you? Oh, you're using it. Oh, fuck. That's all right. No, you go on. You go on. You can't hear you. You can't hear you. Phil, we're all out of water. He can't hear you. Phil, we're out of water. I've been drinking by this. Got it. Yeah. You think you can toss it? That's in all the water. Yeah, I know, but you have 24 kids. Gotcha. Yeah, you never know when you're out there. Okay, we'll wait. Come on. Oh, there goes Rosie, that giant cruise ship. No, he can't hear you. Oh, God. Come on in. Man, that thing's sweet looking. Anyway, got each other, buddy. That was good. No cold. Let's see what happened here. Yeah, okay, so we'll come back and like you guys inspired us to do this, and they're like freaking out being next to you guys. It's so that is great. You know, it's more like you can't chase those days. No, that's what you get hurt. You can't chase them. No, that's why it's Titanic sank. That's Titanic. It was fucking popping, man. Everyone gets on, and that bitch sings. Hey, and you know what? No shit. Hey, that water's cold. Oh, I see. Oh, the bounce still up. But, hey, guys. Every now and then I go, why are you close? Yeah. Hey, guys. Should I jump on them? You got a life? Is anybody a life raft? Anybody got? No, you guys busy? Oh, it's cool. On the bow, and every now and then I check, I'm like, they're just a little dinghy. Yeah, you guys got you busy. All right, it's cool. No, then there's just one dinghy for both of us, and every now and then I check, I'm like, yeah. We can stay on it. Water's cold. Yeah, water's cold. Stay up here. And Jen's the captain. We can help some shit. We're good. Jen, I think you can't hear us. All right. Anybody got a date? Nah. Helicopter with a rope on it? Nah, it's all right. Sorry. All right, so could you toss us that life out? Oh, you were busy? Okay, no, that's stupid. No, the water's not that cold. We're fine. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. No, is it? Oh, can I borrow you? Oh, you're good.
Kevin Hart's like, I gotta call up this guy from LA and give him another chance. And it's someone I like. So it's like two things. One is making fun of Chicago, and then a person that I like gets a shot. This show is written for me. You know? Why'd you get Italian there? This show is written for me. One thing that happened that was kind of funny is the guy that I like, right? I see that he doesn't make it. I've only watched a few of the episodes. What do you think I do? Do you think I wait to message him and watch the rest to make sure what I'm sending him is correct, or do I just message him immediately?
You message him.
I message him immediately.
Yeah.
And then I message him something about the person. I said, the person that made it over you, that's crazy. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen on TV. Their agent must have blackmail on people. And he wrote me back, LOL, would you have watched it without all the drama? Because I guess online on Threads, comedians, of course, are bitching and moaning, like, for whatever reason. I don't even know. It's hard to tell, honestly. They're mad at Funny AF for some reason. And I said, honestly, I just watched it because a friend of mine told me about it, and she told me that a bunch of people are bombing. And he wrote, LOL, or something. We all have a good bomb. But then I kept watching, and he actually had a set. I don't think he bombed, but they made it seem like he didn't do well. So it kind of came off like I was saying that I liked that he bombed. Oh, so now I got to write him a message and be like, hey, I just finished it. I think you're great. So, but I sent a message too fast.
Yeah.
It happens. But I mean, it's the first comedy competition where I watched it and I feel like it's entertaining. Like I used to watch those old. What was the first one? Like Last Comic Standing?
Yes.
And actually, that was okay. But as time went on, I was like, this kind of sucks. But this one is pretty good.
Yeah, dude.
You gotta check it out.
Oh, I was like, why? Remember earlier I was like, say that on the show and then I'll give you my take. But that was something different. I thought it was about this.
We can go into that too. But I'll name all the people when I go on the Patreon if you're interested. Because I'm gonna keep talking about it. I'm gonna force him to watch it so I can actually talk about these people.
Is it long? How long is the show?
I think there's 4 episodes right now. It's still going on. Like there's one guy that I know that didn't make it, but I remember thinking, oh man, because that's another thing. When you know the people, you know all these like funny stories about them too.
Yeah.
This guy, he one time at an open mic, a comic leaned over to me and said the meanest thing I've ever heard about somebody else. Really, just whispered it out of nowhere about him.
Yeah.
So I'm watching it, and that's what I'm thinking about. And I'm laughing hysterically. I don't reveal that.
I remember, I don't know who, so don't ask me who, but I remember there was a Comedy Store guy that posted to some sort of social media. And that was the first thing that popped up on my feed when I was checking my DMs because all my exes are hitting me back up right now.
Yeah.
You remember how, like, 4 weeks ago I was hitting up all my exes? You don't remember anything, but on the podcast, I said, like, 4 weeks ago I said I was hitting up all my exes. So
Yes.
So
none of Patreon.
So none of them feel special. It wasn't on Patreon, it was on here.
Oh, okay. Well, you are hitting them up on the Patreon, the Sandbaggers, right? Like call them.
I'm literally calling my exes on my podcast. Yeah, sandbaggers. But on the podcast here, I was saying that I hit them all up so that none of them feel special. And then now they're starting to hit me back up again. So when I was checking one of my DMs, one of the Comedy Store guys was walking down the street and was like, yeah, I bombed on Funny AF or whatever. I don't know what his name is. Someone asked me.
Oh, man.
But I don't know
exactly.
If it was a joke.
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
Okay.
He bombed.
Yeah.
He is the guy that was like, I can crush it every room.
But I don't know if it was a joke, though, because what's his name? Let me pull it up.
Michael Turner.
Okay, maybe it is.
Yeah.
Because I don't know what his name is.
It was rough.
Oh, okay.
So now that you said, now that you've let me, it was bad. I mean, it might just be staged for TV. Who knows?
I don't personally know, though. I follow him.
I don't know him either. He came out.
Me and him are best friends, but now I'm like, I don't personally know him.
You're trying to distance yourself. He came out and he was, I think it was Chicago, right? And he goes, man, it's crazy right now. It's crazy right now, huh? And Drew's like, yeah, it's crazy right now.
Wait. I want to get that dinner.
Yeah, it's him.
Come on. Why does it do this?
Before it was never been filmed. So I bombed on Netflix in front of Kevin Hart. Now I bombed before it was never been filmed in 6K and put it on a platform my mother can watch it from the comfort of her own living room. I treated that opportunity like Chris Farley treated that dinner roll in Tommy Boy. We're filing this one under a VTL. It's a very tough look. Also, how about how long they stayed on that pause? I was almost ready for them to add like a record scratch, like a 90s movie, to be like, you're probably wondering how I got here. And then it rewinds all the way back to the day that my parents got divorced. Well, look, if you're going to watch it or whatever, don't feel bad for me.
Oh, no.
I'm going to be all right.
No.
So the NFL draft got some fun stuff. I got a whole summer
He's
tour sitting around baseball. We're doing fine. All right, now I worked extremely hard to be able to get that opportunity, and all I can do moving forward is work extremely hard to get another opportunity with this.
I've never bombed this hard.
Just tell you with the proper perspective.
He's addicted to bombing now.
The only thing I would ask of you is go follow and support all those comics that hit the stage that demand your respect.
Oh, fuck.
Because the producer told us the idea behind the show was to showcase and elevate the visibility of everybody that hits that stage in the most positive and real way. Right? And there was some beasts on that stage. And I'm fortunate enough to call a lot of them my good friends. So go do that. And don't worry about me. I'm a lifelong Cincinnati sports fan. This isn't even one of the top 5 worst things that's happened to me. And also, not to make excuses, but that was filmed back in October, the day after the Jets beat the Bengals. So I was going through a lot. All right? But if you think I suck, look me up. I got a bunch of stuff out there. I got 2 Don't Talk comedy specials. I got a bunch of Chocolate Sunday sets. I got my own special on my page, Michael Turner Live on New Year's Eve. Or better yet, pull up on me. I'm on tour right now. I got dates all the way through September, and then I'm going to add more once the NFL schedule comes out. So do that shit. And all my
Unemployment rate
supporters,
has
I
been
appreciate you guys.
changed
All the real ones that have reached out, I appreciate the
several
love.
times. Please give me
Adversity is
a
a hell of a thing.
timeline of it,
All right.
and then
So
a
the last thing I would
realistic
ask of you is don't judge me from this moment alone.
unemployment rate
Judge me from the bounce back.
in
The name is
like
Michael Turner.
whatever
You just seen a
1929
portion
or
of the journey.
1930s numbers.
What if he should have staged a thing where like he falls on purpose? Like someone's like, "Hey, aren't you the guy that sucks?"
that would have been funny, dude.
Yeah, you gotta do something funny, dude.
No,
You
unemployment
fucked
rate.
up and do something funny. This is too sincere.
Yeah.
You know?
This is like what comedy's become is like a corporation. It's like Arby's accidentally put out some video of Elmo saying "suck my dick." They're like, "My bad. We apologize to who owns Elmo? Like, we apologize to Sesame Street for what our Arby's social media team posted, but we don't stand by that. And honestly,
No, the unemployment rate. Please talk about how the unemployment rate numbers
listen,
have changed
go out there and
since the
get an Arby's
1930s,
sandwich, or get some
but
McDonald's stuff. There's a lot of really
and
great
so
fast
it
food these
isn't
days.
realistic to
You know
what
what?
it
Shout out to
was.
the other
Put
fast food
today's
chains that are made
unemployment
up when
rate
we
in
close down because of
1930s
people's views
numbers,
that Elmo
please.
posted on our page.
Don't just judge us based off what Elmo said about the Jews. Elmo's got a lot of good stuff. Elmo's helping wounded veterans, and he's got three. He's got three don't tell specials, and matter of fact, pull up and Elmo.
Pull up on Elmo. He's on tour right now. And also, Elmo's a fucking Los Angeles Clippers sports fan, so he's dealt with a lot in the last couple of years.
It turns that'd be so funny. There's some random like corporate thing for Elmo. It can't be Sesame Street. You're right. It's like Hasbro or some shit. But they go, Elmo, we had a tough thing with Elmo. We just want to say we're so sorry. And matter of fact, pull up there with Elmo and shit. Watch out. You know what I'm saying? Get your fucking leg off, bro. Shit. Elmo and a Bengals motherfucker fan of this shit. Fucking Big Bird and Clippers fan of shit. What the fuck, bro? Pull up on them motherfucker, bro.
Yeah, it's just, so I bombed. Yeah.
It's bad because he was bombed.
Yeah, but what about
on
people
the show.
like Social Security, which didn't exist
I don't know if
anymore,
TV.
who
But
medically
to continue
disabled?
bombing like this, it's like, is this also part of the show, or are you just the guy that bombs now? Yeah, no, I mean, look, we're watching the bounce back, dude. Yeah. That's what we don't want you to fail. But anyway, so he's on stage and he goes like, it's crazy right now, right? And they say, yeah, and he's like, it's almost got me to the point where I miss George W. Bush. It's silence, utter silence, and he gets so frazzled by that he doesn't know what to say next. And he's like, it's like white dudes is more difficult for us now, but like, I mean, it's still all right. It's still fine. It was so bad, and he was drinking a beer and saying like, "I'm just the funniest dude on every room." And
it's like
right before, and the cameraman hates it. The people that edited, because there was another person that didn't do well. I could tell, and I assume because they never do well, and they just showed a little bit of them, and they didn't move the second round. I guarantee you, they also bombed. Yeah. But the producer didn't put in a segment where they talked themselves up.
No, you're wrong, dude. What? Because the cameraman doesn't hate him. The cameraman was filming and he was going, "This is the bounce back." Or get ready for the bounce back.
Yeah. As soon as he hit stop recording, he might have said that. Yeah. Oh, dude, it's a really entertaining show. I'm telling you, you will enjoy it. It's got that guy Ryan Davis, the Shab guy. Remember, he was like, "Shab ain't shit. He sucks," or whatever. Yeah. He constantly posts on Threads. He posts all the time. He's that guy. Posts all the time. It's too much problem. Yeah. But he had a post about Funny AF about how it's like the best of competition shows and the worst, but it shows people that are really funny on it, and like it was a good post. I agree totally with him. It gives a good name for comedy, where there's so much stuff out here now that's just wholly negative, right? Shaw, Callan, Leah, Rogan, very bad, and then all the people on the flip side of that stink. We've watched them on that fucking show. I can't think of any off the top of my head, but they suck too. The opposite of that for lefty comedy also sucks. But this show actually shows people that are funny, so you will laugh when you watch it, which is nice to see. Good content, as opposed to there is some bad stuff. there's obviously people that are doing jokes that get a good reaction, and then Kevin Hart's like, "Wow, that's so funny." That are it's not funny.
Right.
And I'm talking about that in the picture.
Yeah, I haven't watched that yet, but I have been watching this other show called Flappers AF.
What's on that?
Just
That sounds like my show.
It's just Barb screaming at people all day long, dude.
Barb's OnlyFans.
Yeah. Barb, and when she's not yelling, I feel it's because she's watching T-Fat Kid. She has like a TV in her office at T-Fat Kid playing. Like, you know how back in the day for Cribs, they would have like Sopranos, Godfather playing or stuff like this. Tony Montana,
Yeah.
Scarface. Barb is like that, but she has Brendan Schaub's The Shop Show playing.
She's watching that because she's so behind. She thinks they're still number one.
Yeah.
In her worldview, like everything is 2016. Probably very accurate.
For new comics, she's like, you know, you can be the next fighter we kid.
You could be the next Brian Callen. That would be a great thing to say to a comedian.
We'll just say Barb never said no to him. You know what I mean? This is the other thing we were talking about.
Yeah.
So Bobby Altoff, I'm one of the 58 likes on this. Tickets in my bio. Go buy now. I'm going to put $500 under a random person's seat. I know that sounds desperate for sales. Let me live. Low key, have no material prepared. So wish me luck if you don't come or do come and watch me fail. Wow, I like how "don't come" is in the before the "do come." You know, she's saying like, if you know, I have no material, so please wish me luck if you don't come. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I see what. Yeah.
You know, why doesn't she say I have no material? So if you come and watch me fail, or wish me luck if you don't come. She's like trying to tell us not to come.
That's right, she. As long as we don't come, and you always want people not to come. At least not at the show.
When I do comedy, I want everyone to come, dude.
Really?
I want everyone to be busting in their seats, dude.
Oh man, like a Burt Kreischer concert.
Yeah, exactly like that.
Instead of throwing up, they're coming.
I'm doing stand-up this Saturday at the Free Spirited Silver Bar, dude. So nobody's coming to that, but I'll be coming.
They can come or not come.
Yeah.
But you'll have material, though.
Yeah, well, hopefully not. But I'm better when I don't have material. So you said something before we started the show.
Yeah, I was saying, like, I don't really have a team. I saw this, that Bobby Altoff is performing at Netflix is a joke somewhere, but I don't really have a take on it, but I know that you do. So I want to hear.
This is not how you say
what did I say? Or I'd like to hear yours.
I don't mind at all. It's okay.
Oh, yeah, I said I don't care. But I know that you care.
You're like, that's cool. She could do it. I don't care.
That's probably what your brain heard.
It's nice of her to try to do stand-up, and, you know, I support that. You're like, hey, you know, whatever you want to say, you can say. I'm just kidding. I'm messing around now.
I know, but I think every point, like I say, I don't care, but in, like, the translation to your brain, it's like, and then he said he loved it,
Yeah.
and he was going.
You're like, I think it's cool she's trying it out, and I support her. She's doing that, and this and that.
Yeah, you know, it's like, she might be really good.
Yeah, you said that too.
I was like, I think she might be.
She might be really good. I heard Drake wrote all her jokes. No, I don't really have a take now.
Really?
Yeah, when you said that earlier, it amped me up, and then I'm not really amped up anymore. Obviously, comedy's dead. She's doing stand-up, you know? Like, this is... I didn't know the death of comedy would look like this, dude. Slaying with the mic, you know what I mean?
What's it? Slang?
It's just the same thing they say.
Oh, yeah. And that's kind of, I think it's AI, maybe, because the mic isn't really in her hand.
Yeah, it's not, doesn't look like real mic. It's just bad, dude. It's gonna be bad. She has a ring that says mom.
Oh, yeah, she does mom talk.
What up, Tony?
So 142 comments, 58 likes. Let's see what the comments say. They probably agree with me.
Yeah, I mean, comedians were very mad about this.
Oh, okay. That's good. This is awesome. I run a mic if you want to come by and get used to bombing on a smaller scale.
That's great.
Very nice.
Hello.
What up, big dog?
You deserve to lose your money. Or, Amy Miller. Or you can give me $500 to open and I'll provide the jokes.
I have one question for you.
Of all the arts
Yeah, go ahead, big man.
talent or expertise set, I'll put stand-up.
Can I ask in that interview what we have Sunday some very juicy question?
Like, what do you mean?
Like I'm gonna ask, like, what do you think about Epstein and this shit?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really get into that kind of stuff. That's not my forte. My forte is futurology. I mean, the thing that I'm going to tell you is that I think it's a nightmare scenario. That's about all you're going to get.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So no viral clip.
I,
No, nothing. Okay.
I mean, that's what I'm going to say is that it's a nightmare situation.
Yeah.
I don't know
Yeah.
anything more than your average individual about that situation. I'm not an expert in it. I haven't been studying it
Yeah.
like I've been live streaming my life. So if you want somebody to talk about that, and
Yeah.
you're absolutely more than welcome to, you probably would find somebody better as a guest because I'm just not going to have
That's true.
information for
Okay.
you.
Yeah. That's true. That's true. That's true. Is some stuff you cannot talk about on internet?
Uh, like, what do you mean?
I don't know. Like if I ask something and you say it, answer is like dangerous for you or something like that.
Oh, good question. It's not really dangerous for me, but there are some topics that you can't talk about on the internet, like on YouTube at least. Um,
Yeah.
Things about medical misinformation you can't talk about, and you can't talk about like harming yourself or others. So, like those kind of things,
Yeah.
you're not allowed to discuss. Um,
I am I am asking because I have a hero and I will have Patron and we can talk about that there because it's like more freedom.
okay.
So if you are open
Yeah, I'm open to
into
talking about generally like quite a few different things, but I mean, it depends. Really, I'd like to talk about
you know
AI, futurism, and mega projects.
yeah
That's my forte.
and we were going to talk about that. We were going to talk about that
Okay.
in the Sunday
Okay.
about this.
Yeah.
But like I'm
The other things you have to understand. I'm streaming on my end,
Yo,
so
what's up?
yo, just one
that's
moment,
true.
How
my
you
friend.
doing, Rabbi?
I'm well. Just one moment, my friend. So,
Yo,
as for the podcast on Sunday, generally,
yo, we shooting podcast. Can I join the podcast?
if you want on Sunday, you can witness it certainly. But Tony,
Can I be on it?
that's up to
I can be
Tony.
like a special guest.
No one wants you right now.
Okay.
Look,
Oh,
my friend,
secret guest.
you're interrupting a conversation right now. So please, just be patient. I'd be
Okay, I'm
happy to
sorry.
talk
I'm
with you.
sorry. I'm
You're
sorry.
good. So Tony, I mean, I
I
don't
like
want to
that.
talk about medical misinformation or,
Now that's a topic.
like my man. I'm telling you
Oh,
right now. I'm just warning you. Like
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just getting excited.
okay, fine. Uh, but yeah, Tony.
you can ask later me.
Uh,
I can ask you.
Later.
so
Speak, please.
as for you, Tony, like trying to like get something juicy out of me, I don't really discuss those topics. I do my best to stay out of politics. Um, again, like my forte is AI and mega projects. That's what I like to
Okay.
discuss.
Do you think AI will
Okay.
take over?
All right.
Rabbi?
Brother, I really want to talk.
Yeah.
I really want to talk.
Oh, am I interrupting something? Is this like an episode or something?
Yeah.
No,
We were hanging out.
no. We are just talking. Yes. So I
Oh, now
understand.
you're Indian, by the way.
Rabbit.
You got like an Indian accent or something.
Yes. Yes. I'm not Indian, and you are not the first person who ever told me
Where
that.
are you from?
I'm Czech. I'm from Czech Republic.
Oh, that's the same thing as India.
Doug,
If you
to
if you
Black Boss Baby, I've warned you like a bunch of times. This isn't the first time. He's been banned. He always has to come back. He's been banned. He always has to come back. He's got to be respectful. All right. So go ahead, Tony.
is like India, like is no, it's not like India.
No, it's not like India. So
No,
as for Sunday's call, you can put whatever you want on Hero Hero or Patreon or whatever. But again, if you're trying to find somebody who's like really like gonna be a fascinating guest on medicine or Epstein, I'm probably not the best guest for you.
no. I am I am just asking like what I'm just asking.
You're fine. You're fine
Don't
too. No,
take
no,
me
no.
wrong.
You're fine too. Um, I completely understand, and you're you're absolutely welcome to ask those questions to somebody, and it's right for you to be like, "Hey, can I ask about this and this and this?" And I appreciate that you asked me about that. So don't feel bad at all.
And like if with that episode, what I send it to you. Okay, with that episode, what I send it to you. You can do clips. You can do anything you want with
Okay,
it. You have free open.
okay.
You can do anything you want, and just start me. Just start me or say something about me.
Of course.
I think that episode can anywhere break the internet
Okay. Excellent.
because I think you are new on the internet. Like you are not new, but like in the podcast space.
Yeah, not a lot of people know about me.
So yeah, and you are an alien who have lot of contacts, and yeah, and that person, but one person asked me, like, are you in that like Rothschild family? And he thinks you are in big like in the matrix hierarchy. You are you, you are sitting on the top. So yeah,
I mean,
people are
people are
curious.
people are curious, and they're welcome to believe anything that they want.
Yeah,
So I'm certainly not a spokesperson of every individual in my family. I just live my life, and anyone who wants to make any kind of connections, they're welcome to. But again, aside from sharing a last name and DNA, that's about it.
brother. If I say to this person you share DNA with Rothschild family, I cannot say this. I cannot say this.
Yeah, I mean, like normally people don't talk about other people's DNA and what they share and what they don't. That's a little.
Yeah,
It's quite personal. Um, the person should
yeah,
listen to what
yeah.
I'm saying. What I'm saying is what's important, not who I am.
That's true.
What I'm
Bro, this
saying,
is so fucking mysterious.
what I'm saying is what's important. That data is Earth's number one resource. I've been live streaming that it's essentially a timeline or a time capsule of human achievement. It's the most amount of data archived on the internet
Yeah,
ever. It's used for training data for AI. All of that is really important. What common ancestors I have
that's true.
with other people in my family, that's not really that important. That doesn't affect people in the here and now. What does affect people in the here and now is the data that we're creating.
That's true. Bro, like if I ever meet you in person, I have so many questions. Like truly,
Well, Tony, it's just a matter of time. Just be patient. Um,
because
you got to see it like this. I've
you
been li-
are a very
I've been like
crazy person.
I don't know if that's the word I would use, but I'm interesting. I understand that I'm interesting. Um,
Yeah, well, yeah. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah, it's like I mean, I feel every person has something interesting about them. You can talk to somebody who's a street sweeper and all the things that they see on the road, or you can talk to someone who's a politician and all the backroom deals that occur. I just archive my life, and I recognize that I may have a very important role in the future of humanity because people will be able to go back to my streams in the future and learn about what life was like day to day, and also know what life was like from a timeline perspective of human events that occur. I mean, recently, I think it was Saturday, there was a presidential assassination attempt. We've seen assassinations on the stream, the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between.
Mm-hmm.
I've been streaming literally before a ChatGPT was launched and Grok was launched and OpenAI was known to the public and Claude and Perplexity and uh, Copilot and Gemini. My streams have been going longer than all of that. So I've been able to see how those things have affected society. And it's an incredible development. And the future of humanity is going to be interested in this. It would be like having a historian from, let's say, I don't know, 10,000 years ago who
Sure.
was witnessing maybe like the pyramids being created. And we could go back to their writings and they would be giving the day to day breakdown of what happened. This block was moved here, this block was moved here, they put the capstone on, they have
Like,
plans to have a dedication ceremony, all of those things. That would be fascinating to us. We unfortunately don't have that, or it's not publicly known. But my streams are open to everyone, and that's what makes them special. You can literally watch. I mean, we have people in here, one, two, three. We have like a handful of people in here who are literally
yeah.
just living their life alongside me, and that doesn't include all of the dozens of people who are watching me on the different platforms. Some people just want to sleep to me because they find it soothing. Other people like to hear what my discussions that I
How
have.
many?
Go ahead.
Uh, Sorry to cut you. How many people is watching you right now?
If you combine them all, it's certainly dozens, especially on all the different
Jeez.
Discords and all the YouTube streams simultaneously, and Rumble and Twitch and TikTok and Twitter.
So we are talking in like 5,000
Oh, not no, there aren't
people.
5,000 people watching us. No, just dozens. Like I don't know, anywhere between 0 and 100, something like that.
Nice. Nice. Because I was looking at your Twitch and we have like 50,000 followers almost
That's correct. Yeah,
on Twitch.
exactly.
Jeez.
Yeah, and I don't usually use that account because I don't want to lose it. It has so many followers on it that I don't want to endanger it. It's basically like preserved. So then I have a bunch of other accounts from which I live stream and I get random followers and people watching me. And
Jesus.
yeah, it's a lot of people.
Jesus. 50,000. So, so, how many viewers do you think that episode can have?
I,
That was
I can't philosophize that. That's not for me to determine. It depends on
like,
it depends on where it's posted. I mean, if you include like all the different platforms, probably hundreds, and over the course of like a year, thousands. It takes time. Um, it's not like
I
some
know.
some of my other podcasts have thousands of views, but it's taken time for them to get thousands of views. It doesn't happen
Yeah,
all at once. I'm not somebody who, when I post, it's a huge rush to see what I've done because I'm posting all the time.
that's true.
Uh, so It just depends. And
Soon, soon, you will be most famous person in the internet.
that's correct.
Soon,
In the world and in world history.
yeah, soon. So, and I will be right there. Like, I will be like in that historic books too.
Absolutely.
The person who,
You'll be the most famous person perhaps from Czech Republic in the history of the world.
that's, yes, I think that's true.
Yeah. I wouldn't
Soon
look,
enough.
Tony, I wouldn't tell you anything if I didn't think it was true. I would not sit here and be like, uh, I wouldn't tell you a lie. Do I think you're going to be the most famous person in global history? No, I will be. But do I think you'll be the most famous person perhaps from Czech Republic? Absolutely. And it's just a matter of time. Like uh, Jimmy Donaldson, aka Mr. Beast, he has his early videos from like 10 years ago where nobody watched them, and all he would
Mhm.
do is like count to 100,000. He would just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and he would make like a 12-hour video of him just counting to 100,000. And that grew, and then and then eventually now he's worth like $5 billion. But that was 10 years ago. So
Yeah.
you have to see yourself in 10 years when you're 31 years old, how your life is going to change. And I think the fact that you had the courage to interview me when you did an excellent job, and you are a patient
Thank you.
individual, you just have to give it time. Now, can I guarantee any of this? No. But even if, God forbid, lightning strikes me down right now, I still have more data on the internet than any person's ever archived, and future generations will be going through the internet like historians, like archaeologists, trying to find just interesting stuff, and then they will find my stream, just like an archaeologist who is digging through the soil in Egypt, and they'll say, "What is this?" And they'll tell a friend, and that friend will tell a friend, and friend will tell a friend. But I don't think it's going to take that. See, I I don't just sit. People may think like, "Oh, you're just sitting there." No, that's not true. I have 3 robots going right now, right here, that are promoting myself. I've got another 2 robots there promoting myself. So that's 5 robots. And then another 2 robots here. So I've got 7 robots that are at any given time making clips of myself and tagging people in it. And I have 1 robot that's making a blog, another robot that's tagging pictures, another robot that is on Kick right now and goes to random Kick streams, tags the people there, creates a clip, and puts my Discord link in the clip name. So randomly,
Oh Jesus,
yeah. So randomly, people. I mean, here I'll show it to you. Just a moment.
that's wild. That's truly wild.
It is just a moment.
That's, oh Jesus,
All right,
that's wild.
just a moment.
You, I can see you too.
Yeah, I'm on a bunch of streams. All right, so this guy right here, it should. This is just some random streamer, and um, my bot is programmed to randomly clip his stream. And the way this bot works, I'm going to stop it, is it will go here, clip it, it creates a clip, and then it will put a description of what I do, who I am, what I do in the clip name. And then what it does is it publishes it. And then once it publishes it, it's everywhere. Um, so if I go, let me just see if this is, I could be wrong. And it just goes to a random stream that I have here. There's like a website that just allows you to go to random streams. And then when I'm done, or if the bot runs into an issue, like the account gets banned or something, then it just creates a new one. Creates a new account.
Oh my god.
So,
You cannot be stopped.
right. So here's the programming, and all I have to do is press play, and you watch. Like my hands here, it's gonna close this Chrome, and I have it moving slowly because if it moves too quickly, it misses the timing. So it will go a little slow, but you'll see here it can. Uh, it's very smart. It like recognizes where the like images are. So it's hard to see, but like the mouse is down there, and it will close this. So watch, it's gonna close it in just a second. So it just closed it, and it will open it. It takes about 5 minutes to create an account, so I'm not just gonna hold it here. But it'll create an account, and then it randomly goes to someone's stream. It clips a clip of them. It puts Rabbi Rothschild YouTube and then a link to my Discord, and then it moves on to the next person. And it just does that all day, all night, and it's been doing it for years. It's so powerful that the people at Kick have made it so that you can't type in Rabbi Rothschild into Kick without
You cannot be stopped.
you. It they've made it so that if you type Rabbi Rothschild on Kick, it automatically gets deleted. Like you can say anything in Kick, but you can't.
Are like you cannot be stopped.
Well, it's just a matter of time. Um,
So like
Go ahead. So here's one of my other clip. One of my other spots. This one, I have taken like pictures of really beautiful women, like Miss Universe,
oh,
and they all have uh, like an overlay on them that say um, like what I do and like to check me out on YouTube. So here I'll show you
oh.
what this one does. All right, so here we have a picture of some actress. It's gonna come over here. You see the pink? It's gonna change the text. Boom, boom. It's gonna hit save, and then it's gonna move on to the next one after updating it. There we go. Now it moves on to the next person. Clicks on them. It's gonna change all the metadata. The alt text changes the title of the picture. That is all like Rabbi Rothschild stuff. So that's what that one's doing. And then this one's wild too, and is my newest one. It's creating like super advanced, like um, super computing articles about myself. So what it's gonna do? It's gonna do um, a new chat, and then it could be it uses ChatGPT to publish articles about myself. And what it's gonna do is it's gonna refresh, create a new chat, and if you're like, why doesn't it go faster? Slow and steady wins the race. So it's going to populate something in ChatGPT, and then it goes over here and it's going to create like this. This article was on photonic quantum computers, like whatever that means. And then here are my articles, and what it's going to do is create a new post on the next topic. And the topics are fascinating. They're all on like supercomputing. but I can do it on any subject. And it's going to go to like uh, gate-based quantum computers, quantum annihilators, analog neural computers, synthetic biological neural computers, trapped ion quantum computers, photonic tensor processors, and then it's going to type that into the title of the post right there, and then it's going to publish it. It's going to confirm. Then what it's going to do is it is going to start creating blogs and like articles, and it creates 50 of them just on trapped ion quantum computers. And then what it will do is take that information, publish it. And the key thing is it does this without me having to do anything. So I could be asleep and it's creating content, and then random people go on the internet and they Google something on supercomputers, and then they find my blogs and my writings, and then they find out about my um, discussion. I see that you're having issues with the Discord. Okay, well that's cool.
Okay, everyone thinks they know what the fuck I'm talking about. Look at this Cooney guy. Reach out to me first if you're considering Flatbread next.
Yeah, I wanted to say something funny in there. I thought about telling her to watch Sugar Go Poppy. I was like, but then I go, I don't know. I wish I kind of said that too. I almost want to reply again and be like, and also make sure you watch Sugar Go Poppy first.
There's no chance she's not doing this for content. She's going to make content out of this.
Well, hopefully it's not as bad as those three women. Remember the three twins or sisters or whatever? That would be rough.
Right. It's going to be something like this. Closer to that than George Carlton. You know what I mean?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, it's not going to be George Carlton. But I'm assuming it's going to be better than the Caligari sisters.
what happened? The Woodrush and the Risha become partner. Why? My kind of made because the Hazavi, they're all part of the same house. They all belong to the same family. It's not like the case that we had yesterday. We bring a third piece from outside that belongs to another municipality. Here, they all belong to the same municipality. The reason why you made a Woodrush, the reason why you brought in another house, was to complete the Risha. So he's part of the mitzvah also. The other is certainly part of the mitzvah. The original. They're all part of the same house. And really, they're all common. So the Gemara the whole lineage the same idea would apply to Egypt. Right? Three parts. One of them got one. You start out with two parts. One got lost. The same mitzvah, half got lost. The second part. Who would have picked us? Sorry. Take a look what happened there. We did a mitzvah. Now, from that part, took a little bit of flour out of it. Yara, so the leftover of the almost, we reach us. Oh, again, who's the lost guy's partner? The first guy. So Layla is able to do the pizza for him. Go brush, maybe not. But the other and the new guy has no connection. So therefore, you cannot eat from the wolf. Well, not from the wolf. If like you are a partner, now, if you take pizza from the first guy, that's the way they that's flour, soda, and the Rothschild are partners, and therefore you can eat from both now. But over the left one, and the left one is not included. Well, I'm not sure again what I did. Well, I'm going to Rothschild from the first one. Hey, that's all. Because now that's and now we don't know where the news belongs to. Since the first guy, the guy with the white beard, is connected to both the Wolfrush and the other. So it is a good pizza, but the problem is we don't know where the pizza goes. We don't know if it goes to the Wolfrush or goes to the Nevan. So therefore, you can't eat it. Abai Omar, Filu, Thomas, Nevan, they have in the Holland. Abai says it doesn't matter if it's pizza from any of the three, you can't eat any of them. The final opening pizza, the other thing was because they're all connected to each other. I view it almost like Sarah, like a husband married to two wives. You know, like they're all connected to that husband. That Rishon got. Master, Papa, is right there in their color. It seems like that the street that we've taken pizza, one, at least that one that you took the pizza from, you put it on the mizbeach and you can eat it. You can eat the rest of the shirai. That's what it seemed like. Or you get that for the playlist, is a sixth of the pizza that cannot be put on the mizbeach. In other words, a third. Let's view it as a third. Think about it as a third. You go on this for somebody gave us the because there's at least going to be some production, right? Like some, hopefully. That'd be crazy if nothing goes down. It's just a whole troll fest. Maybe that's the idea. She's just trolling. Yeah. I think that there's an angle here for us, though. I don't think she'll ever talk to us, but if she did talk to us, we could. It would be interesting to have somebody who's never done stand-up that does something like this have a perspective on Brendan Schaub, because Brendan Schaub did the same thing. He did this too, pretty much. Yeah, he had a ring that said "Mom." He held the mic like that a couple times. Him doing stand-up is no different than this, in my opinion, because he's terrible at it. And he says that he did all these mics and shows, but he really didn't. Yeah. So it will be interesting to see, is she going to be better than Brendan Schaub? You know? And then also, she doesn't care about comedy at all, I imagine. I don't think she has, she might, but I doubt it. I think Brendan Schaub would be mad if she wasn't, or if she was worse than he was. I feel like Brendan Schaub, you want to be the best at something. He's the best, worst comedian of all time. That's so funny. He can't even have that. That's taken from him. Right now he's the best, worst comedian ever lived, but Bobby Altoff takes that somehow. He's got nothing after that. Yeah. She starts doing truck shows. She starts giving pipe picks.
I am like slightly curious of Bobby Althoff, like what that will eventually turn out to be. But yeah, no, obviously I wouldn't go to it. Or I'm curious to see what it is, though.
I'm curious to know why they haven't cracked the code yet. Like, if you want to do stand-up, you should probably do it like at shitty places first. I don't understand people wanting to do it in front of people
When they're not good.
immediately. Like, because they don't know if they're good or not. So I understand that part. I understand wanting to do stand-up and thinking you're going to be the best one in the room. I understand that. Yeah, but I don't understand why you don't try it out at, even if you think you're going to be the best, at some shitty place first instead of like selling tickets to a theater.
Yeah, I have a feeling it's more like live show. Also, it could just be that's how people view stand-up. Is just that don't really know about it. Last chance, Hail Mary. You know, I had a show, it didn't pan out. I tried a podcast, and failed. I could try to do stand-up. Monkeys do that. Right, like talking about people that do stand-up.
Yeah.
And that's maybe what she's doing. Or the agent was like, you know, you could do that. More likely, it's probably just a live show. Where she's just talking to her fans. If their fans go to
It's a Q&A. She's like, I'm doing stand-up. All right, what are the questions? You come on stage. You come on stage.
Yeah.
A couple of horny-ass dudes. They're just all horny dudes in the audience.
It'd be dope if she fucked the stool.
It would be cool if she fucked the stool. Did you say that?
Yeah.
I was thinking the same thing, right? Yeah.
She fucks the stool, and then she you know, it'd be great. Here's a great idea. She steals bits, like from people.
Yeah.
Like she steals Renee Vaca's hump the stool thing.
Oh, with the leg.
Yeah, well, no, she just tells people to come up and have sex with her.
Do the leg, yeah.
Oh, yeah, like show me how you fuck. Does there a leg part?
Oh, that's what the bit's called, is do the leg.
Do the leg?
And then it's like when you're humping, what does your leg do?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then they have their legs all like chicken winged out.
Yeah, she's like, yeah, show me the leg.
Yeah.
And then what's another thing she like a super famous bit that she gets?
Joe Rogan's flying pussy squirrels.
That would be, that would be crazy if she just came out and did verbatim a Joe Rogan hour.
And then she goes, and then I was trying to show him how my dick was like a carpet in a shopping cart, because we have huge dicks now. But then a medicine man came out of nowhere and was like, oh, Brian Callen.
She's just doing us.
Do puppy. She needs a do puppy.
That'd be interesting. She won't do something weird like that, though.
No. Like what? Like this, dude? You want to talk about this?
Oh, yeah.
I know we do Timo's, but this is pretty great, dude. This is transcendent.
Yeah, this is bigger than just TFK.
Yeah, this is bigger than both of us, dude.
Could you tell me right quick what would be a better motor for my Mustang, a Galileo 12 or a Galileo 24?
So,
he even says the word wrong, I think.
Galileo, dude. He says the answer so fast.
Yeah.
He says Galileo, and then he's like 24.
It's so, we're talking about this, it's so mean.
I know, I'd rather have a Galileo 12.
Well, that's the right answer.
Yeah, dude.
He's obviously just saying 24 because 24 is bigger than 12. So I'm glad that he knows math.
This hurts. Like when I first saw this, I texted you, I was like, oh man, this is hardcore, dude.
Paul C sent it to us on IG, and I saw it first, and then you saw it separately. He sent it to me. It's the funniest, it's probably up there with the funniest thing that has ever been posted on this Reddit. It's so good.
Yeah.
Because I knew when that happened, I did not remember the scene, but in my brain, I thought, while I was watching it, oh, I wonder if, like, there is a scene from some movie, maybe Fast and the Furious. I literally had this thought, maybe Fast and the Furious where this happened. How do I know that? Because I've been watching too much of this shit, and I've gone insane.
Yeah.
So, and then it shows Paul Walker, and I go, no fucking way is this about to be from the, even though I had just thought that's probably what it is, I was like, it's impossible.
All right, let's see the receipts.
Quick, what would be a better motor for my Mustang, a Galileo 12 or a Galileo 24? Here's my other thing, but what year is your Mustang? I could do some more info.
He doesn't know jack shit.
He's just cosplaying whatever people have told him when he's like, I want to get my truck like real fast. And they go, all right, what year's the truck? Is the first thing they ask.
I told my wife about this clip, and she said, why wouldn't he just, like, say, I don't know?
I know.
And I go, you don't get it. You don't get it.
Don't get it.
Yeah.
Fucking rip your neck off.
Yes.
Snap your fucking neck off. How about that? You don't get it, dude.
Why the Galio? Yeah, why the Galio? If you can.
Why the Galio, dude? Well, that's gonna be on his tombstone, dude. Why the Galio?
It's just the thing is, I haven't heard of the Galio. Like, I know this other engine, though, the name of it.
I was driving this one truck and it had a Galio in it, but not a Mustang. I drove a truck with a Galio.
It's kind of funny. It's like, if we look deeper into it, there is no Galio in Mustangs or something?
The Galio's not a real motor, I don't think.
I have no idea.
It's a fucking pizza place. That's the whole joke.
Oh, shit, that's what?
Yeah.
Oh, that's even worse.
That's what were you thinking this whole time? I
saw the clip, so I assume it's just not real.
It's not a real thing.
Does he say pizza at the end of it?
Well, the guy is drinking from a pizza joint. He has a Gallo 12 or whatever it is cup, and so that's why Paul Walker goes like, "Here, okay, you're my new partner. Go ahead and tell me this real quick. What would you use, Gallo 12 or 24?" And he says 24, and the cup says Gallo. He said, "I didn't know pizza places make motors."
Oh, I didn't even see the end of it. Maybe I didn't see the end of the clip.
Yeah.
Damn, that's even. Well, it's the same thing. It's still. In my mind, I saw like the first part of it, so I just assumed it was like the name of. Then he got the motor. Damn, pizza place.
Yeah.
I like the anything with a 5.0 swap when it comes to Ford. I can't get enough of 5.0s. It's the best engine Ford has ever made, and there's so many parts for it, and you get so much power out of it. Do the 5.0 one.
Don and I are supposed to be street racers.
That's right.
Gallo's Pizza.
Gallo. Okay. Yeah, is that Galio? He doesn't even say it right.
No, it's Gallo's.
Yeah.
So done. Looks like we're gonna be partners, bro. Can you tell me right quick what would be a better motor for my Skyline, a Gallo 12 or a Gallo 24? 24. I didn't know pizza places made motors.
It's bad, dude. It's fucking bad, dude. Sell the storage unit, dude. This is bad. Oh my god. It gets worse when I try to like stop thinking about it because of how bad it is.
It's very embarrassing for him to like say that out loud. Like I was saying to her that I'd have to kill somebody if they did that to me.
Yeah, 100%.
Because there's no coming back from that. How do you explain that he also got the name wrong? That's also funny.
You mean to tell me that the fucking place that, sorry for cussing, that he's interning at, whatever mod shop is, like, he's under their wing?
Yeah.
They didn't see this? They're gonna see this, and they're gonna be like, go back to the restrooms. And like, mop the restroom, dude. And I mean, everyone's waiting with bated breath when he says he has to respond to this, right?
I don't think so.
No, you don't think so? No chance?
I think he might not respond. It's possible. It's possible that he doesn't say anything about it.
It's so embarrassing.
Man, it's to think of this prank. I love that the person that did this, thinking about it. Can you imagine what it felt like that it actually happened? When you're like, no.
Like you're in too deep after that you start reading it, you're like, oh my god, you feel like you're going down a roller coaster. You're like, oh shit, he's reading it.
It's such a good prank.
Oh man.
This makes me miss pranks. I never did anything that would end up being this good. Any facet. It's just so funny.
I hope it was on TV. I think it was on screen. Dude, anyway, I didn't know. I thought we would have more to say about it, dude. This is nuts.
How good did it do on Chains?
Really good. It's top clip of the week. This is the one, boys. Hope this goes viral so I guess acknowledge it. Honestly, probably most clear stay ridiculous in the moment. Boldface lying. This guy is done. It's been able to indicate he was playing along. When he blames CT, Chin.
Yeah, why did Chin leave it in?
Chin doesn't know. Chin's not out here saying he's a fucking truck guy, dude.
That's true, yeah.
He's driving a Cybertruck. He's an electric truck guy.
It is. I hope it does go viral, but I feel like the days of Shop going viral might be over. But you've always said, he finds a new way. This is another way. This is like a different way of flipping the trip. Who knows? Have you heard other people talk about this? Because I've really only heard them shakes.
No, I haven't spoken to anybody about this. Girls will see me laughing in the corner and they'll be like, "What's how are you doing?" I'm just like, "Don't worry, you don't want to know about this, dude. You don't want to know. It's just at the end of the day, nobody needs to know about this guy. This is incredible. Whoever launched this little campaign of Gallows out, yeah, we gotta give them like a week's vacation from James or something, dude. You know?
There's going to be other things, like what else can be done? How else can it be tricked? Sean's going to have to go, I need the people that check the messages to read it every night. Make sure you don't be exposed. I can't be exposed like this again. I was made to be a joke.
You know what's funny is that I mean, the more you think about it, the worse it gets. It's just like he's pandering to an audience, right? And when you're looking for gold, you're gonna find little yellow nuggets here and there, whatever golden nuggets here and there. But it's a lot of sand you gotta sift through to get those nuggets. He's found a lot of truck guys, a lot of gearheads, like fisting the fucking algorithm with his clips, you know, posting about like, oh no, that gearhead's gone wild, you know, a little influx of gearheads, dude. You know, and he's getting little nuggets of like followers here and there where they're real fucking dude. They know every line of the first Fast and Furious. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then they see this and they're like, "What the fuck?" This guy doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. There's no way you are a gearhead and you listen to anything this guy said.
That's a good point because he is trying to court that viewership. Who knows how many of those guys there are? Gearheads Gone Wild fans are going to watch. This would be like, I don't know, Guy Fieri not knowing what
Mustard is.
He's like next to a hot dog. There's ketchup that's red bottle and there's yellow. There's a yellow bottle and he goes, "What's that?" Pointing at the yellow bottle of mustard. Then he's like, "Whoa, this is a fucking chef, dude." Yeah, he doesn't know that's mustard. Oh, what do you call the thing that you put on a hot dog that's not ketchup? It's not. It's like I don't know what it is.
Edit this part out, Jim. What do you call that stuff you put on?
He doesn't know what relish is.
Fuck. Yeah, it's bad, dude. I've been getting into chess recently, dude.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I've been playing some chess, watching YouTube videos about chess, dude. Are you into this kind of stuff?
I haven't watched any YouTube videos, but in the past I have sometimes looked up what the top ranked chess players are ranked.
Okay.
Out of curiosity.
Yeah, like Magnus Carlsen.
That guy, yeah.
He's the chess guy right there. I watched the Untold series. I've been learning chess for the last year, though. Every day I do the Duolingo chess thing. So I've been learning moves, and now I'm actually playing people and like winning.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, and I feel like I can see the board differently, whatever. But that Untold series is like sports stories. You know about this? So like they do like the Pistons brawl with the Pacers back then.
Oh yeah.
They do a Lamar Odom's near-death experience.
Yes,
And so the most recent one was Chessmates, which is Magnus Carlsen and Hans Niemann. The whole scandal they had where everyone accused Hans Niemann of wearing anal beads to cheat in chess.
Anal beads to cheat in chess?
He didn't really do that, but they accused him of it. Online, it became like this thing, like a comment online turned into like some theory that happened. Magnus Carlsen's number one in chess. Hans Niemann was coming up through chess.com, and then he beat Magnus Carlsen twice. Second time he beat Magnus Carlsen left the tournament and like put a cryptic tweet out that made it seem as if Hans Niemann was cheating. Yeah. Turns out he was cheating a lot back in his chess.com days. And then online with the chat that was going on for like live streams and stuff for the chess community, somebody commented like he could have used anal beads. And then everyone was like, yeah, it could be anal beads. And then it became this thing where in interviews like with Piers Morgan and stuff, they were asking Hans Niemann if he likes to wear anal beads or not. It was just like, what kind of question is that?
He didn't answer yes or no.
He said no.
Okay.
But he said something else before that.
That's, you gotta say no right away, man. Or else you're destiny. Well, how do anal beads help you?
Well, like, so if it buzzes once, it's like A, and it buzzes 4 times, it'd be like 4, so like A4, you can be like a some sort of move to A4. So like computers will be humans. Like AI's gotten so good where you can't win a game of chess versus a computer.
Right.
So if he has access to a computer somehow that can tell him how to counteract on Magnus's moves, he can play a perfect game of chess versus whatever Magnus does. So Magnus Carlsen's like, there's no way he knew what to do with this opening and with my moves, but he seemed to have known every single correct thing to do. And then, long story short, chess.com does like some sort of fucking investigation because they have some anti-cheating technology, whatever, and they ran tests on the over-the-board game, which is like in-person chess.
Yeah.
And they were like, yeah, he didn't cheat. There's no indications of cheating.
But they didn't test the anal beads.
No, they didn't have the anal beads inside of it.
So what he's saying is that
there's no anal beads, but like this became the theory, and then he sued for defamation because everyone was saying that he had anal beads.
Yeah.
And then they settled out of court.
I know that there's no anal beads, but
okay.
What I still want to know, are they saying that anal beads, like, there was like a computer in them or something, or it's like connected, like when it moved, he would know when to move?
Right. So the tournament's being streamed somehow to an audience.
Yeah.
And so somebody in the audience could have access to the computer program, and they could be buzzing his ass.
Buzzing his ass.
Yeah. Yeah. I think we actually talked about this on Raccoon Tooties when it happened.
We did?
2 years ago, yeah.
Man, that's crazy. I don't remember that they could do that with a Sharpie, maybe. So they put a computer in an anal bead. That's the guy. You know what? The guy that said the anal bead comment, you gotta ask him some more questions.
Yeah.
We got a follow-up question for you. Are you playing chess? That makes. If you're the guy who's like, it could be an anal bead, it's like you're doing that. That guy's for sure, or a girl, is doing that to beat people in chess. I'm probably not doing very well. He just has an anal bead in there.
Yeah.
You know, who knows if it helps.
It's pretty funny, like British commentators were like, oh, I do like winning, but I don't like it that much, you know? Pretty funny.
Yeah.
A lot of older white people talking about anal beads is pretty hilarious.
And they said this in the Netflix documentary too.
Yeah, this is what the whole thing's about, basically.
Netflix and Hulu do that now, I feel. I don't think they always were so, what's the word, kind of,
Blue collar?
no, what's it, like when you're, blue, and their stuff. It started with that Hulu guy. What do you
I said blue collar.
Oh, yeah.
But blue. Shut up, dude. Shut up.
That's good. I mean, you love Gallon 24. But, so the Hulu documentary where the Fire Fest where the guy's like, and I would literally blow him or whatever the fuck it was. I never really found that funny. But that blew up, and now it's a race for what old man can say the most disgusting thing possible in documentaries.
It was in the moment, though. Like, on news broadcast during the time, it was like people on British TV being like, any abortion could have used anal beads, you know?
Whoa.
Yeah. So it wasn't like them asking them in the interview section. It was like them on, like, BBC talking about anal beads when it comes to chess.
What are they doing in England, man?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
It is weird, dude. We live in a dark, twisted world, brother. Yeah, man. It's crazy.
People are finding ways of cheating at chess that just never thought of it.
I mean, somebody should tell Michael Turner to try some anal beads while he's doing stand-up. Maybe somebody could tell him funny jokes while he's on stage through his ass. You know?
Yeah, he doesn't forget material. But it would be funny you're doing it, and he just like the butt movement makes you funny, and then you can't. Anything that makes you do well on stage, you gotta do it. You're not gonna stop doing it.
Yeah.
So then the anal bead is always gonna be in your ass.
Yeah.
Be careful about that kind of thing. Some things you don't want to know.
Yeah. And then he's like, guys, I'm not putting on the beats tonight. And he goes out and he bombs, and he's like, has a dark moment backstage. The second show's coming up, he's like, give me the beats. He makes it one joke without them.
The toughness of the bomb, too, with that is like, it wasn't just that he did bad. It's one thing to do bad. It's another thing to have the setup where you're like, they set you up making you think you're great, and then to bomb on a joke where you're talking about missing George W. Bush. Oof. It's rough. Right. It's a rough thing. But I'm here for the bounce back.
Yeah, dude, bounce back tour is happening, dude. We will not be documenting the bounce back because then this probably won't be good. We just keep looking for the bounce back every week. You gotta give them some time to bounce back, you know what I mean? Like InfoWars. You haven't seen what's happening with InfoWars?
They got taken over by Tim Heidecker.
Yeah, but Alex Jones is still out here wilding, dude.
Yeah.
It's very funny. He's talking about Tim and Eric's show, like clips from it.
I heard about that because of
Too Lazy to
Try. Yeah, it sounds insane.
And another one here of the pedophile. They're satanic fuckers. They like fucking kids and they're Satanists. Oh yeah. It's so funny with the kid there. Like, yeah, well, we know what you're doing.
That is crazy that he just can say whatever he wants.
I think it'd be cool if Mike Tyson took over Alex Jones. Like if the Onion signed on Mike Tyson to be Alex Jones.
They should. Well, yeah, they can send in anyone they want.
Yeah. But Tim Heidecker is like, that's good. But imagine Mike Tyson trying to be Alex Jones.
How would he do it?
Sandy Hook wasn't real.
But Mike
Tyson doesn't let go of the Sandy Hook thing. That's all of his coverage. He goes deep into the weeds of Sandy Hook.
Tyson is kind of flattering, right?
I'll fuck you till you love me.
If someone had Tyson play you, you'd be like, oh, they kind of like me. They got to get somebody like that no one likes.
The satanic pedophile for running this planet.
Yeah, you could do that, but then it's like people like Tyson.
True. And you want somebody like you want this to be a successful show.
That's true.
Yeah. So you're actually arguing for my point here.
What if it becomes so successful with Tyson that people start believing that again, or like not that they ever believed it, but they like
people believed it.
I know, yeah. That's why he got sued. And people that are harassing the families. But I'm saying Tyson, you hire him, they're trying to make fun of. But it backfires, and then it's like, damn, we actually have a real Infowars again.
Yeah.
And they're doing like everyone starts believing the conspiracy.
I used to jam out with this guy Dimitri. Shout out to you, Dimitri. I'm sure he's doing great. He was one of those masters types, So he stopped jamming as much because he was going to school.
Yeah.
But we used to jam all the time, and I would go over his place, and like his dad would be like, "How you doing, Victor?" Kind of old white guy.
Yeah.
And then slowly but surely, like after weeks and weeks, I noticed that his dad, we would be smoking weed out in the backyard, like smoking some weed. I'm like, "What's your dad doing?" And he's like, "Dude, my dad loves Infowars." And like, I'm like, "This is a nice guy." And keep in mind, this is when Barack Obama was president, And like, whenever I hear about Alex Jones or anything like that, I think about Dimitri's dad, dude. Because this fool like went full bore, just Alex Jones, dude. Like he's like everything he's saying is 100% true.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
And so if you like do a little punch, like of like, what about the El Paso shooting, something like this? He's just on it. He's just on it. Has all the fuck. He pulls out papers and he's like stacking them like Alex Jones does. He's like full Alex Jones-ified,
Did you ever watch it with him?
I watched him watch it more than anything because I would watch Alex Jones, but me and Josiah, my homie, it was so funny.
Yeah.
I got the world's smallest micro penis or whatever, biggest micro penis. We'd always say that to each other when we answered the phone. And then what's it called? But no, I would watch him watch it, and he was like, he's enjoying his life, dude. So it's like he's like laughing. Those fuckers are fucking satanic pedophiles, and he's into it, and he's laughing because Alex Jones is funny. Yeah, this is the trippy thing to see.
Did he? So I'm curious because I've never really talked with anybody that like fully watched it and also believed all of it. When you were talking to him, was there any kind of like the first time you realized, or he realized that you knew he watched Alex Jones? Was there anything where he's like, I kind of watch it?
No,
full on, just like the second you asked him, he was all in. He was like, really?
No, he was all in. And I wouldn't be disrespectful to somebody, especially I was at his house,
Yeah.
So I would just be like, it was so interesting to me though, because growing up, me and Josiah would like quote Alex Jones, he was hilarious, and then watching somebody like take it on like for real. I didn't have any implication of what this is gonna mean. Like that, a lot of people are doing this, at the time. I was just trying to smoke weed and play music. You know what I mean? But I always think about that now. Whenever I think of Alex Jones, I'm like, damn, dude, he took a lot of souls. My mom came back from Scotland, and I talked to her on the phone. And phone call was cut short. We were on the phone for like 30 minutes. She goes, "All right, I got to catch up with my podcasters." I was like, "Mom, what?" She goes, "Yeah, Candace is on this." Here's what she said. My mom said Candace is onto it or something like that. We still haven't found out who killed Charlie. I was like, "Are you serious?" She's like, "Yeah, we're figuring it out." I'm like, "Stop saying we." She kept saying we. I was like, "Mom, you're not doing anything. What are you talking about, we? You went to Scotland. You didn't go to France. You know what I mean?"
She was doing reconnaissance work for Candace.
Yeah. She's like, "That fucking bitch Erica Kirk did it." And you saw Drewski? Drewski's funny. She likes Drewski now because of the Erica Kirk thing? Nice. This is hilarious, dude. I'm like, wow, I gotta report this back.
That's so Baja mode. That's awesome that your mom's like one of the the characters. That's like why the two laziest talking about. Too lazy to try something like, there's people out there like Rothschild that believe everything fucking Alex Jones says or everything Candace says.
What's funny is I've been doing a lot of meditating about this recently. I'm not gonna talk about that, but no, what's it called? My mom. I've told you this before. Like she's doing it for entertainment purposes, so I think she's fucking with me too, and she knows that I'll be like, "Are you serious?" But her friends, I won't say their names because I don't want them to be confused.
Sure.
But they'll be like full bore, like real upset about something that Candace said, like implicating like Brigitte or whoever the fuck she's talking about, And then my mom will be like, it's like not real, right? Like she'll turn on them at the last second, and they're like, Rosa, what? What do you mean? Like you watch Candace too? Like they all watch it.
Yeah.
But my mom does it as like a sport. Like she likes to watch it.
That's kind of that. I feel like I can relate to that. I'm kind of like that in the group chat.
But now when she says weird, trying to figure out that, I caught her on because I was like, that's not a joke. You literally just said we are trying to figure out who killed Charlie.
I do say things like that to mess with my friends back home.
Okay.
Like I'll play whatever I can to sort of mess with them. I'll say, well, yeah, me and him are trying to get who elected, and then I'll say I'm a raper and stuff like that. But I'm not actually. They know I'm not being serious.
Yeah.
And then I go, I'm serious. But so if Rose is doing that, it's kind of similar to what I do in the chat.
You know what's funny about being a groiper? Personally, me. I'm just kidding. What's funny about the groiper thing?
Yeah.
Is that he made like some fucking roundabouts through like the fucking podcasting sphere of Dave Smith, right? Piers Morgan, Tucker Carlson. He did all the Candace Owens. He went through the fucking gambit, and he came out on the other side. And I don't care about Nick Quinton. Like he's no part of my day. But while it was happening, everyone's like, if you're agreeing with him, you're gonna become a groiper. And it's just not true. It's just like, no, I think some things that he said were true, and a lot of the things he said were funny. And obviously some of the things he said were outlandish, but also that falls in the category of funny to me. But I'm not like, I don't care about watching. I tried watching one Rumble show, and I was like, yeah, this is not. I thought it would be like Red Bar, like watching Red Bar.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? But it wasn't that. It was too serious.
I don't. Yeah, I think he's probably best in clips.
Yeah.
I don't know what the actual show is like. I don't imagine it's that great.
You're like, when I consume footage, it's clips.
Because you watch it and it's probably who knows what it is. And there's never been any fear that I'd be like, if I watch this, I'll become a groiper.
Right.
I think that's probably more the case for young guys that are easily.
Yeah.
We're set in our ways.
True.
Thankfully,
I got a Sharpie in one hand and a squirrel in the other.
You're too busy with those two. We're too set in our ways to be able to like late in life become some sort of insane Nazi, thankfully. But yeah, I don't even think I don't buy into the young people thing too. There was this guy who was telling me about he was an older guy and he was like, my friend's family, they're really worried about their son because he's really into this manosphere.
Oh fuck!
And I held my tongue because in my mind, I'm like, how do they even know that? The kid is probably not serious, and as they're talking, he's like, yeah, they went in his computer and they found this like really disturbing stuff he's been watching. And I'm thinking to myself, they went in his computer and then they told him that? That's fucked up.
He's gonna like it more.
Yeah, this is the worst way to do it. You are. It's almost as if you want to create one of these people. Yeah, you're trying to create this person. You don't do that.
Yeah.
You just, if you really are worried about that, just hang out with your kid more.
Yeah.
Show them funny AF.
No, sit them down and break their computer in front of them. You're right. Yeah, say go to the library, tell everyone in the library, make him take his shirt off and say, look how fat my stupid fucking son is. And then make him run around the library while he's wet in milk. And tar and feather him also.
That is kind of, it almost sounded like not that happened to you, but it almost sounded like break a computer in front of him. That's like, I feel like Mon's solution to almost anything.
I told you about that. He fucking dismantled my electric guitar and put all the parts of it into different bottles of water.
Dude, we might need to fucking I get it back, dude.
Check this out, dude. I'll put my dad on Piers Morgan like this. You remember that?
Oh, this is a good one.
You saw this?
Can I go back to asking you a question about your Bible?
Yes, if you want to.
Was that the one you took into court?
Yeah, the very one.
Okay. What was your thinking of taking it into court? And what you were seeing, looking at some passages, what were the relevant passages for you?
All right. Thank you for asking.
Thank you. I didn't know. It's Gene here. Child support.
This from Isaiah.
This is too much like me and you on the pod. Like, this is me, Russell, like trying to figure. You're like, you told me the thing, and I go, yes. And you look over and I'm asleep.
Take that. Be chill. Listen, chill, man.
Don't you just pick a random fucking verse after like 3 seconds? After 3 seconds, I go like John 3:16.
Not if you're Russell Brand. He always tells the truth.
Yeah, he's a truth. What's it called?
Truth teller.
Yeah.
Yeah, he never lies.
That bus is so loud. I don't like that today in the old gallery, but Rabbi just said it's the highest spot. This is from Isaiah.
This is from
Isaiah. Sorry, I was thinking about that 16-year-old I had sex with.
This is from a really good part of the Bible.
This is from the Gospel of Russell.
It's so funny to see somebody that's this religious who maybe knows less than I do about the fucking Bible. It's kind of knows shit.
Yes, that's a good thing.
Everyone remembers that boy stuck in the way. I think his name was Isaiah.
Something like this.
You mean Jonah? Yes, Jonah. Jonah was friends with Isaiah. He was inside of a tiger, a whale. Killer shark.
Killer shark. The killer shark as well. He's inside of an orca.
It says here, everyone remembers the golden rule. Okay? Hold on a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. Give me a second. It's in Isaiah. Somewhere. The book is called The Holy, but it begins with a B.
Put the bubble right to this.
Babylon. No, not Babylon. No.
It's a really interesting question you ask. It appears in the eye reminds me of what's his name? He's a prophet around the year 0. He said some. What's his name? What was his name?
This is what being too horny can get you.
Yeah.
You're too horny, this is what happens.
Yeah, whenever you're thinking about hitting your own, just look at this face.
That's why it's safe to be in the hentai NSFW chat room. Outside of there, keep it together, guys.
Yeah.
You know, call the room where you have someone in there who you can call daddy, ask advice, safe. Watch hentai porn.
Yeah.
Okay, we jack off to it.
Yeah. He's still like,
Yes, get more water.
It doesn't even, it's so small.
The word that the
That's
verse
the
that I was
Bible's got those kind of terrible pages.
yeah, it is a Bible because no page turns like a Bible. You know, that's why when you start reading, you can't stop turning. You know what I mean? It's just like a page turn.
And he's read the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, especially the book of.
I call this book the Book of Russell.
I said that. You said no. You did that earlier. I was trying to do the bit where I forgot what the book was called, and I think you really thought I was looking for the name.
He says he calls it the Book of Russell to like make it up for what did you say?
No, yeah, you're right. Yeah, it's not in the Bible necessarily. It's something I thought of yesterday.
that day was not meant. I can't actually find the verse that I had that day. But this is good enough. This is from Isaiah 12.
I like how they cut that before the verse.
He had to gadoosh him one last time.
I feel like it's important to know what the thing is that he's about to say. He looked for so long.
Yeah. I mean, I want to pay off.
Yeah. What do you think about this? You're saying you're proud of him and all that he's accomplished.
I mean, you know, he's He is exactly what you think he is. The Bears are who we thought they were.
Yeah. Looking at some apps.
I feel like maybe in the beginning he was having other people write stuff for him or something, because his books are hilarious. The Bookie Wook and the thing, and then he was great in those movies, the beginning, and then he just lost it, and also was, I guess, doing terrible things outside of it.
Yeah, I mean,
It's like funny.
I agree with that. I think he's gone off the handle. I enjoyed watching some of his content on YouTube. Not gonna lie to you, but there's a point where I said stop recommending this channel. You know, I can't tell you what that point was, but I was like, whatever. It's kind of, I like the pacing of it. Like his pacing is really good. Not when he's getting interviewed with Piers Morgan because he's got no pacing, but
Yeah.
you can tell though with this, like with Too Lazy's coverage of it and whatnot, like he's just like I don't know, he's just like full of himself, dude. He
Yeah.
thinks like I can find a way out of this, but you literally said on a podcast that you had sex with a 16-year-old. It's not the best look. You saw that?
No.
Oh come on, dude. We'll pull that one up real quick. That was like a major clip.
I just don't understand how you can go from being like the goofy, funny British guy to what he tried to be before he was canceled, like the intellectual, like rebel, just, and then a Buddhist giving, it's really important to be in nature and think about like what has God given me. I was a Buddhist, now I'm a Catholic, now I'm a Protestant. It's my relationship with Jesus is the same as I had with Buddha. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude?
So first of all, the context of this, the 16-year-old schoolgirl accuses Brand of sexual assault, forced his penis down her throat and made her choke, only stopping after she punched him in the stomach.
Bye.
So
What up, Miss Aquarius?
Context to this, but yeah, so check this out, too.
In Europe, and
How are you?
Yeah, waiting on my
the
Instagram.
age of consent
And
is
it's
16.
cooking that chicken and rice. What you up
Sleep
to?
with a 16-year-old.
Programming Robots just had somebody with whom I did a podcast earlier this week in here, and we're doing another one on Sunday, so that's cool.
Consent
What,
for
a
sex,
podcast?
actually, with a
Yeah.
variety of people, when there is a strong power differential, as there is when
Supposed to
you're a
rain
famous
tomorrow,
man
but
that has the
it looks
ability to
like
attract
all
women
day.
that I had at that time. I think
I'll be here at
involves
the house.
exploitation. I think it
Very
is
well.
exploitative. I recognise that my sexual
Thank you
conduct
for
in the
that
past
message.
Oh, you're
was
welcome,
I
Miss
hadn't
Aquarius.
saw it yet.
You are
Thank you.
loved.
I did not
I
apply
care
enough
about you, and I
consideration,
love having you as my
barely any, I
friend.
suppose, really, to how that sex was affecting other people.
Appreciate you. Real sweet.
Oh man.
I love it here. I love being in here.
We love having you in here.
I love
This guy
me and
sucks.
Brandon. I love me and J-Ski.
Oh.
Riser,
I mean,
Boo,
it's not funny.
There
and
you go.
everybody else.
I think it is funny
Excellent.
to be on a show saying that you had sex with a 16-year-old and to rationalize it.
Well, great family here. See?
Yes, ma'am.
Including me.
Word, girl.
Right, about to find some YouTube stuff and look at. I'll be here though, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
The fact. Oh, it's like, well, it sounds so bad with that context. It would be like, I did when I was 13, murder a child. But at the time, it just sounds like that. I was behind the creation of a poison that killed many, many toddlers. I did force a group of elderly women to work on a railroad at 100-degree temperature when I was 30. But I was a different 30-year-old back then. And honestly, I was abandoned my boy.
But a lot of talk was happening about. I don't know why my British accent's so bad today. A lot of talk is happening about me having sex with a 16-year-old. But what's not talked about as much is the fact that I was 13.
Or he says the exact same thing. He's like, a lot is talked about, well, having sex with younger women or whatever it is. But it's not talked about a lot.
Jesus.
Like, he goes right into the fucking, I'm trying to spread a message about love and God and being righteous, And people will not stop talking about what I with a 16-year-old when I was 30 years old, which is always different.
Ni Delta, ni 5G. He 16, 30 years old. But if he turns to the side, I
can never remember what parts of the Bible I liked, but I'll tell you this: I remember what I did when I was 30. Vividly. And the African people that I threw off the train when it was going over a mountain, I apologize for that. I pushed them off one by one.
And those were children.
Children and families. Whole families, actually. I laughed. I remember laughing, but I was 30.
But it wasn't this 54-year-old laughing. It was a 30-year-old.
I said, please don't push me off the train. Why are you doing this? You told us we were going to a comedy show. And I laughed and I pushed them all off the train and they fell to their death.
Yeah, 30. And there's so many clips of Megyn Kelly saying, if he had sex with a 16-year-old, I am done with him. And then here he is on the show literally saying exactly that. And it wasn't like if he had non-consensual sex with a 16-year-old. It was like, period. If you fucked a 16-year-old, I'm done with that. And in the show where she has him on, she's like, you know, I didn't really read everything about it. But there's literally a show where she's reading everything about the case. Being like, this guy's disgusting. And then has him on and has like a fun piece for him to talk.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of problems.
Well, so many people have been accused of this stuff.
There really is like taking notes, like, oh, so he just said that. He's watching all these clips. He's like, no, he's like, he's like, he likes to see the reaction. But I was just 40.
The way Russell ran into her.
That's where the world's headed, dude. Yeah, it's nuts.
Kristen Liège and Bobby Althoff are going on a comedy tour.
Sounds like a joke.
Russell Brand, Russell Crystal. Who are you going to see tonight? Oh, going to a great show. Russell Brand, Kristen Liège, and Bobby Althoff.
Ryan Callen, Herbert to be shown.
It's funny though, if like that was the step to like, Brian Callen's not going to say, like, when Brian Callen shows up, you're like, oh my god, I would never.
That's Brian Callen to roll up the Bible. He just went on to big buzz.
The Bible birds, Ellen.
Oh my god, this guy left me 3 more messages.
Luscious.
Yeah, Luscious, sorry. I think he got mad that we accused him of being drunk, so the phone number is 775-557-8667. Somebody please check up on Tony Soprano. He doesn't have called in a couple weeks. It's 775-557-TMOS. And we'll play your take on the show like this.
This is rude, and I'm listening, sorry. You couldn't play my voicemail if there were no transcripts to read? Read a book, bitch! Voicemail. You listen to voicemail because audio is king, right? You can even take your shirt off if you want, Gerardo. But the one time I leave a long-ass message, the one time, air in a puddle when I left this message.
I pumped the air in a puddle.
I don't know what that was, but everything else was very trendy.
Very good, very good. He wants us to play the 3 minutes, but like it says the transcript not available, and it's 3 minutes, and that's the limit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Let's try one of those from a couple weeks ago.
So I don't even know if the call just dropped or I recorded for too long. I don't really care. But let's just say sorry in case Lewis, in case he didn't get the first time. He didn't get the first time. This won't completely make sense, but I don't care.
And he goes to 3 minutes.
The Sharpies. Ronaldo can make Sharpies, and the cool thing is, so here's what you do.
Right.
Every Sharpie will have a different name or word that starts with a G. And that way, it'll all be random, but someone can randomly get, whoever gets the actual, I don't know, Sharpie.
Joey's a huge one. The biggest one might be Joe. Joey's a huge one. I have an actual. Like busting
We have to
boys.
mispronounce it.
Taylor, like, it's like your show. We have to have Joe. Otherwise, don't press on my shows.
Yeah, because I can do understand that you also take your thing and go like,
Like, no. Like, you have to like them.
I don't want to say the best part because I'm going to decide it's the best part of the life is the chat. But the really good part of the life is the chat. Like, there's, like I said, I'm not great with the Japanese, but in the chat, they bring it and they're hilarious. It's like their homework.
Jimmy, insane.
You already got the subreddit, you already got the memes, you're already getting people involved with these voice bumps, voice messages.
He's legit
Involved with assignments. They will be very funny and they will send them to you. They will do them. They will be great content. And you just scoop up the bag. I know you're not numbers guys, but like, you get people involved. Like the Tom's House kind of shit. You guys will do it better because it's Timos, the Chicago style. So like,
It's very well written.
tell people, get them to record, I don't know, them taking orders in a drive-thru with Japanese. Get them to record them talking to their significant other with Japanese. Get them to, and then you mix in some of the Timo stuff, like, I mean, some of the raccoon tweeting stuff.
I like that. I'm sure he's just going to say the same idea the last 30 seconds there. I like that idea. The problem that you face in trying to do that, by the way, sorry for not showing gratitude for your last message. I appreciate you. Let's just say sorry. We also sound like you're being squeezed the whole time you're talking. It's like Brian Callen's holding you. I want to squeeze it. But the problem with that is that anonymity. People that follow us love their anonymity. You know what I mean? Like, people on Changs don't like being known that they're Changsers.
I see that, yeah. So, I don't know. Try to get Bobby Altop on our show.
The worst ever. Let's see what else he says here. This is short.
Yeah, but for real though,
That's the whole message.
That's good.
Yeah, well, for real though. And then let's see this last one here.
yeah, but for real, I'm serious about not scooping up the bag. You got great people in your chat. I think but don't play this one. This one's just for you.
Oh, okay, got you. Sorry. Don't play this one. And usually when they say don't play it, we don't edit it out, but we love you, dude. You're awesome. Great stuff.
Love the good advice there. I liked it. Funny.
But yeah, join our Patreon. I recently did the Sandbaggers. I did record a 4th Sandbaggers, but I don't think I'll put that one out because we talked too much about stuff we shouldn't talk about.
Oh, wow.
Timmy, and great guy. Never met him. But yeah, check out the Patreon. We did a podcast last week where we did a TFAT K style Q&A.
Yep.
And a lot of people sent in questions from where they're from, and they were mentioning the hentai chat a lot.
That's right. We did a Q&A episode like TFAK, and then early access of 10 minutes of shop as always. So
Yes.
see you next week.
Legit, man.
It's not my favorite time of the week when you get to hear Papa try to speak. Really surprised today. You better watch 10 minutes of shop. Welcome back to 10 minutes of shop. Thanks for tuning in. As always, join the Patreon, join the Reddit, join the Discord. On our Patreon, you get early access of this show, but that is not why you're here. No, it's not. You're here to watch 10 minutes of shop. So start the timer, play the chip, man.
You just showed your whole phone.
Aw.
Yeah, come on.
God damn it.
Yeah, start the timer for real. We know you're just phoning it in this week, dude. There you go. You just started. That's all you guys like.
You saw the timer start.
Yeah. Alrighty, let's see what we got on Chang's this week, dude. How's your Chang's week going, dude?
You know, I haven't really been checking with Chang's a lot this week.
So you're depressed?
Yeah, it's, I've been hyper focused on my side business. Calci, yes, and truck stuff. Truck business.
I like your hat.
Thank you. Yeah, I just got this from, our favorite business.
Oh, did you do that thing you said you were going to do?
Dude, I tried.
Oh,
Yeah.
what happened?
Well,
You want to tell the audience what?
sure. So we've been trying to, if you guys remember, there's the Drive Fast All Gas website, and they have the pictures of all these people that have bought the merch, and they write really fun, cool stuff about the merch that they bought. And I wanted to do that because I bought merch. We bought merch.
Yeah.
We had this hat. There's another Drive Fast All Gas hat that we own. We own it as a team. And I looked, and I looked through my emails, and they have these like old emails where it's like review our product.
Yeah.
You click on it, and that link is dead because we bought it so long ago. So I think we need to buy a new thing, and then they'll let us do it. But buying another thing of merch from
Well, I want more golden hour jackets. Do you have those?
No, sadly, this is a collector's item now.
Yeah.
Golden hour jackets.
Some girl was like, I like the jacket. She doesn't know anything about this world. She goes, that's not loud. She's like, I like the jacket, but
This is some money you got to cut.
let me finish what I'm saying. Then you'll cut her out.
Yeah.
She goes, I like the jacket, but why do you have two?
If you like it, what is it? Yeah, because once you're, I mean, what do you mean? You like it, but why do you have two? Because if one gets stayed, no. I like you like it.
Not for people.
Yeah.
All right, let's go. Chang's here. Start the timer. Play the Chang clip. So, new brother 6308 posted this one, tiny in all caps. Brendan Sharp is still dating his Brendan Sharp.
Yeah. It's a weird. Does he have a toothbrush in his mouth? Yeah.
Just don't have something in your mouth.
I wonder who. I think we probably asked last time, but like, whose idea was it? Or did he require convincing? Or
I will say this, dude. Saw some spicy comments.
yeah.
Why does it fit him so well?
It's his. Yeah. He had this in his closet. She's like, why don't you put on that in your leotard?
Oh, my jammies?
That is so funny. This is his jammies because it helps him sleep.
Why does it fit him so well, dude? Why are his muscles like perfect in this thing? That's not a woman's leotard.
How did they even find it? Did they order it on Amazon? That would be a funny thing to get their Amazon history, all the redacted shit they wear. If you see shop at an Amazon return thing, that'd be. I don't know why that's funny, but that'd be so funny to me. You see him, he's trying to stick like this into the return thing, it won't fit. I bet shop often he's like unable to fit the returns in. The code doesn't work. He's like holding up the QR code for some other website. They're like, sir, that's a McDonald's QR code. Whatever. I bet you I will get it. I bet you I will return this Amazon. They're like, what? What?
Slow Joe definitely just gets buzz balls off Amazon. Just different colored buzz balls. You know, right?
That's not, what's it? I'm sorry, I'm pretending like I don't know. What's a buzzball?
Oh, it's like that Latina thing. When you're spicy, you get a buzz ball. It's like a little ball. You know those balls at pots? You know the balls at like liquor stores? They're called buzz balls.
Oh, no.
Or liquor.
Oh, fuck. Man, she works.
She just goes on Amazon and gets buzz balls.
It could be. That would explain the content.
Yeah. She's fucked up. Yeah. All right, let's see what we have. I'll cut that part out. This is okay. That's very loud. Okay, have you seen this?
No.
Dave Oz66 posted this. Dude, that's Daddy's number. Cosplay at the rodeo. That was pretty great. We can watch this probably 30 times. We don't need the music. I don't want this to get confused. Yeah. I'm just looking for the shit. Why is it leaving the hot dog, Eddie? You know? Oh, it's time for skits and bits. What do you think? You're so quiet. I thought you were
I'm taking it in. So it's the same thing over and over again, his reaction, but he's doing a bit, right? He's doing the classic hilarious face, right? He's on camera, so he's turned it on because he's always on. And this is the best he has. He looks young. It's like aging. It looks like
gracefully.
Yeah, it's depending on the day, he has a different. This day he actually he's younger. He usually looks older.
Crystal is he's the worst.
Crystal sees this and he goes, like the Joker laugh. And this body is starting to look like the Joker too. All these guys have horrible things happen to them.
This guy's realizing, oh fuck, I'm on change right now.
I'm here with Brendan Trump.
Yeah, so that's Daddy's outfit.
He's got the bandana on too. I'll give him this too. He's also somebody who's gonna do the bit. The bit of dressing up like a cowboy or whatever it is. Brendan's like, I'm not putting that on. He's never once said that. I'm not putting that on. That's something you just won't do.
Seriously, the liver. Yep. This is big, like 5'4" in, you know? Doesn't he look shorter?
He does look smaller, yeah. He's got the smaller guy face on.
But bandana makes you look short. I don't think a 6'2" cowboy is wearing bandana.
This face, it looks like a guy that you could beat up. No, this is not the intimidating guy. It looks like you caught him doing like something bad. Like a kid caught him trying to steal cookies or something. Did you eat the cookies?
Snorting at you.
Did you DM the baddies again?
Alright, here we go. Crippling anxiety and depression just hang in the green room. Posted by the old dude nothing. Yeah, this is a great video. I think it was 2 minutes too dry. Did a good video on this. So yeah, gotta check that out. Video on Joe Rogan. It might have been American Redact or Podcast Green. You know,
The three greats.
the Ninja Goats.
They're like, they're the most important people right now.
They are.
They're Siskel Ebert. Looks like we're at three things, three amazing.
Andrew Tate, Sneeko, Myron Daly. Alright, let's go.
Last night in the green room, it was Shane, Ron White, Tony Hinchcliffe, Brian Simpson, Assad Ahmad, Derek Poston. We were just laughing and laughing. It's so fun. And everyone's going on stage and fucking tearing it up. It was exciting. Oh no, man, gotta get you up with your present son. You're losing good marbles. You think I am? Come hang out with us. Just chill out here. Just chill out at the mothership tonight. I don't want that.
Oh yeah, yeah. I wonder what that would be like. For them, it probably is great. Just for us that don't really get it, a bunch of redacts we don't understand. It's not for us. They're playing on a different. There's levels to this shit. We're on like whatever level we're on. They're 4D chess.
I don't know, Cooney, because my doctor the other day said that I was going to have to take some medication. And I was like, dude, but I'm in the mothership. And he was like, oh, my bad, bro. His name was Jamal. He was an Asian man.
Asian man.
Yeah.
Well, that makes sense. It's like instead of Pagliacci, it's the mothership green room. But I am the mothership green room.
Okay.
So that was fucking dude. I don't know what I mean.
Dude, what are you doing, bro?
You can always say it was in telegraph.
Yeah, dude. That's why it's here.
That's how you know how hard Brendan bombed. Because there's like 5 buttons.
I'll push 5 buttons and I'll remember longingly the dolphin sound.
Unscathed.
Yeah, that's why I left it.
One usual 4460 posted this. Gotta love how her weight journey is documented with pics of her. Feel bad for a leopard in Minneapolis. Weight journey. She just looks the same. She has a fat fucking ass. We get it.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with either one.
This is a hair journey. You changed your hair.
Yeah, it's the same person, virtually identical.
Is she 50 years old? How old is she?
I don't know.
Can we just talk about this picture for a little while?
You horny dog.
You horny Pete. Shout out to you, Slojo. We were wishing the best for you. Give me some buzz balls.
Oh shit.
Here we go. Favorite time of the week, dude. What happens next? Part 25. His Chris Lives has been on a streak.
Yeah, I'm happy that there's always that. It's a fun time.
You can see this one's a short one.
And he's got to be, there must be something really amazing about him. I was at a gym one time in Hollywood and they kicked everybody out because he came in with his crew. No way. And like, what'd you do?
Dude, no way. Turns out he's a fan. No way. Bob Profusely makes sense.
I think he did his opinion.
Both are so funny. Baba is like, nah, I'm not doing it.
Grease me up, daddy.
I like him, the idea of him not leaving. He's like, I got fucking a few more cents.
And like, what'd you do? You hit him with a bar. No, I refused to leave. Nice. And they let me stay. But then they eyeballed me for the rest of the time.
That voice. All counting for the rest of the time. Dye does that a lot. Jeff Dye.
Did you ever think of voting Republican? That's Jeff Dye.
And then I was like, women are a bitch.
Yeah. I thought, dudes are cooler without hair.
Actually, toupees are awesome.
Do you really need listeners on a podcast? His eyes are great. We should start doing more bits like that. Bill Cosby.
Oh yeah. He learned from other greats.
Yeah. On the PDD.
Either one is so bad in hindsight.
I think it is like the PDD of comedy.
I wonder what he means by that.
He's a hype man, and he also slathers baby oil on newcomers.
I'm the P. Diddy of comedy.
It just sounds so bad.
Chris Lives was like, we don't need the explanations.
He's like, he says things wrong, but he also says things that in the future will be even more funny. Like he's incredible. He's that guy.
In what fucking sense?
Okay, that looks dangerous.
No, it's lit. You went to the concert, didn't say.
You went? XJ.
It's definitely XJ.
That red shirt.
That looks dangerous. No, it's lit. You went to the concert, didn't say. You went? My brother did.
So that's another did. What? Oh man.
Dude, why does he do this to himself?
I don't know. I mean, my brother. That's not the craziest thing, but just the fact that he always.
It's always something.
Yeah, he always says something about Jay. Jay. Jay is like his guy. Jay, in reality, Jay is his handler. You know, we always talk about like Brendan Schaub is a handler. Jay is Brendan Schaub's handler.
Maybe what if he went with a girl, and so he realized, I'm sitting on public right now. You know, my wife's gonna ask me about the concert that I definitely went to. You know.
Yeah, that's also a possibility. Jay just gets blamed for everything that he does. Jay is his alibi. XJ is anytime he's wrong because he knows Jay will fix it. It's not nice.
Per person. They keep tagging me because said, I'm not on social media. I don't have social media. I have people running for me. I'll check in, but I said, I'm not on social media. I don't have social media. I have people running for me. I'll check in, but whatever. I don't see anything.
Thanks for replying to me, though.
Yeah, of course.
I slid into your DMs, dog.
Thanks for replying to me, though. I don't check it.
Yeah. Why call him out like that, man?
Mortgage needs LLC. Is that what this whole podcast is about? Like, you need a mortgage. He needs a mortgage.
Yeah, I hope he learned something on this episode so he can use it now.
Dude, that'd be so funny if there was a coffee cake on the table.
What? I am white as shit, Dallas. Yeah.
Mark's got that Diet Coke on him, dude. This is before Papa was into Diet Coke. What if Papa got into Diet Coke after letting go of Mark?
It's facts.
Wow, it's his last attachment to him, dude. He's like, he cries drinking Diet Coke. I love you, Mark.
And Mark started drinking Diet Coke after me.
Yeah, because you're a veteran. So my whole family's military. No, right?
Because you're a veteran, my whole family's military. He's in the military.
He has some sort of thing on his social media that tells him if it's military people.
I guess.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's real supportive.
This is your face after yours.
What? That makes sense.
Brian said he couldn't tell, and then he was filming The Hangover 2 out there, and he was in a bar, and this lady was dancing. He's like, man, she is bad. He's like, they're on the dance floor making out, and he's drunk. And they go in the back room, he's like, what, dude? He's like, we're making out.
It's a handful of nuts. I wish there was more boner alerts. They did it once.
Yeah. We kept it alive for a long time.
It's hard when you don't hear it all the time. I want to hear more boner alerts.
Yeah, but it's so redacted that even they won't do it. That's how redacted it is. But they did do it once.
You're like, boner alert!
Yeah, we do it all the time.
Yeah.
They're not redacted enough.
Dude, he's like, we're making out. Oh, yeah. If I go down, I just get a handful of nuts. And I go, what'd you do? He goes,
Kept making it.
What'd you do? He goes, I don't want to hurt her feelings, so I kept making out with her. I was like, yeah. Patriot, vampire, nationals, mental retard, eugenicist, a scared man, really, retard, traitor, vampire, slow, slowses.
I like that.
Yeah.
They got it. They should do that with Ching chefs like Danny Kaufman,
Icarus lives.
yeah. John Africa.
Do you want to talk about what Mark was texting us the other day?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Yeah, dude. Mark was texting us that Slow Joe's alleged brother was going Baja mode on him, dude.
Yeah, out of nowhere, apparently, allegedly, Slow Joe's brother was like texting Mark saying that he sucks and he's like a loser and like should stop going on podcasts.
Yeah.
But Mark had, in quintessential Mark form, there were 5 responses to one, and just gadooshing the guy. But the guy was so annoying. It's a classic, annoying commenter in text form.
Yeah.
Like, oh, you're really out here doing that, huh? That looks good. Not like smiley, laughing face.
A lot of smiling, laughing faces.
Yeah.
And then when he's making a sarcastic comment, crying faces.
Yeah. Wow, real unbothered, smiley face, laughy face.
He said, this is allegedly Slow Joe's brother speaking. Funny how this whole interaction just proves how emotionally unintelligent you really are, laughy face. I was never stressed. M dash might be ChatGPT.
Emotionally unintelligent.
I was never stressed and never will be. Meanwhile, B has clearly been living rent-free in that empty head of yours, Gadoosh. And jumping straight to violence, which we all know Mark jumped straight to violence.
Yeah, same here, dude. Same here.
Your first response was, that's a lot of violence in the DNA of this chat or whatever. That's not tough, that's just unhinged. You might want to ease up on the steroids or whatever you're taking. It's got you raging for no reason. Crying emoji. This is what I'm talking about. He does a lot of the crying emojis.
This guy sounds like someone's grandma.
Yeah.
And that empty head of yours. And then, have you ever told somebody that they're emotionally unintelligent on text? Like another guy? What?
And he says, let's be real. If I was actually in front of you, you wouldn't do a damn thing. I don't think does that.
No, I don't think so.
He lifts cars.
Yeah.
Should we remind him? You know. What's really funny is I reached out once, and you're still going. That says way more about you than it does about me. Anyway, enjoys those guest spots on low budget podcasts, which, by the way, major offense taken.
Yeah. Now you got two problems.
Yeah, dude, you got a big problem.
But I hope you're not in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Because I'll fuck you up. I'll twist your neck off, dude.
Push the button, okay?
I will snap his fucking neck.
Yeah, we get it. I have a show about 10 minutes to shop. It's a low budget thing. I get all that. Okay, but at the end of the day, this is not social media. This is real. I will fuck you up. Okay? If you come into a room and I'm in that room, I'm leaving. I don't know if you're leaving. Okay? I'm leaving that room. I'm going to be fine. All right? See, Clint, stay with me. I will fuck. What are you going to do? What are you going to do, Gabe?
Yeah, ask your friends how it went for them, dude.
Yeah. Ask fucking Shab how it went for him, dude. All right? Ask Brian Callen how it's going for him. You want this? You don't want this. Okay? Ever heard of it? You're going to the hospital.
And I will say, Mark did not disappoint with the amount of replies. I'm like, no way. Mark's not going to reply 35 times. If I was the brother of Slojo, allegedly, I'd be like, I regret this whole thing. Why did I reach out to Mark?
Why are you reaching out?
Yeah.
It's a very weird move to reach out to the former employee of your sister's husband. Like, what?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm sure you're unbothered by it. You're very bothered by it. Otherwise, you wouldn't have sent so many texts.
They're all just spicy. Let's keep that in mind. You know?
Yeah, it's a spicy thing.
But Mark's like, oh, hold my beer. You're spicy, dude. Check this out. I'll fuck your whole family up, dude.
That's true. And I would too.
The face you make when you are defaulting on all your assets. Okay, that's a rough transition there. Post my big battle 9416. We don't wish any ill will on these two here.
No, I want all the success possible.
It's a weird way to hold your arm around another man. You know? Do you think he's wearing the leotard right now?
It's possible, I guess.
He's crushing Diet Cokes, dude.
They're always eating food out of like that. It's always a paper. This is how most of shop meals get eaten. It's in like a to-go stadium container.
Anything that reminds him of Erewhon.
Oh yeah, that too.
He wants anything Erewhon.
Not a lot of cooking going on in the shop house.
Yeah. A lot of eating out. Okay, here we go. Wake up. We need more banger content from the shops. Just dropped big battle at 9416. Him and a leotard. We don't need to see it all.
Solid.
Yeah. Butters 16666. I think I put too many sixes, but I genuinely feel like I figured it out, guys. This looks like Voldemort from the first or second movie. Great observation. Wow.
Yeah, the back. He's getting old. You know, it comes for all of us, Father Time.
Maybe that's why he can't get rid of any of his friends, because they're all his Horcruxes.
Joe Rogan kills Harry Potter. Tries to fucking kill him. If he's Voldemort, who's Harry Potter?
Hanskin.
Okay. Tony Hinchcliffe is the Draco.
Yeah.
Of course, right?
I'm alone.
Maybe Shab is I'm the guy. Who's the guy that says I'm a wizard, Harry? I'm a wizard, Harry. You're a wizard, Harry.
Hagrid. Yeah, like it's Bert Kreischer. Oh, yeah, you're right. Shop too.
Oh man.
Dumbledore is Joey Diaz or somebody old. Jimmy Dore.
There's got to be a good guy, right?
Dumbledore, Jimmy Dore. Yeah. Or you also got to be gay.
Oh, Dumbledore's. That's right. A wise gay man in comedy. There's probably plenty of those.
Yeah. Gay men are hilarious.
That's true. I can't think of any off the top of my head.
You know what they do in their free time, right?
Comedy.
Papa with the smallest dick. We've already seen this.
I don't want to say it again.
You know?
Not really.
Oh, okay. Just real quick. We can stop it right away. Yeah. There's no chance that's for her. It's a huge leotard. She wears the tightest clothes of all time. You know?
Yeah.
R Word having trouble selling tickets. Posted by Savage712. No. That's so sad. But fuck it, dude. We ball, baby.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like when Chop went to that Oklahoma or Arkansas club, you know?
Yeah.
They gotta fucking move the thing. You're not big, you're not draw.
You're not a
I
draw.
don't know you right here.
Okay. Do you mind if I do some research while you talk to the audience?
The Sooners are playing, okay? Anywhere Brian goes, the guy's like, Sooners are here. Okay, I'll let them Sooners. Right? Nobody knows who you are. All right, you didn't say that. You didn't say that.
If you're lucky, a tornado will throw a couple people in here for you.
All right, this here's Flappers, okay? This is big leagues. All right? You're in Burbank, okay? You're not in, like, one of them other places that don't have big draws, okay? We gotta sell out the show. Burbank, you gotta compete. You gotta compete with, a lot of, like the downtown. A lot of people just come here because they want to go to a Shake Shack, all right? You're not Shake Shack.
Okay, so I'm looking up the tickets here, and they're not free. But this is for the Irvine Improv this weekend.
Oh, yeah. Well, the Irvine Improv's probably going to have, like, a bigger act.
Yeah.
We should go.
I'm down. Friday or Saturday, dude. I got a show Saturday, but a special event. What's so special about it? Is this the one that's free? Let's see. Oh, no, these cost money. He's going to be in Chicago.
It seems I have $30 seems like a lot to say right now.
That's too much, dude. Give me $10, I'm down.
Is it just him headlining? That's the show?
Yeah. That's horrible. He's probably got a fire opener like that one guy.
Oh,
Yeah, that white guy that works a lot.
oh, yeah.
Yeah. Big dude. Brian Callen at the Improv, Hollywood. Okay, yeah.
Who's buying that? To have him go out and be like, like, I don't know, I'm lifting and I'm old, but like I'm hot. Yeah. My phone is like controlling my life.
That would be great if I took a chick to go see Brian Callen. And I just act like it was my favorite comic of all time.
Maybe she'd ignore it.
She'd be okay with it. I'll tell you one thing. I don't care what happens. Next week's podcast is going to be neat.
Yeah, you'd have a lot to talk about.
Yeah.
That's the narrative.
I would definitely wear like glasses and a mustache though. Just in case. I don't want to die on Friday night. Beast of a Mom posted by Williams DJ01. Now these kids need fucking Easter baskets. This shit just never stops.
Yeah, I mean, that's not the first time I've ever heard.
No, it's pretty funny. And when I saw this, I liked it. As you can see down here. Pretty good. Granted, she didn't make it.
No, it's not.
Reposted. Yeah. The scam got Rinks explained. Okay, so you know about the scam thing?
No.
You'll do nothing posted this. Basically, Brian Callen fell for a scam where Amy Poehler was wanting him on her podcast.
Really?
Yeah. And people are alleging that that's when he started getting really sad. Yeah.
Let's start with the email. Let's actually read this email. A candid conversation on comedy and culture.
This is the episode where Tim Dillon didn't fat himself.
Oh, okay.
He put those huge tits on.
Could do
So
so.
someone sends this email. Greetings, Tim. I hope this finds you well. My name is Julia, and I handle guest bookings for Amy Poehler, host of the Good Hang podcast. On the show, so immediately I'm like, wait, what?
Well, I'm supposed to do Amy Poehler's podcast. Did I tell you about that? So I'm supposed to do Amy Poehler's podcast in LA. Yeah, her assistant reached out. And, she was like, "Hey, we'd love to have you on Storytelling Amy."
Dude, this is hard to watch. Not even the name of the podcast.
How could he think that that's possible?
Oh, God.
That Amy Poehler would have him on his show? Why?
He's like this. Okay, I was like, I was ready. Nobody heard that.
Just delusional to the extreme, just, I don't know.
Yeah, it's a big podcast.
Yeah, big podcast. Amy Poehler, and I know Amy from back in the day. I love Amy.
I love doing
I love Amy. I've known Amy for many years. I haven't talked to her in a long time, but I love her.
Here's what's sad about this. This is being emailed to people that are so excited to get booked on this show. Because of the state of LA right now and how these people haven't worked in a while, and but they still have a home and they're paying a mortgage, but they're looking at the money in the bank. The hourglass is turned over and it's getting less and less every month. And
Because we're gonna actually, I found out it was gonna be a Zoom first, because she does it with so you'll have somebody comes on, on the internet and then talks about the person there. And I was like, it's a surprise. It was probably like a friend of mine. So I was like, okay, great. So they have to make sure that your camera is all, and
Oh my god, so embarrassing. Jen, cut this part out.
Is it even embarrassing at this point, though? Because, okay, in my mind, it stops getting embarrassed after you do it wasn't even only, it was like Pornhub podcast or whatever he did. What was that? Was it Pornhub?
Someone Bang Bus.
Yeah, so it literally was something like that. He like literally did the Bang Bus podcast.
Taxi
Dude, he fucking, the Bang Bus picked him up on the street. The Bang Bus picked him up. Brian Callen did do a podcast, and he thought he was gonna get fucked. And he was so happy they didn't fuck him. They just did a podcast. But dude, after you do that, bits aside, I really like that. That's as embarrassing as it gets almost. So him falling for a prank that Amy Poehler is somebody he knew, just a mean prank. Yes, it would have been embarrassing had he not done the Bang Bus already. If he didn't have a Bang Bros credit, if he didn't have a Mike and Brazil credit, dude, then he wouldn't. Then he would be embarrassed. Yeah. But that's just nothing to him. He let another man hit him with a fucking whip, dressed as a cow.
Oh my god.
So that's nothing.
Keep in mind, you got those wrinkles done, whatever that eye surgery thing is,
Yeah.
right before Crystalina went down, dude. And then he went down months later. So that's what his trajectory was before all this. It's like, I'm getting my eyes done, I'm fucking... Dude, he's probably still planning on going on the Bang Bus. I'm gonna look fabulous on the Bang Bus, dude. Name of the episode is Brian Callen tries the Bang Bus.
Ryan Callen's like on My Friend's Hot Mom, like he's like his wife gets fucked by some kid. Ryan's gonna start doing cameos in porn.
Welcome back to the Bang Bus podcast. We're here with Brian Callahan.
Dude, he's talking to shop. I'm getting some stuff. I'm getting on some stuff. I'm on this very successful OnlyFans person's site. They're fucking a guy, and I'm like in the room with them. And yeah, it's been rough. Why would they even want him?
They're like, Brian, how you doing today? He's like, you ever pick up a guy with thighs?
Brian's on the. This is too far. I'm gonna go too far. Brian's on one of the OnlyFans chicks thing, and then he's sitting there, and then some fucking guy comes in his face.
That's the break.
How far out? It's not even a break. He knew it was gonna happen. How far is it removed from a guy hitting you with a thing? Like maybe he's dressed in the cow thing. Yeah. All right.
Some guys.
I can't believe I say
Assless chaps
sorry.
coming on.
said, as a consequence, that for a swell, it's so for you to swell for this part. It doesn't have to be special purpose. I'm going to find it. It's not a double letter, really. If you look at Love Milk, it makes a Dutch baby with other people. But a person says, I'm really a lifa, so I think you have to bring home salt. Like you have to bring home the buttermilk. So I would think that just like you bring the white rice, you got all the milk of other milk. It says in the Torah you bring the together with salt. You know what happened before the Torah says you bring the together. Let's bring frankincense together with the not the butter or the pesos. You have to bring this. I don't care what jar you bring. You have to bring it from your home. I would think that the salt does come from the home. Oh, you clap a little bit, you learn a little bit. Then I'll have a little bit of that. That's the same as the second. You have to bring a little together with salt. However, it says also by them or other people of the age, that wood. How you gonna burn it? You wood. Where do you get the wood from? I ate fish and seafood, which the Gemara is going to tell us later on. I don't know this, but it's significant. That you don't have to schlep wood in the midst of it. Wood, they're going to provide you wood in the midst of it. Melach, hold on, let's finish the sentence. Melach, fish and seafood, so to the soul off from the community, they provide the soul. The Gemara said, I don't really mean that. What is the more soul? But the Belfer, I tell you, the Belfer salt is on every single every time we salt, Dr. Miller, the Belfer, I tell you, was what? Lord, salt, so we have wood. Over, but on every single part, you wood to burn every part, and you need salt for everything. Yeah, for my life, when everything goes up, why would you go all the way to frankincense, to Obama, but it's a very unique thing for certain people. You clap it in your breast, and then you go to them, the soul comes together in one. So even though I'm ready to do that, but this is a vital also. The vital form are very similar. They come in the same vessel by circulation. And you know, wood is not going to be a vessel. Wood is just a vessel. Wood is not down in the ground. You don't store it in a vessel. I said, yeah, so why would we have? Therefore, if you don't both of them, basically learning from the stress, the better you make the ball, when you learn from wood, that you get from the man, you get from the physical. Some of them is not by the word, that was the Shema, it's in your friends, and I don't know anybody by this, it also says, basically, it's your friends, so I love. So, friends, we have a Shema, I love Shetzibu, I love Shetzibu, Bala means salt, you get for free, it's bring a party, you get salt for free, it's going to be it's similar to the book, I'm learning from the Shema, even though I can learn this logic, but there's another opposing logic that was inside of the book. Now, you said, a major rider, but the fact that he's strong, so certainly the quantity is so important is in the strong, that's what I differentiate. So when Ben said that you use the salt, so doesn't mean many times that they haven't used the salt. Usually the most famous obviously use this for their carbon. So the Israel uses this part. So why does Ben come along and say, I use the salt? It's because you use the salt when you do your own steak. Not for the carbon that goes carbon is bad, but for the steaks that go for their private consumption. Afterwards, you can take a steak and put it on the grill and eat it. As long as you use the salt. That's the big finish. The finish that they can put it on this bad with the carbon, why is that a finish? I mean, the salt can also do that. Now, you know, no. Only a modifier of action from our tissue with the reason? No. Just because the instructions use the salt, not a right that a plant needs the salt for its carbon on his back. Well, this will probably a little quicker. No. The fact that Beckman says that you use the salt, that these are the carbon grafts. Why? But Beckman says, I'm going to read the paper, this is the after this. It says, all French shake those in a visit Skinful Matzah all French shake those in a every Yisrael, every person is supposed to be Matzah. It says in the Pasuk, for the overall, everybody that's healthy, of which we're able to healthy, everything is Matzah. And what do we do with Matzah? We pile it up. The whole set of stone, and then you pile it up, and then you take from the Matzah
says even though Torah was in capital, that's not part of the Master Shekel. It's a Master Shekel. He's not silly. Why? Think about it. What kind of silly did you give a Beis Hamikdash? You give a bucket. You give a bucket to Beis Hamikdash as a present. Why do you want a bucket? What's the main reason to give a bucket? What? Yeah? Oh, that's the idea. You don't have to bring it. Water, bring it into that jar. And not only that, now you mix full of the whole still strong. And then when I buy a carbon, part of the money is fully money. And these are the Qurbanis. Besides that, what are the things that so that's what I want to say. That's what it's for small for. You don't know that. You get it. That's how much of it. That's what it is. Sorry, Michael. All I'm trying to show you is bring the Master Shekel. It's not in the vein. All the reasons are dying. Look, now, all times you're able to show you okay? You must give a Master Shekel. You are part of the Master Shekel of all Klal Yisrael. Everybody has to do Master Shekel. If you're praying and you don't want to do Master Shekel, you're over there. Hello, Shaka Hani, what is your Mitzvah? They have their own little drush, which is wrong. Shalom Kama, what's the drush? Anytime a plane feels like a I'll tell you what, the Rabbi did every single day, twice a day. Like, how do you go to the bath just like a baby? If a plane feels his own mitzvah, he's on it. In other words, presents. Every time it's a mitzvah belonging to a Torah, what's the halacha? Colors. For the people. So you say, I'm a therefore, the speaking part of the Torah, she has that kind of obviously, it's not ours. Because if it's ours, once we own it, what does it belong? What is that? It says, so look at what's on there, they cannot even open for the code. Because if you look on the code, it'll be full. Oh, I get to eat it. Oh, I get to eat it. Oh, I'm not part of it. It's not mine. Oh, yeah, I understand. I understand. It's the money. Fine, that's fine. Then, they go crazy. Even though, I must say, since in the first place, you don't have to bring it, I say, I'm not going to every part at the end of the day, because look, what happened was, he should be a sin. Why would he say he's not sinning? He is. He's just doing that way. He's just not doing that sorry. For me, it's a shield shadow. Every year, I bring it to the shadow. But if you bring it one, and then it's something else. Oh, now you say, it's supposed to be seaboard. It's seaboard. So you guys are coming out, exactly the right the Torah gave the soul. Yisrael is the Lishka. Something called Trumas Halishka. You give this Matzah Shekel, you pile it up, it's called Trumas Halishka. That belongs to the Yisrael. So you say, you need the soul. Now, let's the Lishka. Exactly what's part. But if you're tired that don't have a Lishka, you're not part of it. They don't even have, maybe they don't get soul. But they do get soul. So when I said they don't even care, they don't have a raya. What the Tnai Bezer was. Could be the Tnai Bezer was, according to this, according to the Bukri, I need a special condition to say, I'm sorry, can you salt for his artwork? It goes on his back, for anything. It goes on his back. So I wouldn't know that. Just because he's swell, he's salt, you do that to the point off. And over here, yeah, over here you see that there's a marker with salt. Not part of it, not part of the Lishka. Not part of the Lishka, you don't get salt. And then you stay. I'm talking about the carpet cut. We're going to start to open it up. Look at the base. The base of God. All the other is done. We already established that, so before, salt should be like wood. Just like wood. Imagine, everybody had to bring a carbon and also stuff a bunch of wood. Same thing. He said salt should be like wood. Okay? The people that were kind of doing Shatzima, where did he get that? Why is it so simple?
Brian's face.
How far away is he from porn? They keep saying that like Slow Joe and Chop are gonna do OnlyFans. No, Brian will do it first.
It's like, hold my beer, dude.
I met Amy years ago, and we had a nice little conversation, but I cannot believe that she has followed me and wants me on this show.
And I know Amy from back in the day. I love Amy. I love Amy. I've known Amy for many years. I haven't talked to her in a long time, but I love her. And my producer calls me and goes, hey, did you, do you know that Amy Poehler podcast? Do you know it's a scam?
Next email is you send your bank info.
But they did. It was so good.
No, it's not.
Gave me like all the questions. Like, you know, Amy can't wait to talk to you. They know somehow that I know her. They do their research.
Comedians are desperate at any level. Remember that birthday scam? The one where it was like, this guy sends you a thing. Oh, my wife is a huge fan, or the wife said, my husband's a huge fan. They want you to perform for him, stand up on his birthday, and we're going to Venmo you the money. Can you do it? So you Venmo them the money. Or, I'm sorry, they Venmo you the money. And then they go, oh, I accidentally sent too much. Can you Venmo it back? And then they do this thing where they like cancel it when you do it or something like that. But I remember hearing about that and thinking, just there's no way. Like, at the level that we're at, you think people are begging you to do birthday shit, but a lot of people fall for this.
Somebody asked me to come do a show in Chicago, and no part of me was like, dude, we're going to Chicago. I was kind of like, this is not real.
You thought it was a scam?
Immediately.
Yeah.
Because I suck at that comedy. Oh, really? You want me to go there and do something you've never seen me do? You know?
That is a weird thing. Yeah, what is the scam?
And so I just kept messaging them like, okay, for sure. So what do I do? And they're like, you just gotta fly to Chicago. I'm like, okay, you're gonna buy me tickets. They weren't gonna buy anything. I don't even think they were offering money. It was a bad scam.
Even if that's not a scam, it's sort of a crazy ass.
Yeah.
You just come to Chicago. Maybe if I'm coming to Chicago, I'll do your show.
I should look it up on my DMs on Instagram. Let's see what else we have. Okay. So this is shop reading, an ad read. Ad reads are a problem. Just post it clean. On Sky at 2305. Haven't seen his post in a while.
How you show up and wake up feeling your best. Because fun shouldn't come with a cost. Welcome to the upgrade. Welcome to nowadays. Whether you're easing in or tuning things up, the base is yours to set. Minutes 10 to 20, a gentle lift, you'll start feeling lighter. Minutes 20 to 45, you're in a sweet spot, social, and you're in your groove. Minute 45 to 60, ride the wave a little longer or let it wind down easy. Is it legal? Yes. Nowadays, it's legal in most U.S. states thanks to the 2018 Farm Bill, which reclassified hemp as
It's for him, but it's so funny that like of course shop has ads where he's like, "Is it legal?" Yeah. And then some random year, the 2018 Farm Bill made this product a bill, and like you gave me the ability to get it. God, the 2018 Farm Bill.
hemp as an agricultural product or hemp derived
Agriculture.
THC formula is crafted to sip like a spirit, just without the side effects. What's it taste like, you ask? Well, expect real fruit flavors, a crisp, clean finish, zero hint of THC, whether you're sipping solo or toasting with friends. Nowadays, is a made to mix in with any moment. It's nowadays. So if this sounds something tasty you want to try,
This sounds something tasty you want to try.
Who's buying this from this?
I don't know.
Now I want to order hemp to drink because someone says something that sounds tasty. You want to try it now?
Try it now.
Some said that.
Some say you. What was that?
He's like advertising the guy from Adam Sandler movies, the hillbilly Yoko guy.
I don't understand people buying the product, seeing that, but I don't understand the product seeing that and being like, all right, that's a great ad. That's the worst ad I've ever seen.
Why does the product keep having shot breeding?
Yeah, imagine this guy's like down in the dumps. He's hitting you up to be like, dude, I need people to sponsor my podcast. Like, can you please help a brother out? I used to fight the UFC. And then you're like, oh man, he gave me a real sad story, you know? Like, I should probably help him out. He hasn't paid his mortgage in 3 months. You know?
That's what nowadays said.
Yeah. They're like, all right, yeah, we can get you a little ad read or whatever. They give him like a trial run. He's like, so if you sure want to drink something like that, then go for it.
They're like, don't drink it before you do the ad read. He's like, I've never drank it. I think nowadays probably, okay, here's my redacted. So nowadays, they make the product. They get hemp is legal. They do the big legal fight, right? Years into it, they everything is set to go. The CEO sits his boardroom down. They're all sitting, right? He's talking, and he goes, "Listen, guys, I realize that our product is for stupid people, for redems, for just utter morons. So we need to find podcasts. It doesn't sound like it sounds like a bad thing. It's actually a good thing because idiots will buy it. So we got to find the dumbest podcast that we can find. It doesn't matter if they fuck up how it's said. All we need to do is have a promo code and a link, and these morons will find it and they'll start drinking nowadays. So get on. Anybody got any ideas? Anybody got any? Oh, I do. TFATK. There's a whole Reddit that talk about how stupid they are. That's why you're my vice president. Yeah. That's why you're the CFO.
Well, we should probably be sponsored by them too, then, because we are literally more redacted than TFK.
That's a good point, I guess. But
don't kill me.
I will snap his fucking neck.
Oh, is that it? I thought you were going to say, okay, let's see the ending of this.
Hey, now wake up hungover. We gotcha. Visit.
Trying out some of these now.
Some days I try it, and nowadays I don't drink it. This crazy motherfucker is all out risking his life and blatantly breaking traffic laws just to make a buck. LOL, poor Papa legit looked terrified. Ha ha ha. Different report 123 posted this one.
All right, let's go. Man,
That's crazy. Clearly doesn't.
that's the funniest narrative is that he doesn't even like trucks. He's so stupid. He picks something he doesn't like. He's afraid of. That's right. So this is my life. Wearing this stupid
How I got myself here.
Why pick something you don't like? I wouldn't want to be in that either. I wouldn't want to be in that fucking Deathmobile with that psycho hick driving me like all crazy like that. When he made that turn, that made me nervous. I don't blame Papa for not wanting to be in that fucking thing. Idiot.
That's me. You're probably asking yourself, how did I get here?
I do need a tater tot.
This fucking tater tot once a week.
Tater tot. Get me out of this fucking whatever this shit is, dude. Fuck this car. Fuck this, dude. Why is he wearing a sombrero?
I want to be there. Look at this.
The sombrero, I think it says Mexico on it, green. Why?
Dude, it's spicy.
I want to be here.
Oh, that's great. His arm is so close to the other guy. Like he's gonna grab the other guy and be like, hey, save me or help. I'm scared. That's just crazy body language.
And the guy at the end says, "You like that?" He's like, "I love that."
Yeah, that was a little weird. Yeah.
Oh, wow, that was great. That was fun. Shout out to you guys. Different and more. Great photos, dude.
Good eyebrows.
We've got another one here. Top out lip fillers. What else you got, Clint? Clint or Chips posted this one.
Good eyebrows, that guy.
I don't think I get them done.
You don't do eyebrows?
No.
You know, I had to fight people that are like,
Come on, dude. Come on. Why does he lie like that? And those shorts are crazy, dude. That's crazy. What are you doing? Why? Nobody else wearing shorts?
gets his lips done. I go, would you stop saying that? I had to fight people that are like, he gets his lips done. I go, would you stop saying that? He doesn't get his fucking lips done.
The way he kind of cowers, dude. Did you see that? Watch.
Well, like, he gets his lips done. I go, would you stop saying that? He doesn't get his fucking
Yeah, he does. That's why he's doing that.
He bipifies his lips, dude.
He's like, he bipifies. Brian, no.
That's his name.
That's the next thing. Is it Byron?
No, it's Brian.
That's Byron. Brian. Nowadays.
Oh, my bad, Mr. Whole Foods.
lips done. God, it annoyed me.
They said he got his lips done?
Yeah, like he gets
It's that good. You know how I know you're gay as a guy?
Yo, you got some DSLs.
Yeah, I got some fucking DSL.
You got some DSLs on you.
What else you got, Tim?
No way, dude. You can't lie for too long.
And then if you think I have it, you're gay.
Oh my god, dude. What else you got, Jin? That's so funny. Why does he keep saying that?
Which one?
What else you got, Jin?
It's like, I don't know, it's this transition. He's got nothing else to do.
Look, he's like, you really think I sucked it?
I guess that makes me a big old pussy.
Why would you ever consider, like, as a dude, getting your lips done?
I don't get it.
That's like just the craziest.
I don't get it.
Yeah.
DSLs.
Yeah, I got some fucking DSL.
You got some DSLs on you.
What else you got, Tim?
Move on, dude.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you?
Oh my god.
Yeah, what happened? If not the
Spider-Man.
some sort of facial thing. That's why on our other show, Raccoon Tweet, he's very honest about all the weird things going on with me. So to stave off, so you don't think like my small teeth. No, those been like that. Get them made smaller. My big gums get them bigger or whatever. The horn on my head, it was there.
It's been there.
It's been always been a horn guy.
This is so weird.
Always lying. Stop fucking lying.
Does he not know that people can take pictures of he's like, people can take pictures of video.
It's just everyone is saying it, and then also there's stuff about him going to Mexico. So smoke, there's fire.
Yeah, wherever there's smoke, there's definitely a disaster.
Driving my son to baseball practice.
That'd be funny if he was going to get his lip filler.
My son did lip fillers.
When he saw the message from me saying you're a big old pussy.
Every time he gets called something like that, that's when he's getting lip filler. It's like, oh man.
Actually, I was driving my kids. Oh my god. This is insane looking face. It has to be Photoshop.
Pretty puffy.
Addie's drinking lip filler. He's like, dude, I don't get lip filler, but when I'm drunk, I get lip filler.
I'm glad that I don't. I'm glad that I'm not affected as much by, like, if I had a McFlurry last night and my face doesn't look like I have big lips or puffy, weird drinking problem.
I like that original song, Too Close. It's all, yeah, it's great. It's all about a guy just getting a boner.
It's a great song.
That's so funny. And we got BGL stopping by.
Our guys.
Papa's biggest hater discussed his comedy chops, posted by Not Yet.
And somebody asked me about like what their dynamic is and like how much sympathy you should have for Callan, and I go, it was painful for me to watch Brian because Brian, for whatever, first of all, I can separate like his faults and whatever, and I can speak his praises independently. My praises for him are he's really good at setting people up for bits and being a comedic partner. You know, he'll play the like, oh, what do you mean? And like roast him or whatever. So he's good for a guy like Brendan, whose default is just like shit on everyone around you as a form of comedy. Right. You know, like just push down and like you suck and you're wrong and like the opposite of yes and. But Brian can turn that into funniness. It's just over time when you never get to reverse it, it's like, okay, dude, yeah, this is like bullying Brian Callan hour, and especially like once Brian had to kind of be on the show and had no other options, he's like, oh, a power vacuum, you know. It's sad, but somebody asked me, do you think they talk about this? Because it's like you're airing these grievances that sound like it could be a private conversation, you know, of how to fix things. And I go, yeah, Brian has had these conversations where he tries to explain the basics of comedy, like yes and, or how to keep a bit going without going negative or shutting him down. Brendan isn't trying to hear it because Brendan thinks that he's an expert on comedy by virtue of having had a special, you know. I'm like,
well, it was so well received. I understand why he think he's an expert at it. You know, everyone really liked it, and they liked his follow-up.
That's very nice, actually. He is a phenom. He was just this sort of child savant in comedy who stepped into the game. And, you know, it's like, is this Dave Chappelle? Or, you know, how did he get so good in such little time? Was he secretly doing stand-up the whole time? And they go,
I don't know why this is posted on Chinks, but I do like how Mark Harley talks about TFK like it's the JFK assassination. You know, except there's nobody that died. But he's like, you know, he's discussing like the magic bullet, like it's yes and.
Yeah, he definitely he gives it some gravitas. You know, he talks about it well. It's very important stuff. I agree.
He keeps it grounded.
Yeah, this is like some of the most important stuff going on right now.
Yeah,
I think is what's going on. Even still.
Drop the TFK files.
Yeah,
I mean, he investigate. He dropped the ball.
Yeah, he's more stuff is coming. Gabe Zanella was just the tip of the iceberg.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've seen this, I think. But this is a 5-minute video. Frederick Bastiat. You know, BGL just goes.
Yes.
If there's anything he took from the Bapa playbook, is just like, don't stop talking. And if you're not done talking, stop them from talking. You know?
That's the weird.
And eat the coffee cakes. Pronunciation is very hard, part 10. This is a 5-minute video, but if you want to skip,
yeah.
as an as an agricultural product.
I like the shame of not knowing how to say that.
Is it that he doesn't know the word agricultural, or is he just worried he's not going to say it right?
You'd think that a cowboy would know what agriculture is.
That's a good point.
You know?
Yeah.
Well, he should actually have died.
How about this? Chile. Okay,
He forgot about that. He should have threw it right there.
Yeah, wait, Jesus didn't laugh.
Bring back some hardware as a team.
because we were promised one thing. We were promised a flaming young. And
We were promised. I'm laughing. I didn't even know this was the Flaming Young, but he said we were promised a Flaming Young.
got spaghetti. No one asked. We were in the mood for flaming young. Nobody was in the mood for fucking. Nobody asked for spaghetti, people.
You were not expecting in any facet.
Yeah. That's an older thing. Go to Whole Foods, man. Go hang out in the produce section.
I get it.
And these chairs are popped. And then the conversation is on.
And he sounds like me. I say this like all the time.
Go to the produce section.
No, like the whole podcast we just did, I'm like telling you what to do when you're on a date with a chick.
Oh,
I sound like
don't be too hard.
I gotta change it. I'm gonna get lit to lose.
Chairs are popping today.
Chairs.
Oh.
Like these chairs are popping. That's what it said.
conversations.
These chairs are popping today.
Cherries.
Oh.
These cherries
You
are
speak
pop.
weird. I thought you said chairs. You speak weird, but Brendan is an attractive guy. Yeah, right. Because but you're also a blind chick. You do the blind chick. Yeah. She would be like, it was this idiot. I said, you couldn't get any blind girls.
Hey, nor would I want to. So, the government's going to get theirs. They're going to get theirs. And I realized that when I got the bill for the property tax. I went, oh shit, yeah, I'm not paying state, but I'm paying almost double in property tax. Oh, you kind of evens out. They're going to get theirs. Like, you're not going to escape that. There's nothing to do.
There are.
Grab up like a nice flaming young.
I'm still confused. He says all the time. That's just how he says it, dude.
Oh my god. You don't have much to lose. You're shooting for the moon, but you're probably going to land on the stars. There used to be a high-end, grade A steak, ribeyes, the best fish in the world. They used to be making handmade. It was exactly what you want. You knew exactly what you're getting. You were going to get the best of the best every time you paid your pay-per-view money. You're sitting back. There's none of that going on. It's all a farce. It's all, I don't know.
Farsi, dude. That one's good because it's like he looked at the word and he didn't guess. Farce. Yeah, farce. He looked at the word farce.
I thought he was saying facade, but no, it's farce.
Farsi, the language that people speak in Iran.
Yeah. Or also like Neil Simon probably was writing farces.
It's all a fart.
What the fuck's going on? See, there's fucking cookie crumbles to Pizzagate. But I'm not a big conspiracy guy. You want to talk about JFK Jr.? I'm your Uncle P. You want to talk about Charles Manson? I'm in chaos. I'm your Uncle P.
Wow, this podcast is so good, dude.
My mental health is on the fridge right now. God, same with the BMF shit. The problem is when you set expectations and then you don't deliver, when I get shit.
He's like, instead of I am Batman, he goes, I am Catman.
Sandwich. Now you shit sandwich. Now, the one thing that could make this a store, like legit, like one of the biggest cards ever, it's a big ask, is if Justin Gaethje knocks out Dillian. The one thing that could make this a store, like a store,
Yeah, we'll bring his babies.
on the shores. I mean, deer were coming up to the lodge. Yeah, I mean, it's like straight up Jurassic Park style. It's cool. It was really cool. To put together Bo Nickel versus Dukakis. Dukakis, yeah. You waited a year to pull out fucking Sugar Sean's dad.
What? Dukakis is the name of the guy that ran for president in the 80s against Bush.
Yeah.
So he's got like these names and things in his head.
He's a government plant, dude.
It's a NASCAR rocket scientist. He's Indian. Hand speed, light years different. Lighten him up on the feet, taking him down at will. And then you take him down twice, you get him down, you choke him out with a straight armbar. Fall it! We all know how preposterous that is. Pretend I'm an innocent bystander crossing the road, trying to stop this thing.
All right, bystander. An innocent bystander. Innocent. Bystander.
That, of course. Hi, brother.
Now watch out, bystander.
Oh, that's not bad. That's not bad at all, my man. You know what you can't cure though? Go up, Jen. What? Hold on. Look at her knees. Look at the knees. You can't suction cup the knees. So she has my 600-pound life knee. She's got, but she needs that extra support. You know, there are a lot of brothers that are all about that. Yeah, I tell you, Drake doesn't have a leg for it. Drake. What? God, bro.
Well, you were the interrupts, dude.
Crazy. Love you so bad. You know, like fucking like throw salt over everything, and then they're like, you get an appetizer, like I got the tomato heirloom, you know, they're slapped in the tomato heirloom.
That's funny, but Chappelle's face in the beginning was like, "What is this reenacting?"
You get an appetizer, like I got the tomato heirloom, you know, they're slapping the table, so like everyone's looking. On this week's Food Truck Diaries, and I'm feeding them Wagyu burgers.
I'm feeding them. That's great.
It's such a weird kind of predicament when it comes to this.
We're taking bats and hard hickory axe handles to his feet. They were beating his feet, the top of his feet. People in the back of the pickup. Why? They didn't like him. He was on the other side. He was on the opposite. He was on the opposite. He was part of an opposing.
Dude, the brain is in a sleigh.
That's good. They should do more of that. It's a fun adding to the show. Good for them for that.
He was on the opposite.
Or something.
He was on the opposite.
What are you doing? Charles Allergic fucking kids.
Yeah, I think.
What the fuck? Why was he wearing a Phillies jersey? That pisses me off.
He's got every jersey there is, and he fests.
Balls deep in baseball.
And it's an scapegoat to go. They don't have much control. Well, keep that same energy when transgenders can't go into the bathroom. You get aggressive. Did your guy's wife go, "You're not on a podcast. Don't talk to us like that. You're not on a podcast." I'm like, "This is how I talk. I'm an aggressive human being. This is how I talk."
Wow. Well,
What was your favorite one?
dude. Oh man, Flaming Young.
Flaming Young's favorite.
Flaming Young is nuts.
Yeah.
It's like having no fear saying Flaming Young.
That is weird. His brain doesn't notice that he said it wrong.
And everyone wants to know, dude. Like, is that what you think it's called? Or are you trying to say filet mignon?
Why does nobody ever ask him these things?
Yeah.
I guess it's because he's a big guy and he'll fuck you up or something like that. But you don't have to be mean about it.
He'll also like not listen. He's like, whoa, one second, let me finish. And he's like, and then he fasts it. He keeps going.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think if I ask him, I sit there and say, do you like filet mignon? I asked Sean that. Does he hear that? Right. Does he hear filet mignon or does he hear flaming young?
No, I think he's like, I don't know what you're talking about.
He doesn't even know what it is.
Because he thinks it's Flaming Young.
That's so funny that he would think, if he thinks it's flaming young, like, does he think that it's named that because they cook young calves or something like that? That would be funny.
Yeah, that's why it's expensive. They're Flaming Young.
It would be so heartless to call it that. Flaming young.
Also, we're gonna eat Wagyu burgers. Pretty good.
Yeah, I think that one was because he said something crazy before. Feeding.
Oh, yeah.
Or feeding instead of feeding.
What was your favorite?
My favorite is because I don't think I've heard that one before. Is the innocent bystander. That's a good one.
Innocent bystander. Wow, dude, I need to stop watching British Show.
I don't keep.
All right, let's watch this one and we're done. Yeah. Papa's got a problem with Nate. Hey, be cool, man. Posted by Khabib Time. Oh shit, Khabib Time's up.
I don't get why there's an issue between us. Where did it start from? It originally started.
That's not. Who's that? That's not Chase.
It's Griffin. The Griffin.
it never rests. 7 days a week, it's bringing the salt. The water goes up to the shore, it evaporates, and then it leaves the part. The salt piles up over there, like you said, it's very thin, it's dark. Okay, versus salt that you have to mine. You have to mine the salt, which is going on like some sort of thing. But another combination, and one little elimination, maybe better off is straight fire. So this is salt that we got to grab with the mine. But that's not better off shipping issue vessels. It's not going to really actually salt. Market kosher. So everything that we're talking with that better type of salt, market is the one that even if you import it from another country, $50 to grab. Market is sharp. You got to use it even sharp. And this is difficult for you, Sherman. What issue is there for salting on Shabbos? I know for the lack of salting fines on Shabbos. That's England. But there's no issue to salt food. Food is definitely no issue with salt on Shabbos. The Rashi says for us it's talking about the oila. The oila is not food. The oila is different. It's sort of like sugar that is that, and the salt that might be an issue. But they discuss it. But I heard about people that took even if you salt, and this is a Kiddush, I don't know, and a lot of people in the room, if I would ask you in the room, can salt become pumice? The answer is yes. It's the food item that can become pumice. What is the word tibenei? Amar Barula, yummy food. Then maybe you should pile it on. That's what we're using for. Well, I yummy. Then we put it. If the word tibenei was lashon tibenei, tibenei is lashon tibenei. So then you should put the tibenei in there. If you're not tibenei, hello Rabbi, yummy asar tibenei. The word tibenei means built, like a building. Oh, they Rabbi, yummy tibenei only by like the word it should say tibenei, you should build, not tibenei. You know, pile it on. Mommy, don't use it. Pile it on. Bunch of piles of salt. Rabbi, yummy tibenei, my tibenei over the bash, yummy tibenei, not tibenei. Put a little living room, like understanding, like freedom. So there's a little bit of an issue here between the art school and the Orthodox Gemara. I'm not sure what this the art school says they mean a little salt, like peanut, a little bit, and the Gezidia, he decided it means a lot. But I saw the sect actually says a lot, but it means from China according to the art, it's a little, according to this, it's a lot. Even though he tells us on the spot that's a lot. Which makes it said, hold on, I love him, but I love him, but that's it all. It's enough, means it's a lot of salt. Okay, so I am shown between the official edition and the non-official. Into the, so I'm going to say that you don't need a lot, but minimum. Into the, so I use it. Maybe every time you never bring the limb, the Rishonim, maybe every once in a while, you bring one of the limbs, you put salt on it, you make it right, then you put it out first, and you put salt on it again, and then you put it. Everybody in the same day, then you want to eat meat today, that's what you do. You don't just put the salt on one side, you put some salt on both sides. All around one of them, I like to focus on the days, all around one. Then I'll show you every final one. So here's the thing. Salt on top of the mizbeach, it looks like, let's see if I recall, here. If I use this salt on the ram, am I over on the elos like we do with carbon? Yes. If the salt is on the wing of an animal and I use
Everybody's
the
favorite
salt right
band.
on the wing, let's do something else. Forget that. I put salt on the limb, and it fell off the limb. I'm done salting.
14th BR 5786 Friday, May 1st.
So if someone fell off the back,
No one ever knows for sure. Everybody ever different ever came Chaim, but this is the Mazar we live by.
not over. Why? Because I already told you. Hold on. I'm not over, Rigo. Not over. Hold on, sir. Not over. But if the salt is on the animal, it's a big difference. I'm over on the eagle. I am done. I'm done. I don't
Break
need
it out
to
and
get this.
Makom Shekhet Shem Gom Yisrael Tzavan al Sefer HaOmer. Blessed are you, Hashem, God, King of the universe, who has inspired us with his commandments and commanded us concerning the coming of the Omer. Today is 30 days, which is 4 weeks and 2 days of the Omer. May the merciful one restore unto us the service of the Beit HaMikdash to its place speedily in our days. Amen. Selah. 3761 creation of the world. Birth of Adam and Eve, Chava. 3631 Seth, son of Adam, was born. 3526 235 Enosh, son of Seth, was born. 3436 325 Kenan, son of Enosh, was born. 3366 395 Mahalal, son of Kenan, was born. Angel has been 126 days. Company about following Kuafi. Which one of these bitches want?
Necessary structure of reality.
I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel and to the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tchia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, an Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope you check out my other content on topics of esotericism and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Alright, folks, Well, we're about at 5 after. I'm going to pick up with some summary from last time so we can all be on roughly the same page. Same page of completely mysterious books that no one really understands, which is great. That said, we'll do some summary, then we'll jump into it after we'll open up things a little bit more for questions, just in case there's some lingering questions. And again, I say questions, I mean questions I can possibly answer. If you ask me questions like, how do I make a golem, I'll tell you, I have no idea, but here are 3 books in Aramaic that allegedly tell you how to do it. Go forth, have fun. So as we covered last time, we took a look at some of the really foundational texts that go on to form what I might call proto-Kabbalah. And anytime I hear the word proto anything, it just sounds like completely pretentious academic speak. But what I mean here is these are going to be texts that are going to either underwrite or they're going to deeply inform. They're going to give some really important terminology to what will become Kabbalah. But they're kind of bridge texts from the period before the rise of the Kabbalah, which we'll get to in earnest tonight. And they're texts that underwrite or undergird or allow or serve as a foundation for what's going to become the Kabbalah as you may know it, or as you don't know it and you're here to learn more about it, or you heard this word from Madonna or whatever. I think even Britney Spears, God bless her, has a Kabbalah tattoo too. I don't know. May the Lord help her. She needs help, and not she doesn't need help. The people that are doing terrible things to her, they need help. At any rate, the Sefer Yetzirah is probably one of the more famous of these books, and it's a very tiny little book. Like I think I said last time, in its normal recension, it's only a couple thousand words long, and it's a book of cosmogenesis, which is just a $2 word that means something like how the world came into being. We're still writing cosmogenic books, right? If you've ever read The Brief History of Time by Stephen Hawking, other kinds of books like that, we're still very interested in how the world came into being, and the Sefer Yetzirah is an early attempt to describe that using 2 different categories. The first category is the Sephirot of nothingness, right? The Sephirot Belima. And as I talked about last time, we're not really sure what these are. What we do know is they're not divine emanations. And we know that because the text never refers to them as such and never even sort of invokes that notion. That notion's going to come a bit later, and we're going to see it in full force tonight for sure. And the other, of course, is the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. And what we have in the Sefer Yetzirah is a story about how the world came into being, with God using the 10 sephirot of nothingness, probably mathematical terms of some kind, right? Some kind of math term, and then the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet, and using those together, God hues creation out of nothingness. And I love this image of hewing. It's as if God is sort of like hammering away at nothing to form something. And it's really, I've always found this image to be very beautiful because it doesn't have this sort of God just went and then everything came into being. It's a kind of working class God in mind, building things out of nothing with numbers and letters. And I always appreciate the working class God hewing the world out of being. This is Rosie the Riveter God. This is not the aristocratic God speaking from a throne from on high. So I appreciate that image a lot more. It's a wobbly God. What we have, right, in these images of the undergirding structure of Sefer Yetzirah is that word and being have a continuity. That language and speech and ontology and metaphysics are connected in a very deep, powerful way. Parmenides. This is echoing perhaps an idea going back to Parmenides, where Parmenides said that there is no difference between thought and being, between logos and ontos. Ontos and logos are the same kind of idea. By the way, in philosophy, that idea has come roaring back in the 20th century, the 21st century. And so, in many ways, we think of this as a pre-modern notion, but it's become both a pre-modern and a post-modern notion at the same time. The snake always swallows its tail. So, Sefer Yetzirah gives this idea about how language and being relate to one another and how being emerges from divine language. And again, the snake swallows its tail, right? It's also how one that speaks, us, we can also, because we speak, and if we can speak correctly, right? Not that I can, Southern, but if we can speak correctly, right, we can force reality to our will. We can magically use reality to do what we want. And of course, that's going to underwrite the entire Golem legend. And that golden legend, of course, we see all the way back and at least as early as the Babylonian Talmud, where some rabbis were able to use Hilchot Yetzirah or Sefer Yetzirah to shape into being living creatures, whether they were a calf or a human being. Now, they're not perfect, right? Because we never speak as well as God does. I don't know what dialect of Hebrew God speaks, but we never speak as well as God does. And the idea, right, I imagine that God speaks Yemeni Hebrew. I always love the way Yemeni sound. They have this, they still separate between all the different pharyngeal and glottal sounds that have been well lost to both Sephardi and Ashkenazi Hebrew. By the way, the Babylonian Talmud says that if you can't pronounce the difference between an ayin and an aleph, that God doesn't hear your prayers. It's a minority position, but I do like the rigorous attention to linguistic detail on the part of at least that rabbi. At any rate, what we have in the Golden Legend is the ability to speak being into being. We can speak beings into being, specifically other people and even other animals. And of course, when we remember back to that line in the Babylonian Talmud, it says that if you're really righteous, you can speak an entire world into being, right? So this is a really incredible concept. It's not just that you can create people, right? That's already miraculous enough, but you can create an olam. You can create an entire world. And so this is a truly tremendous idea to be found in Jewish mysticism, reaching all the way back to the Talmud and, of course, to the Sefer Yetzirah, as it appears sometime before the 10th century. And I say sometime before the 10th century because there's a lot of debate about it. I have my position, which I think I named last time, but there's a lot of debate about when exactly this text comes in. Now, over there in Europe, the backwater that was Europe, again, we should always remember that Europe in the 10th century was a place that no human being in their right mind wanted to live because it was a dark ages movement of a bunch of barbarians killing each other. Back there in the backwater that was Europe in the early Middle Ages, we have some elements come together in what is called Ashkenaz, that is to say, what we now call Germany. Again, Ashkenaz is sort of a more broad term for Germany, but sort of in the German milieu, where we have a couple of different mystical movements going on. And the two mystical movements that really matter for us are going to be what is called the unique cherub circle and what is also called the folks called the German pietists, or the Chaste Ashkenaz. The unique cherub circle is going to be very important because they're going to develop a very unique theology in which they really center the idea of Ha'atzalut, right? And Ha'atzalut is the idea of, or Ha'atzalah rather, is the idea of emanation, which is to say that God doesn't just create being in the sense that there is God and there is being and God is outside of being. Rather, like, you can imagine it, like, I always imagine those like really fancy weddings that have the big pyramids of champagne, right, where there's like one champagne, right, being poured at the top and it goes down all the different glasses. Well, imagine that there's an infinite amount of champagne and God is the champagne being poured down all the glasses, right, and all of those glasses are reality. And so, or whatever, or candles lighting one another, there's lots of images for this. I even heard one of like milk overflowing from oil milk. I don't know who boils milk, but apparently it does. At any rate, so the idea, right, is that what you have is that rather than creation being distinct than the creator, what we have is the idea that creator and creation are part of a continuum. They're part of a spectrum of reality where God is the most real thing, and at some level it tatters off into non-being, right? It tatters off infinitely into non-being. That's a very different conception of God's over here, and then there's creation over there, and God and creation are distinct. So this idea emerges in the unique cherub circle, and remember that unique cherub was a kind of individual angel, a very special kind of angel, Metatron maybe, that is able to be the outer glory of God. There is an inner hidden glory, God's inner transcendence, and then there is an outer glory, right? And that outer glory is the unique cherub, right? And then that unique cherub communicates the outer glory to the rest of the olam, and that outer glory sort of echoes out into being. And that outer glory is part of what creates our world. I also mentioned the Chassidei Ashkenaz. There's a lot of debate about the Chassidei Ashkenaz at this point. An earlier theory of the Jewish mysticism claimed that it was an entire movement of Jewish mysticism in the early parts of the 11th, 12th century in Germany, in Ashkenaz. I don't think Germany, because Germany conjures up so many ideas because of European Jewish history, and because Germany wasn't a state at that point. Germany was like a bunch of tiny little warring states. Like it's like saying you're the king of Hamtramck. Like that's what Germany was. It was 300 Hamtramcks all wed together, a bunch of different kings. I like saying Ashkenaz because Ashkenaz communicates how amorphous the barriers are. Right? What was Ashkenaz? If you want a general idea of what we're talking, you know something about Germany, we're talking about the area around Regensburg. You may know another famous mystic also from the area around Regensburg. That is Hildegard of Bingen. Hildegard of Bingen and the Chassidei Ashkenaz live very close proximity to one another. At any rate, what's really important about them is they seem to preserve a lot of magical texts. They preserve a lot of the Hekala literature. They preserve a lot of the amulet literature. They preserve a lot of this sort of strange ascetic literature that seems to have emerged at that time. And what we now think, what scholars now think, is that rather than being a mystical movement in Judaism, it was a kind of particularly weird family who just so happened to be very, very powerful, right? Who happened to be actually very, very powerful and have a good bit of money and a good bit of influence. And so the Chassidei Ashkenaz were famous in many ways because of the relative influence they had, and because they were literate. They come from, they were connected to the Columbus family, which was a big family down in Italy. And it seems like what ends up happening is a lot of works are coming in from North Africa and from the Middle Eastern world. They're entering in Italy, and they're being pushed into the Ashkenaz via the Columbus family. Also, just mentioned the Columbus family has one of the earliest examples of a possible transgender Jewish person poet. So we have a Columbus, one of the members of the Columbus family, writing a poem wishing that they were a woman, actually, and probably expressing some, again, something like a kind of queering transgender identity. The poet Rothschild and the Columbus family. That document is not terribly well known, but it is in a great collection of LGBTQ history in Judaism. And of course, as I'm sure you know, one of the main things that's going to make Kabbalah very interesting is how gender bending it is. That God is going to be female, and male, and masculine, and feminine, and neither of these things. And so part of what's going to make Kabbalah so fascinating is the gender bending that's going to go on. We'll talk a bit about that tonight. So again, to what degree that comes out of the Columbus family and the Chassidei Ashkenaz, we don't know. They're also one of the few ascetic Jewish movements in history. That is to say, Jews who intentionally harm their bodies in order to get closer to God. Judaism doesn't typically have an ascetic dimension so much. They're fasts, but they're very well constrained. You're not allowed to go beyond them. But the Chassidei Ashkenaz movement had lots of different penitential and ascetic practices, like rolling around making snow to atone for your sins. Which I guess in the wintertime here in Michigan, if you want to try out Chassidei Ashkenaz practice, just take your clothes off and roll around the snow and see if you're closer to God. Your mileage will vary. As I mentioned last time, also, the other main text that's also critically important for the development of Kabbalah, as we'll get to tonight, is the Sefer Bahir. And the Sefer Bahir is the first time in which we have the idea coming from Sefer Yetzirah, right? That the world was formed from the Sefer of Belilah, the Sefer of nothingness, and from the unique cherub circle over there in Ashkenaz, we have the idea of Atzalah, of emanation. Those are in the Sefer Bahir slammed together. They're synthesized. And for the first time in the Sefer Bahir, we see the idea that God is in fact 10 emanations. That idea first appears in the Sefer Bahir. And so in that way, the Sefer Bahir is the first true Kabbalistic book. So sometimes people ask me, where should I start studying Kabbalah if I want to start reading Kabbalistic literature? Well, if you don't want things to be too complicated, start with the Sefer Bahir, because it's the first. Now, does that mean it's going to be the most introductory? No. Because if you've ever studied any philosopher or any mystic when they're trying to forge a new idea, those texts are often the most difficult because they're having to synthesize and work with ideas that are half-formed and excuse me. those ideas are very half-formed, and they're very like groping at things. And a classic example of this is I tell people, right, if you want to read the first book of metaphysics, you can go read Parmenides' books, or you can go read Aristotle's book of metaphysics. Now, those are some of the most difficult books about metaphysics ever written. Why? Because they're inventing it, right? They're inventing the very language by which you describe things that aren't physical. It's the most abstract, difficult things you can imagine, so the language is very tough. And so the Sefer Bahir is notoriously difficult to understand. Now, again, is it always impossible to understand? No, but it's pretty hard. It's pretty hard. But again, I think that the Bahir is a perfectly approachable text in lots of other ways. The other two things to say about the Sefer Bahir that are crucially important as we begin to get into Kabbalah tonight is one, Sefer Bahir is a pseudepigraphic text. I like that I said pseudepigraphic without making a single mistake. Pseudepigraphic texts are just texts that are written as if they were being written by someone else, almost always someone more famous than the person writing it. I don't know, Taylor Swift is probably not going to write a pseudepigraphic text because Taylor Swift is famous enough to write Taylor Swift, and Taylor Swift's going to sell her own book because she's magic. Well, if I write a book, I might attribute it to Taylor Swift. That's a probably bad idea because I'm pretty sure that she would sue me. But what I could do is attribute it to someone who couldn't sue me. So what I would attribute it to is Nakana ben Hakunya, right? A guy who lived 2,000 years ago in Palestine, and he had a kind of general mystical idea. That's exactly what these guys are doing. Or I contribute it to Enoch or Abraham or Moses or whatever. There's a long history of doing this in Jewish lore, and the Sefer Bahir is attributed to a first century sage. That same structure is going to be picked up by the Sefer Zohar, which we'll get to next time, and that text is being attributed to Shimon bar Yochai, another second century sage, who's also very important for mystical stuff as well. The last thing I'll say about the Sefer Bahir is that there are what we might call Gnostic elements in the text. Gnosticism, as you may remember, was a religious current in the late classical world, the late classical world, that 2nd, 3rd, 4th centuries, and it survived a little longer. In some ways, it survived even into medieval Europe in some ways. And the Gnostic idea is the idea that there is a world is fundamentally dual, right? There is a good world and an evil world. The physical world is to be bad, the spiritual world is to be good, and the task is to get out of this prison world, right? We live in a prison world of physicality, and the task is to get out of that world. And we see some elements of that in the Sefer Bahir, and also, by the way, the Sefer Bahir, it's one of the first times that we begin to see the idea of the feminine divine. It's there that we see Chokhmah, wisdom, being personified as divine. And that's going to be a huge shift in a minute as we get into the Kabbalah proper, because it's also going to be the time where the Shekhinah goes from not just being feminine gender grammar-wise, like it is in the Talmud, to being feminine gender divine-wise, the way it is in Kabbalah. So again, one of the things you'll see about when we get into Kabbalah is that often what makes Kabbalah very radical is not that it reads text in strange ways. What makes Kabbalah very radical is it typically reads text very literally, hyper-literally. And so if Shekhinah is a feminine gender grammatical word, they say, no, it's not just grammar, folks. That's being. Because the Torah never makes any mistakes, ever. Nothing's on accident. And so if the word is grammatically feminine, that means God must be feminine. Full stop. And so part of what makes Kabbalah so fascinating is not that it bends things around. Of course it does that too. It says how literal it takes things. And so we'll see that when we get into the Sefer Zohar. All right, folks, just briefly, any other questions before we jump into Proto-Kabbalah tonight? Still be in the Proto-Kabbalah world tonight. But again, I think a lot of this stuff will still be Kabbalah, strictly speaking, as well.
This might be a difficult question, but
All are.
the authors of these texts, any idea or any speculation on who they might be?
We have a lot of speculation. Sefer Yetzirah Zahi Weiss has, I think, the best book about Sefer Yetzirah. He claims that it's being written in what he calls para-rabbinical circles. That is to say, people who are adjacent to the rabbinical world, but also have their knee or have their toe in the philosophical world, in the Christian Syriac world. We forget that that prior to the Islamic conquest, there was an enormous amount of translation of philosophical texts into Syriac by Christians in places like Syria. And that world was a booming philosophical world. And what ends up happening is that area is conquered by the armies of Islam, and then the milieu in which that world existed is eclipsed, and those texts are rapidly translated into Arabic. And so Zahi Weiss argues, I think convincingly, that if we look at some Samaritan literature and we look at some Syriac literature, there are texts that look a lot like the Sefer Yetzirah existing in those milieus. Does that tell us who? No. Does it maybe tell us when and where? Kind of. So someone with rabbinical knowledge, they're writing in very pure Mishnah Hebrew, probably in contact with the rabbinical world, but also probably having their toe in the philosophical world, maybe in the mystical world, somewhere there. But the problem is that once Islam took over those areas in which I think the Umayyad Caliphate took over, the data gets really jarring. Because they're talking about a period of maybe a couple hundred years, maybe 150 years. So that world existed and it was quickly eclipsed in the literary field. The Sefer Bahir is just a mess. It could have originated in Europe. It could have originated in Mesopotamia. There are people, scholars, who are much better at this stuff than I am, much more articulate, much more learned. Convincing arguments have been made on both sides. Some people say it originated somewhere in Europe. Some people have argued it originated somewhere in Mesopotamia. I don't know. I've never seen an argument that's a slam dunk case. So the Bahir is just one of these texts where no one really knows exactly where it originated. The Bahir is much more closely in the rabbinical circuit. It reads a lot more like rabbinical literature. So it's so hard to say. It's one of these things where, I think about poets, right? I think about poets. And, when I think about a poet like, Arthur Rimbaud, right? I'll give an example, someone that jumps to my mind. Arthur Rimbaud. Arthur Rimbaud was a poet who existed in poetic circles in France in the 19th century, but created a poetic language that no one could have saw coming. He basically gave birth to poetic symbolism as we know it. In some lips, modern poetry. And if someone had told me that was written somewhere else completely by someone else, it's just a genius is a weird thing. And so it's so hard to know exactly where these texts emerged and how they developed, but the Sefer Bahir is profoundly mysterious. So I don't have. I think you'd have to look at the literature and see the arguments, but I've never seen a convincing argument about someone claiming where it emerged. We do know where it took hold, and it took hold primarily in Europe. And for many people, that's a good argument that it was written in Europe because that's where we see it flourish. Sefer Yetzirah is weird because it seems to flourish in 5 different places simultaneously, all through the world. So we see versions of it. We see commentaries being written in Italy at the same time they're being written in Iraq, at the same time they're being written in Egypt. And you're like, how the hell did this text get to these different places fast? And why do they all start writing commentaries in the 10th century? What happened? Right? And the answer is we don't know. Scholarship is still working on this problem. It's profoundly mysterious because we know they weren't working together. It's not like the Sadia Gaon and Shabbat and Zanolo and Yehuda Barzilai over in Spain were all saying, hey, let's write commentaries on Sefer Yetzirah. They didn't even know they were doing it. And yet, so I don't know. It's something's going. There's a story there, and the truth of the matter is we don't know. And also, by the way, Sefer Yetzirah is also composed in what is sometimes called the Jewish Dark Age. There was a period after the Talmud, but before the rise of the Midrash, where we have basically no documentation. There's a 300-year period in which nothing seems to have been written, right? And yet, Sefer Yetzirah was. So it's weird. It's super weird. profound. Again, and sometimes I tell people, young scholars who want to get into this field, they're like, is there anything left to do? And I'm like, you have no idea. Basic things we don't know. Basic things we don't know. And it's going to take people who read Persian, it's going to take people who read Arabic, it's going to take people who read Hebrew, and if we're going to, people are going to be in these archives in countries like Iraq, in countries like Iran, because it's in those places, I think, where if there is a clue in Syria, if there is a clue to any of this, it's going to be in the state archives of those countries. And, lucky getting someone who can do all that work in those countries to do the work. The geopolitics subsumes this kind of literature, unfortunately. Other questions before I jump into tonight? All right, folks. Let's talk a little bit about what Jewish mysticism looked like just before the rise of Kabbalah. Just a couple of social currents that are worth reporting here. I don't have to tell y'all, right, that already by the time the Kabbalah appears, Jewish mysticism is already really complex. It's already intertwined. There are already several currents of it. Jewish mysticism wasn't one thing by the time Kabbalah appears. You have lots of currents. Sefer Yetzirah, Hafez literature, Jewish magic. Jewish mysticism in a broad way was already very complex by the time Kabbalah appears. So, in many ways, it has a lot to work with. It has a huge repertoire of things that it can work with. Secondly, the Jewish world, once Kabbalah appears, had already spent centuries being racked with by what is called the Maimonidean controversy. Now, I'm not going to get knee-deep into Maimonidean controversy because it's incredibly complicated, but basically what we have is a debate about the merits of Maimonides. You may remember this, you may have forgotten it, or you may not even know. Maimonides is one of the most divisive figures in the history of Judaism. Now, I know that now everybody likes Maimonides. There's Maimonides High School, Rambam this, Rambam that, and everybody loves him. That was not the case in the Middle Ages. They were people that were very pro-Maimonides, and they were people that were very happy to give Maimonides' books to Dominicans to burn them. Jewish communities went to the Dominicans and said, hey, we heard you guys burn heretical literature. They're like, yeah, well, here's some. And they gave them Maimonides to burn. So, in a big way, Maimonides was an incredibly polarizing figure. Very polarizing. Because on the one hand, many people thought Maimonides rationalized every aspect of Judaism away. For them, Maimonides took Judaism and just made everything into metaphors. And Maimonides didn't bat an eye and do it. He would say, oh yeah, angels and demons, metaphors. God has a hand, it's a metaphor. Right? God has a wind, ruach, it's a metaphor. Maimonides was happy to rationalize aspects of Judaism in a way that he did not feel conform to his version of a kind of rationalizing Aristotelian worldview. Now, there are other Jews at the time who were like, hell no. If the text says they're angels, they're angels. You are not Maimonides. You are not better than the Torah. You don't get to tell the Torah what the Torah means. If they're angels and demons, it's angels and demons. If the Chazal, if the Talmud says they're angels and demons, it's angels and demons. And too bad, Maimonides. You can be smart as who knows what. And you do not get to undo this. So the Maimonidean controversy tore through Europe, especially. And this was not a small matter. And we'll get into this maybe later on, but because many people were, I'll make a long story short, if you really think that a lot of this stuff is metaphors, angels and demons and the law and all that kind of stuff are metaphors, and if God is really just an unmoved mover in the center of all the void of space, making everything mechanically move around, do you really care if you pray in a church or a synagogue? You might not care. And so when they tell you, right, if you're a wealthy doctor, wealthy lawyer, court physician, wealthy poet, musician, and some guy comes along and says, you got to convert or leave, do you leave your fancy job? Or do you go, it's all about the same. Well, that happened. And many Jews felt that Maimonides led other Jews into conversion. He assimilated them, right? And again, think about all the things we've talked about in the 20th century about how many people love to hate on assimilation. Well, this formed a reaction in the Spanish Jewish world, especially the French Jewish world, where Maimonides really got, people really polarized the world, as Maimonides said. Well, one reaction to rigorous rational philosophy is a kind of romanticism. And we know that because we've seen it happen over and over and over again in history of philosophy, right? Kant gave way, right? Kant, Descartes, the hyper-rationalism of people like Leibniz gave way to the romanticism of people like Goethe, right? And Schelling in the 19th century German situation, right? You can't imagine the Baroque ideas of Hegel as anything other than a response to the hardcore rationalism in a certain kind of way of Kant. So romanticism is always a reaction to rationalism in some way, and we see it actually had played itself out here in the 13th century. Also, what's really important is Jews at the time in Spain are living under the administration, at this time, are living under the administration of Alfonso X. Now, Alfonso X is one of these guys you probably haven't heard of, but it's actually really, really important in the history of a lot of things. Because Alfonso X was probably one of the most tolerant and curious monarchs in European history. He allowed for and encouraged translation between Arabic, Hebrew, and Latin. He encouraged poets and artists and mathematicians. He was probably one of the most benign, enlightened despot. In fact, if you want to think of an enlightened despot par excellence, it was Alfonso X. He's called Alfonso the Wise. And again, when you get these epithets right, like when you're Philip the Fair, or Philip the Bald, or Rabbi the Ugly, these typically are kind of accurate. And Alfonso the Wise was a pretty wise dude. And it's in his administration that Jews were probably allowed the greatest amount of civil freedom until Napoleon. So if you want to think about it in those terms, right, Alfonso X probably allowed Jews more freedoms in his realm than any other European leader until Napoleon. And so Alfonso the Wise set up a relatively liberal, again, within the confines of medieval Christendom and all the things that go into that, but a relatively liberal world in which new ideas can be published, Jews can travel, they can do things like this. Also, what's important to note about this at the same time is that Jews and Christians are living in an unusually close proximity, especially in Spain and Girona, and they're talking at a level that they really hadn't prior and they really don't ever after. And they're influencing each other. Two things are really worth mentioning here. One is the Cathar cult, right? The Cathar heresy. I say heresy, whatever. The Cathars were kind of, it seems like a lay-led, semi-agrarian, dualistic movement of Christendom that lived at the very margins of Catholicism and maybe even outside of it, and they were intensely persecuted by the Catholic Church during what is called the Albigensian Crusades. People forget that the first Crusades were not Christians against Muslims, they were Christians against other Christians. The Albigensian Crusades were the crusade against, in many ways, Christians, Albigensian Christians, Catholic Christians. And also what's important to note about this time period is this is the time period of the rise of the Marian cult. When I say Marian cult, just know that when I use the word cult, I'm using a religious studies term. I don't mean the word cult in a negative way. I just mean as an intense religious movement. And that's to say there was an intense spike in Spain at this time around the image and theology of Mary, and Mary adoration became intense at this time period and around the early 13th century around Mary. There was a lot of intense veneration of Mary at this time. That's going to matter in a minute because that's going to be a marketing problem for the Jews. Because Mary is very charismatic. People really like Mary. You've been to a Catholic church? They're about that Mary life, right? Marian intercession, Mary veneration proved to be enormously popular with rank and file people. Well, it's supply and demand. If the Catholics got the Mary thing, what's the Jews going to get? You know the answer. Shekhinah. Right? In many ways, we now think the Shekhinah, the feminine aspect of God, is the Jewish response to the rise of the Marian veneration. Anything you can do, we can do better. You got the Mother of God, we got the feminine God. Right? this is the kind of theological, what else should I see, and the development of Kabbalah. There on the left, you can see Alfonso X. I actually have a coin. I collect medieval coins because I have to have every conceivable dorky hobby that one can have. And I actually have a silver dinar of Alfonso X. You can even see in his minting that he's really picky about his minting. His minting is especially beautiful in a way that previous and after their minting, Spanish minting is notorious for that. But Alfonso X really wanted to have beautiful coins minted. You can see that in his mints. He's an eye to detail. All right. So, what are the kind of core philosophical problems that are going to intervene in the rise of Kabbalah? Because one of the things I always like to point out to people is that mysticism and rationalism are never really opposed to history until now. It's only in the aftermath of the 18th century that we really oppose the mystical and the rational. You don't see that in the Middle Ages. You don't see it in the late classical period. It's a really modern thing in many ways. So what we get, right, is an attempt to solve a group of philosophical problems. And when we say philosophical, what we really might say is theosophical. They're philosophical problems that heavily overlap with theology. So it's not quite philosophy, it's not quite theology, it's something in between. Because there was already developed Jewish theology, and there was already developed Jewish philosophy, Maimonides, Sadiq, right? And there was the traditional visions of God that had been inherited from the Talmud. Well, this isn't either one of them. This is something in between, sort of a cutting-edge kind of thing. So the question became this. This is basically a Neoplatonic question for folks who know a bit about the history of philosophy. And I say it's a Neoplatonic question because Neoplatonism is now moving into Europe via the Islamic context for the first time. And that question is this. It's a pretty basic question that is roughly unanswerable. We have an infinite God. Because no one wants a finite God, right? You don't want a God who doesn't know stuff. Like you ask God, hey, what's the derivative of this? God's like, You don't want a God who doesn't know calculus. You want a completely transcendent God that is all-knowing, all-powerful, all-wise, all the things. Right? You want this God. Everybody wants that transcendent God. And yet, we ain't transcendent. We're immanent. I don't know everything about calculus. I guarantee you. Right? I don't know everything about the Kabbalah. I don't know everything about most things. 99.999 things I don't know everything about. I don't know anything about anything, probably. This is a basic philosophical problem. How do you bridge the gap? Because let's do some basic math. Infinity minus 1 is still infinity. Infinity minus 10 million is still infinity. Infinity minus 12 billion, 11 billion, whatever. You can't subtract enough, right? If you think about trying to pull the infinite towards you by subtraction, you never get to it. And if you try to get to infinity, right, by adding more, a little bit more, you're never going to get there either. Because every time you add to a finite number, you'll never get to infinity. How do you bridge the gap? And Neoplatonism is infamous, for trying to solve this problem by adding in what they call hypostases. Hypostases is just a complicated word for things that are in between. They're things that are in the middle. They're states in the middle. And so you can see that these go from really complicated, right? Right. So this is the most simple one here on the far left. This is the system of Plotinus, the very famous Greek Roman philosopher from the 3rd century. And then by the time we get to the Morphic philosophies, right, this very small image, you can see how very complicated this has gotten. Now, right, these are just intermediaries between us and God, between the one and the sensible. Now, if you look at this image, right, or this image, and this image, I bet you can already see where we're going. If you've ever seen an image of the Sephiroth, the tree of life, right? You see how these look the same? They're starting to look similar. It's because Kabbalists are going to solve the problem in a very similar way. All right? Again, we have to end this weird modern idea that mysticism and rationality, mysticism and philosophy can't play together. They always played together until recently. And this is a great example where they fully played together. Now, Kabbalah wants to, like I say, have its cake and eat it too. They want to maintain that God is, in fact, infinitely transcendent. They want to maintain that. And they want to maintain that God is immanent. God is the God of the Hebrew Bible that walks around in the cool of the evening in the Garden of Eden. They want to maintain God's radical transcendence and God's radical immanence. They want to have both. Because they have to have both. Because if God showed up to some guy and gave him a bunch of rules, God's immanent to this world. And also, if God is responsible for being, God must transcend being, because being can't come from being must come from something else. And so God must also be beyond being. And how Kabbalah is going to solve this is by introducing three concepts that I bet anyone here who's studied any Kabbalah already has heard of. But you may not know why they're there, right? If they're there because they solve these three philosophical problems. Now, solve them is a strong word, but in the mind of the Kabbalists, they solve them.
then why do you need the word pint? Pint by itself doesn't mean right. So Tosis over here asks the question on the Sivan, and he doesn't really bring an answer. Shlomo, does Torah also the shul drugs? You're right. And the word Torah is going to come from a certain drasha, which Tosis doesn't tell us what it is. Yeah. But Torah the Fuga, Rab said you need both. Torah and Fuga. What he meant is, a gabbis that's Torah, even if the Torah says the word Torah, see the Fuga in, but you must have a second word for Fuga. The key word is Fuga. If it says Fuga, then it means it's not. If it doesn't say Fuga, I don't care if it says Torah or not, it's not mine. So that's why. My carbon it says the word Torah, it doesn't say Fuga, it's not mine. Here it says Fuga, it's mine. That's what somebody asked before. I remember it's Arya. He said that Torah has to repeat itself twice in order for it to be accurate. Now the problem is that the whole parsha of it does say the word Fuka. Now we just established that the word Fuka must do every single one of those steps. If you miss one step, throw it out. So then why does Torah have to repeat itself twice? By mincha. It's enough to say Fuka. You must do it. You don't have to repeat twice. What I'm going to do is invite on Abba. Finish your enemy of the life. Also, you see the Fuka, Akila, the word comes up with an excuse. No, the Fuka, you're right. It says Fuka by mincha, but that's by the eating part. Not the avoid part. It doesn't refer to the, but let's try and do this before 14 minutes. Very look on the water. Okay, it sounds like you had that. Very look on the water. See the Fuka, Akila, we don't say the word Fuka. It's only by the eating part. Now we know it's not Shiddur, not Shiddur. You need to have all 12 bread. You only have 6 bread. The Makanan is not, you can't eat them. So you can find it is there. And the 2 spoonfuls of the vanilla that you have to screen. If you have one, that's good. Hazor Mazik Manzizeh. If you have 12 bread, but you don't have any vanilla. You have the 2 spoons of the vanilla, you don't have 12 bread. You cannot do anything. And the word Fuka is by the eat part, not on the avoid part. Hello, no, but this Fuka, I don't care where it says. Even by the eating part, it's part of it. But the special people in Shavuot, you never throw. If you sow Shavuot, from the flour and from the oil. So it says Rashi over here, very important Rashi on the Shem Matzeh. Why does the Torah say shachis? There are portions to tell us that if you miss a little piece of the shemen or the flour is no good. But the problem is with this fuka, then I don't need the special Guinness shemen. It has to be empty as is. If the Torah says you sorry, if you're missing one grain of flour, it's toxic. I don't even use it once.
First, this concept of Ein Sof. This is the infinite hidden God. This is the God beyond all being. Ein Sof just means the infinite, right? Right? It's just the God beyond all being. This is the God that is transcendent, that is unknowable, that is beyond everything that you could ever imagine, and is beyond all linguistic predication. But you can't end there. God has to get to here. How does God get to here? God emanates out of that vast, infinite, beyond being, that vast nothingness, no thingness, right? God is no thing. God has to begin to enumerate. God has to begin to emanate out of God's self. And how does God emanate out of God's self? Well, God emanates out of God's self in 10 sephirot. And those sephirot are the emanations cascading out of the Godhead, out of the infinite nothingness of the Godhead, something. And bit by bit, a ladder is built, reaching down into being. And the very last rung of that ladder is God's presence. Shekhinah, the feminine aspect of God, right? God pours out God's presence. And as God pours out God's presence, that in the shelter of that presence, right, is the immanent reality of God in this world. And in some sense, is this world. That's that final one, not this world. So the solution to this problem, the gap between the infinite and the finite, this Neoplatonic problem, Kabbalah is a very, 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 very complicated way of solving that problem. Using these 3 philosophical devices. Ein Sof, Sphira, Shekhinah. Now we're going to greatly complicate that story as we get into this, right? But my argument is that if you roll it down to a basic problem, that basic problem, the gap between the finite and the infinite, and the basic solution are these three things. Now, when I say basic, it's not basic at all. And also, when we get into Kabbalah, as we'll see, it gets much more complicated, right? It's going to get much more complicated. Let's talk about some of the early groups of Kabbalists at this time. The earliest one we can talk about, right? We may need to stretch this lecture until next time. That may have to happen. So we're actually kind of going kind of slow. We'll make what time we have, and if we have to pick up next time where we leave off, we'll pick up where we like to pick up next time. The earliest school of Kabbalah that we can recognize as such is what we would call the Iyun circle, the speculation circle. This circle of folks existed somewhere either in southern Spain, although more recent scholarship puts them, or southern France, although more recent scholarship puts them in Spain. And this group of folks seem to have been a very small group of rabbinical elites focusing on these kinds of problems. For them, they also posit the idea that there's some kind of ladder gapping the infinite and the finite. And for them, however, that ladder is actually 13 sephirot. And what they do is they say there are 10 sephirot, but the 10th sephirot contains 3 additional sephirot, right? So they think that there are 13. Now, you might be asking why 13? Well, because they're trying to solve another problem, and that other problem is that there seem to be 13 attributes of the mercy of God in the rabbinical literature, and they think that it's much more logical for there to be 13 attributes of God rather than 10, so they kind of roll the last 3 into the final one, kind of nested in there. Now, that idea of nesting emanations within emanations, right? That's going to go absolutely bonkers in a couple hundred years, where you have nested sephirot inside nested sephirot inside nested sephirot. It's going to out of control. Their metaphorical language, what really makes the Iyun circle really important, is that a lot of their symbolic language, like the language of lights, flames, lights of fragrances, right? That when you smell a beautiful rose, right, it doesn't take anything away from the rose. Now, I guess it does, but they didn't know that. But the idea is that when you smell in the rose still stays the same, even though you get the fragrance. And so, in some ways, you can think about that the rose emitting fragrance is an image for the emanations of God in the world. In fact, this idea survived. If you've ever read the 13-petal rose, the idea that the fragrance is given off by the flower that is God, which, by the way, is a feminine symbol, right? Flower and the vulva are almost always connected together in mystical poetry. Or you get this sort of clearing aspect of the nature of the Godhead, where God is feminine and male at the same time, both an active force, right, but also a passive force. That humans are the ones smelling, and God is giving off the odor. So again, you get this idea that this gender bending stuff is already beginning to happen. The image of the overflowing fountain is very clear that they're actually looking at medieval fountains and imagining these cascading fountains of the Middle Ages in Spain as kind of like what God is like. So you can actually look at these medieval fountains. I've actually gone to Spain and seen some of these medieval fountains in Castile, and they're still there from this time period. And you're like, oh wow, that's what they were seeing when they thought of the separate, right? And sometimes they imagine the sun going down, and they can see the sun coming through the light of the water, and that image to them is very powerful of how the universe, how the cosmos functions. They're also very keenly interested in the sacred Zirah. They do write some commentaries involving the creation of the golem, and they're very interested philosophically in how creation began and it persists. About 32 very brief works of the Iyun circle, the earliest circle of Kabbalists there, probably in Spain, survived. Although some of their works are only a page long. The most famous work they produced was called a text called The Fountain of Wisdom, and The Fountain of Wisdom goes on to be reprinted and reprinted and reprinted well beyond the survival of the Iyun circle. There is a book, I'll give a reference at the end. If you want to read basically the major works that have come down to us from the Iyun circle, I'll give you a book that you can check out if you want to read some of their works. Many of them have been translated. Some of them have been translated. The other major group here is going to be the Provence Circle, and specifically the Provence Circle being led by Isaac the Blind, who is also referred to as Saki Nahor, which in Aramaic means the one who is full of light. The idea is that while Saki Nahor could see from birth, he could see from his eyes, but he could see with his soul, and the fact that he was blind was not a disability, actually an ability, because Saki Nahor wasn't deluded like the rest of us. Saki Nahor could see the inner structure of reality, whereas we just see a bunch of illusions. Hence the idea that Saki Nahor was not blind, he was full of light. So I always like to refer to him as Saki Nahor rather than Isaac the Blind, rather focused on his ability than him
That's Rabbi Rothschild.
At any rate, Saki Nahor arrived in the late part of the 12th century, and he is, so far as we can tell, the first full-time Kabbalist. He wasn't an adjunct Kabbalist. He was a full-time Kabbalist. He was a Kabbalist in tenure track. And we can thank him for fixing the amount of the Sephiroth. He fixes it to 10. After Saki Nahor fixes the number of Sephiroth to 10, he uses a verse of the Bible from 1 Chronicles 29:11 to fix the number of Sephiroth to 10. It never changes after that. Ever. Saki Nahor basically sets the stage for Kabbalah, at least in terms of delimiting the amount of Sephiroth that there are. And what he argues is that the Sephiroth actually existed prior to our world. They're a bridge to our world. So God exists in God's utter transcendent state. The Sephiroth are a kind of intermundia. They're a world between worlds. And our world is what is connected by the ladder of the Sephiroth to the world of the transcendent. So, and this will be a debate, by the way, a lot in Kabbalah, is to what degree do the Sephiroth exist in our world or beyond our world, or are they a part of our world? Do they transcend our world? In what world do they exist? Do they exist before or after creation, right? When God said yes, or does that inaugurate the development of the Sephiroth, or do they exist prior to that? Saki Nahor actually argues in a really dramatic and really ingenious, there's no other word for it. What he does is to prove this, that the Sephiroth existed prior to our world. Saki Nahor actually goes to the Hebrew Bible, to the book of Genesis, and he describes how the very first chapters of Genesis, the creation story, do not describe the creation of our world. For Saki Nahor, the Genesis creation story, let there be light, and there was light, and there was lights, and there was a firmament, and all this stuff, for him, that's not our world. That's the world before our world. So the Genesis creation story, the first Genesis creation story, describes the world. In fact, the second one too describes the generation of the post-divine world, the world after God is utterly transcendent, but before our world comes into existence. Now, we're very lucky because our world mirrors that world, and therefore the Genesis story does double duty. Read on one level, it's the story of how our world came into existence. But read on a deeper level, on a more transcendent level, it's the story of how the eternal world, the world of the Sephiroth, came into existence. And so if you know how to read it correctly, according to Saki Nahor, in this very esoteric way, you can read into the Genesis story the preternatural coming into being of the world. And his commentary is, to my mind, the first commentary to do exactly that. Now, the Sefer Zohar, which we'll get to beginning next week, spends hundreds of pages on that. So again, Saki Nahor sets the stage for what's going to become the huge unfolding of the world of the Zohar and the world of the Kabbalah proper. Now, as you might imagine, Saki Nahor also prohibited teaching these ideas to the public. He prohibited writing them down. He had a famous quote that he sent to some of his students over in Castile, where he said, and the lines in Provence, he said, look, if you, he said, a book concealed in a cupboard isn't, if you lock a book in a cupboard, it's not concealed. It's going to get out, right? And so he says, write this stuff down, right? He says, a candle concealed in a cupboard isn't concealed. Why? It's the light shining in it. If you try to conceal a candle in a cupboard, see if someone's going to see it. Well, if you try to conceal this stuff in books, it's not going to work. Why? People are going to find the books. People are going to publish the books. You're going to copy them. And so he's the first person to actively forbid the writing down of Kabbalistic ideas. And it was for a very brief time successful. Let me focus on the phrase very brief. Right? Very brief. Because as soon as it gets over the border to Spain and Girona, the brothers, the Kabbalists over in Girona, immediately began disseminating this material. And what ended up happening is they further disseminated and they further write it down and then began to disseminate it. You can see here, this is an image of the Girona synagogue, which is still there in Girona. I've been there. It's very weird to walk around in the old Jewish sections of Girona knowing that Kabbalah was basically birthed there. It feels like the walls are Kabbalah at some level. And trauma, considering how many Jews were evicted from those areas. Rabbi Azrael, one of the Saginaw Horde's students, systematizes the Sephirot for the first time. And not only does he systematize the Sephirot, he systematizes the very earliest doctrines about the Sephirot into what is basically the Kabbalistic catechism. When I say catechism, I mean catechism. Question, answer, question, answer, question, answer, catechism. Again, Catholics and Jews, they kind of talking to each other. Catholics about that catechism life. Well, right, many Jews look to scholastic literature with its question and answer structure, and they copy it. And Rabbi Azrael is one of the first to really systematize, for the first time, Kabbalah, and in many ways produces the first systematic account of how Ein Sof gives rise to the Sephirot, and how the Sephirot gives rise to our world. So it's something like an early Kabbalistic catechism. It's a really fantastic little text. Also, one of Rabbi Azrael's students is Nachmanides, who you probably know as the Ramban. Ramban. Right? Ramban. Nachmanides is one of the most famous Bible commentators in the entire Middle Ages, and he's famous for pointing out the mystical parts of the Hebrew Bible in his commentary. Now, his commentary itself isn't overtly mystical, but he always says, right, if you know, you know. He always points to these very clear instances, right, where there's a Kabbalistic thing happening. Here's a thing, here's a thing. There are these signposts in his commentaries telling, right, that there's a Kabbalistic thing that's a secret here. And in many ways, Nachmanides' commentary, his very mystically imbued commentary on the Bible, goes to great lengths to making the Kabbalah more mainstream. And we're going to see this to be an issue, right? Kabbalah has always had a PR problem. It's always been the case that it's been very alluring, but rabbis have always been pretty skeptical of it for many years. And Nachmanides, one of the main things he does is he legitimates a lot of Kabbalistic ideas by including them in what was taken to be one of the most definitive Bible commentaries ever written. So sometimes you don't have to innovate a thing, sometimes you can just legitimate a thing. And by including it, by legitimating it, by the way, we've already seen that happen with Sefer Yetzirah, right? Sefer Yetzirah basically became part of the Jewish canon because very famous Jews like Barzillai, Shabbat Hadidolo, and the Sadia Gaon all wrote commentaries on it. Well, if they wrote commentaries on it, it must be good. It must be true. Well, ditto, if Nachmanides has written, right, if you understand this, right, Al Derech, Al Pri Derech, right, if you understand this, right, Al Pri Derech Emet, according to the way of truth, then it must be some Kabbalistic thing that must be important as well. Also, Jacob Shushet is important here as well. He's basically a moralizer, right? He writes very moralizing treaties, and those moralizing treaties go a great deal of the way of developing a Kabbalistic moral system, which we'll get into. And also, he's an attack on how Moses Maimonides interprets the throne of God. And this is very important, right? Because one of the things Kabbalists want to do is maintain earlier forms of mysticism, like American mysticism. Remember, it often results with one being able to witness the throne of God. And part of what Yaakov Sheshet wants to do is maintain a very traditional mystical understanding of the throne of God, as opposed to Maimonides' very metaphorical and symbolic, non-literal, maybe more rational last one, folks, as we start to wrap up for this evening. We're now moving over to Castile, right, into central, northern central Spain. And again, the drama of the Kabbalah is playing itself out in southern France, Spain, over here now to Castile. The Castile circle really focused in on two brothers, the Coen brothers, which I know you're now thinking the Coen brothers, like they made movies. No, the Coen brothers in Castile, and they both claim to have found hidden lost books. Now, these hidden lost books they claim to have found, typically we look at those claims in history with a lot of skepticism. But they might have been lying. Scholars think that they may have access to some relatively unusual books from maybe late antiquity, maybe a little later, but there's reason to believe that some of the things they were looking at weren't completely made up out of their head. And what we get in Rabbi Jacob is a very interesting interpretation, a very esoteric interpretation of the Hebrew letters. That idea of an esoteric interpretation of the Hebrew letters that you've already seen in the Sefer Bahir, we get another version of it here in Rabbi Jacob. And in Rabbi Isaac, we get perhaps one of the most shocking books, I think the most top 3 shocking books ever written in Judaism. This is a book called The Treatise of the Emanation of the Left-Hand Side. And what Rabbi Isaac argues is that flowing down the left-hand side of the emanation structure of the divine is evil. That evil is a quintessential aspect of the development of God, that the Sephiroth have an inherently evil concept that could not have been, right? Now, this is very important, because traditionally in Judaism and in Christianity and in Islam, evil has typically been imagined to be a privation. Just like cold is a privation of heat, or darkness is a privation of light, many theologians argue that darkness, evil, doesn't exist on its own. The Coen brothers, specifically in this tractate on the treatise on the emanation of the left-hand side, argues, no, evil is part and parcel of the structure of reality. It could not have been otherwise. And further, God did try to constrain it, and it didn't work. God tried to constrain it 3 different times. Every time it reared back into horrifying reality. And by the 3rd time, what ends up happening is there's an entire alternate Sephiroth system on the back side of the Sephiroth system that's evil. So imagine the divine system, right, with like all the little dots of the Sephiroth. Well, imagine they have an inverse version. That inverse version is evil, right? Now the first 3 are destroyed. God destroys them, but the rest remain. And the last 3, the last 7 that remain are demonic forces that still haunt our reality. And those demonic forces are part and parcel of the necessary structure of reality. So this is where evil is actually primordial. Evil existed before creation itself, and it will be here until creation is destroyed. This idea, right, the idea that evil is primeval, seems to have really been influential in the development of early Kabbalah, and the idea that evil is fundamental to reality is going to go directly into the Zohar. So what's going to end up happening is this evil is going to be here basically until the Messiah comes, and this world is completely transformed and purged of that evil. So insofar as there is a reality, that reality is penetrated, inherently, logically penetrated. Now, the idea, right, is that we can resist that evil by doing the mitzvot. This idea coming from the treatise of the emanation of the left-hand side says when you do the law of God, you follow the Torah, You're not just following the rules of God. What you're actually doing is metaphysical warfare against evil. So when you observe Sabbath, when you lay tefillin, when you give money to the poor, you're not just doing a mitzvah. You're engaged in a titanic battle of good versus evil, where the goodness pushes back against the demonic forces of evil. And by pushing back the demonic forces of evil, it creates a kind of gap, and into that gap, Messiah will come. And so the idea is that you have to do this. And the Talmud's also pretty clear about this. Messiah only comes in two circumstances: when a generation deserves it because of their righteous deeds, or when the world is so evil that only the Messiah can fix it. And so the idea here is you must do the work of creating a gap through righteousness in the forces of evil so that Messiah can come through and wipe it all out. So the trees on the emanation on the left-hand side, and we're going to see this when we get into the Zohar next week, is decisively important in the development of the Kabbalistic conception of evil, which is not anything like Maimonides. It's nothing like St. Augustine. It's nothing like the proponents of Al-Ashari in the Masonic tradition. This is a rigorous idea that evil is real, part of reality, and it must be actively resisted. Again, look at some Christian theologians of the Middle Ages and see also their focus on evil. Right? You can even see the art of the Middle Ages, right? Where, if you ever seen the art of the crucifixion, right? You can see that around the time of the early Middle Ages, Jesus is hanging on the cross looking very serene. But by the High Middle Ages, he's bloated, green, he's dangling almost in a Y shape. His body is frail, broken. Evil becomes a huge conception in the 13th century in Spain. We can see those ideas beginning to leak into the Jewish sphere with the treatise and the Revelation on the left-hand side. It's in this circumstance, folks, as we start to wrap up this evening, I'll take some questions. So I went a little bit longer than normal. It's in this circumstance that we meet Moshe de Leon, right? In Castile, in the middle of the 13th century. And it is around Moshe de Leon that a book called the Sefer Zohar was composed. And if you know anything about Zohar, anything about Kabbalah, this is the central text of Jewish mysticism, the Sefer Zohar. And I will say, in many ways, it's the last text to gain universal recognition by all of the world's Jews as scripture. I'll say that once more before we end for tonight. The Sefer Zohar, the book of the Zohar, is the last text to gain universal recognition from Jews in Yemen, Jews in Spain, Jews in Northern Europe, Jews in North Africa, Jews in North America and South America, Jews in the Caribbean. All of world Jewry came to accept the authority of the Sefer Zohar, and it is the last Jewish scripture to become a Jewish scripture in many ways. The only Jews who really rejected it were 19th century reformers. They rejected it. Right? So they decanonized it. Prior to that, there was no Jewish group, no Jewish community that didn't think at some level the Sefer Zohar was peaceful scripture. I argue we got to reclaim that scripture. Liberal Jews, right? We got to reclaim it because I think it's one of the most amazing documents ever written in the history of spirituality. It's an amazing document. We should reclaim it, and we should reclaim it because of what it does with gender. We should reclaim it because of what it does with language. It's a postmodern text in many ways. We should do it for what it does to all the amazing things in theology. We should reclaim it because it's ours. And it should not be the unique purview of the Haredi world to claim it as theirs. I think it's so hard to reclaim it as part of our scriptures too. And so we'll get to it starting next week. Just some text here on early Kabbalah if you're interested. The Joseph Don book, early Kabbalah, I would say is pound for pound single best book of Kabbalah, early Kabbalah you can get. The early Kabbalah, yeah, it's pretty aptly titled. He covers a lot of the stuff. The treatise on the emanation, the treatise on the emanation on that side is also in the early Kabbalah. Also, there's a really great book he has on the Cherub Circle, the guys that invented Ha'atzala, emanation. He has a whole book on them, really fascinating. You'll need to ILM that one, it's a little expensive. If you want to read about the Immune Circle, earliest group of Kabbalists, Furman has a really great book on them. The entire text of the Sefer Bahir is reproduced by Kaplan, although I will say that my caveat with Kaplan is that Kaplan is a practicing Lurianic Kabbalist. We'll get to Lurianic Kabbalah in a few weeks. And he kind of reads back the literature, like Sefer Yetzirah and Sefer Bahir, later Lurianic conceptions that distorted a little bit, but still a good text, still a good translation nonetheless. And so I reproduced the shared circle after the show some time. All right, next week, folks, we get to the big one. We're going to spend an entire session on the Sefer Zohar. I could do an entire class on Sefer Zohar. And easily do an entire class. I could spend the rest of my life studying the Sefer Zohar. But we're going to spend an entire class, and I'm doing my very best to just orient you to it so that you can feel confident, at least beginning to get into some of the sections. Because it is an intimidating text. And I'll admit, it's the single most intimidating text I know of. Like Hegel, Fisher Price, compared to the Sefer Zohar. Right? Like, just, phenomena of your spirit, it's like training. So, that's it, folks. Sefer Zohar next week. Welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore the garden that is Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Again, if you'd like to support my work of providing accessible, free, and scholarly content on topics like Kabbalah, alchemy, and the occult, along with magic, hermetic philosophy, consider supporting my work on Patreon, or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. Coming live from the Memphis Comedy Store for a brand new episode of Kill Tony Volume 3. Give it up for Tony Hicks, please.
Hi. Hi, everybody. Hi, it's me, Tony. Keep it going for Brian Redband, ladies and gentlemen. He's here. Hey, guys. The Flash, the man, the myth, the legend. And keep clapping your hands for Reagan and Watkins, ladies and gentlemen. The sweet saxophone is here tonight. Jeremiah Watkins was featured on Kimmel last week. Kat Reagan, our favorite little goofball, the Bash, during this show. And how about we make noise one more time for the house artist, Ryan J. Ebelt.
Yeah.
Right now, he's got a blank sheet of paper in front of him. As the show goes on, he's going to draw tonight's episode like he does every other week and every single one of his prints. They're available at RyanJEbelt.com. And finally, one last round of applause for the man behind the HD camera, the one and only Jamie Vernon, ladies and gentlemen.
Jamie.
one of the great rising producers in all of the game. Just revamped my website, TonyHinchcliffe.com. He's a fucking amazing artist and genius. We love Jamie. And,
Guys, give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe, the Netflix special Rothschild. Ah, damn, that's awesome.
oh, yeah. We did it. I have been wanting to announce that on this show for so fucking long. And this is how the universe works out. It's already been out for 4 days. So, Kill Tony fans, I have a 1-hour special on Netflix that's already made it to the front page, bitches. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. My agents wanted me to spend $4,000 on a PR guy. I said, I got this shit. It'll market itself. Anyway, more important than that is that we've been doing Kill Tony for 2.5 years, and comedians, I always have some of the best comedians come here, and they sit right here, and we watch newer or new to LA comedians do 60 seconds of stage time, and we talk to them. And over this 2.5 years, we've had so many of the great comedians in the world. I've been so lucky to make friends with a lot of these people, and we've had all the best. And tonight we literally have on this triple panel the guest who has been the most in demand, and he's here tonight. And I'm going to bring all 3 of them up at once. This is a special episode of what we're going to call Overkill Tony, because this is completely just thunder and lightning the entire way through. Put your hands together for these guys. It's Joey Diaz, Steve Reyes-Uzi, and Jeff Garland, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. This is unbelievable. Holy shit. This is ridiculous.
We need more stage.
Oh my goodness. What have we done this time? For the first time, not only do we have a full band, but we also have perhaps the most unbelievable dais that this show has ever had graced upon it. Guys, welcome. Joey Diaz, it's your first time on Kill Tony.
Fuck it, let's do it.
Oh, shit.
Check. Thank you for having me, brother. Thank you.
It's so exciting. Definitely one of my favorite comedians, and I'm so glad to I guess I missed somebody's shout out at the beginning of the show, huh? Put your hands together for Josh Martin Comic, everybody, right there. So desperate for attention that he will wriggle the lights at an inopportune time. Just to get his name announced. The horse of truth has already come out. You'll hear that horse anytime anything honest is said tonight, and I get the feeling you're going to hear that a lot. Put your hands together. It's the return of Jeff Garland, everybody. Come on. Yes. He is back. Thunder and lightning, and welcome back. The one, the only, one of my favorites. Steve Reyes-Uzi.
Thank you. It's been a long time.
So good to have you guys. So much fun. We're going to watch stand-up comedians do 60 seconds, and we're going to talk to them about anything in the world. Maybe we give them a little bit of advice. Maybe we try to find something else they can talk about. Maybe we make fun of them a little bit. Anything can happen.
Yeah.
Jeff, you were on the show just a few weeks ago.
Yeah. Hey, when I was on the show, I was terrible. I was, I figured it out. I couldn't figure it out because it was just it missed. And here's what it was. The night before, in the original room, I was completely dressed as Santa Claus. Not specifically for that, but nonetheless, I did Santa Claus being really mean to everyone. And I enjoyed it. The audience enjoyed it, never taking into account that it was Santa Claus. So the next night I'm here, and I was mean to everyone, except for most of the comics who came up, because that's hard. But everybody else, I told to go fuck off. I'm sorry.
True.
By the way, I don't know what that means.
That means that you were being honest in saying that you were mean to everyone except for the comedians. It was what we would call call a little bit of a rugged outing. I've never had a guest apologize after the show.
No, it was bad, and no, it was really bad. I had some trolls. I'm not on what's the one where people say shit? Twitter. Yeah, I'm on Yeah, I'm an old man. So, but I'm on Instagram, and some guys told me I should die, and then of course
That feels great, right?
Doesn't that feel good? Yeah, and their accounts were locked, of course. But some people were very you were disappointing. I didn't dig it, and I wrote them and told them I agreed with them and said I was sorry. And
well, redemption is yours tonight. Are you guys ready to start Kill Tony or what?
Absolutely. Well, the bigger the man, the bigger the mistake. The bigger the man, the bigger whatever you say. The bigger the man, I'm just a large man.
So, comedians, you know how it works. This bucket is filled with names of people that signed up for this show. We're only going to get through a few of them. Comedians, you get 60 seconds of stage time. We get to meet you, figure out something about you. Comedians, you know your 60 seconds is up when you hear the sound of a kitty. Oh, you can barely hear it. Let's hear it one more time, Brian. That means your time's up. Wrap it up then, or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. There it is. And a little bit of an elephant there at the end, just for good measure.
That's a weird combo of a bear and an elephant.
Yeah. I don't want to acknowledge
what area of the world are they located together?
San Diego Zoo. So here we go. Ready for Kill Tony? Woo! Come on, Monday. Let's fucking do this shit. The thousands on Yes Street just made more noise than you fuckers did. I'm pulling a name out of the bucket. We're going to watch 60 seconds and get it kicked off with, oh, I love this. You know, one of the things from hosting this show is you get to figure out when you pull a name out, the diabolical type of character you'd be dealing with. Now, this is a new name, but anytime a name isn't just a real name, it's always something a little bit special. Put your hands together for Just Jack. Just Jack. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Is he back there?
Oh, is there anyone coming
Just
through?
Jack?
Just Jack?
Listen to all the comedians bombing up there, guys. Oh, he's there jacking her. Silence. Hopefully you don't get picked, whoever made that shitty joke.
By the way, ironically, Just Jack's favorite song was Africa. People don't know that.
Comes full circle.
Yeah, there you go.
We acknowledge the elephant in the room. I pulled another name out of the bucket. Put your hands together for Ramsey Ottaway.
Feeling a little bit guilty today. I feel like I wasted a lot of water. You guys know, everybody knows California's in a pretty big drought, but what a lot of people don't know, one of the greatest causes of the drought, almond farming. For every one almond requires 1.1 gallons of water. Well, this morning I spilled a gallon of almond milk. I did the math, 53,000 gallons of water. I want to save more water if I threw a pipe bomb into an aquarium. It's not been a good year for me. I don't know if you guys heard, but McDonald's recently decided to stop feeding their chickens antibiotics, which is great news for the chickens. Terrible news for me because I don't have health insurance. You guys, McDonald's chicken meat was my only access to antibiotics. True story, I once cured strep throat with 2 McChicken sandwiches.
Whoa, there it is.
Sorry.
Just like that.
Sorry. I didn't hear the cat either. I'm so sorry, man.
And there's the fence. I didn't hear it.
I didn't hear it either.
Yeah. Sorry, guys.
I don't know about that fucking kid there.
You scared me with the bear.
It's good, yeah.
And if that came off as mean, fuck me.
Ramsey, is this your first time on the show?
I did it one other time a while back.
Very memorable performance. Well, welcome back. That's fun. How's it going? How long have you lived in LA?
I've been here for like 2 months now.
2 months. You already got an almond milk joke.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're fitting in well. I love that. Where are you from?
Long Beach. I mean, from
And you've been doing stand-up for how long?
like a year and a half, 2 years.
You started in Long Beach.
Yeah.
You still live in Long Beach?
No, I already Echo Park.
Oh, yeah, you look like that. They give you those glasses when you
And the jean
right?
jacket on the way in. Yeah.
Josh Martin started.
Ooh. I actually, somebody uploaded a picture of him recently and then it tagged me.
Is that true about almonds, by the way? It is true, right?
Yeah, it's true. 1.1 gallons of water, yeah, for one almond.
It's an interesting little fun fact you got there.
Absolutely.
I love that. Guys, what do you think about Ramsey? What are your initial impressions? What nationality are you?
Palestinian.
Oh.
Yeah.
Interesting. Straight up 100% Palestinian.
Yeah, 100%.
Love that. Do you work that angle at all or no?
I do. I try to. Yeah, I do.
Yeah. Do you have any history with Palestinians at all? Any jokes? Yeah. What?
I'll never be on the Goldbergs.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Off the boat with the Korean. John Goldberg is the way it is. You live in an area that's for the Goldbergs. A subsect area fenced off.
I wonder how long it is until we'll have a good Middle Eastern family sitcom on one of the big three stations.
You haven't seen Harry Kane lately, have you?
No, I haven't.
He's at home smoking cigarettes, writing a pilot right now for ABC.
Really? Yeah. Oh, wow. That's cool.
He's so likable. He should be a huge hit. Who's that? Harry Kane. Likable, the most unlikable comic.
Well, yeah, normally when a Palestinian is writing a pilot, they're writing a note to a pilot that says, hand over the plane, you fucking...
Harry Kane, that's good. Is he really running good? No, just teasing. Good luck to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Are you dismissing him?
No, I just told him good luck. He's been doing it, what, a year and a half?
Yeah.
What can I say to him? Don't let anything stop you.
Thank you, Kate.
Keep fucking good fight. And really, if this is what you care about and want to do, just keep on doing it.
What do you do for Ramsey?
I work for, I do a data entry. Data entry? Data entry. Yeah, for like a
You want to do this because you're the one. If that's right, for a year and a half, you should pat yourself on the back. That's fine.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yeah, you picked up on that subject.
Thanks.
There's no meat on the bones in the almond fucking jokes anymore.
Yeah,
You got it.
Good job. Yeah, just keep going. Good for you.
Yeah,
I appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you. 60 seconds. Ramsey Holloway. In Morocco running.
That is the truth, though. If someone's doing it a year and a half,
Oh, yeah.
just get good luck.
Oh,
Fight
yeah.
it, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Or quit and get out of other people's way.
Right.
Those
Exactly.
are the two options, really. You know,
Totally.
keep up the fight or get the hell out.
That's it. He knows that because he's an ISIS. So, fuck yeah. Keep up the fight or get the fuck out. I love that. So multicultural. Ramsey is from the Middle East and Just Jack is not a human being. Put your hands together for your next comedian. I know her. She is like a fucking Ivy League student who was on the show a couple years ago multiple times and was a cold-blooded assassin, and now she's back. Put your hands together for Sierra Cattow.
Oh, shit.
Hey everybody, how's it going? I have some good news to share with you guys. Sorry, Greg. I've just been inducted into the Society of Flat-Chested Women. It's lots of fun. We meet on Wednesdays, so it's good. Instead of chest bumps, we do sternum bumps. That's just about anatomy. Yeah, I like talking about my boobs on stage in quotations. Because, you know, they showed up, right? Doing their best. Generally standing in the right spot. You know, they're just like too small to play. So we'll give them the participation medal of boobage, I think is what I want to do. Like, they'll never make varsity, but everyone's a winner these days. So that's a lot of fun. My bra size is a AA. Do you guys know what that is? Yeah? Sir? Good. It means that it's flatter than an A. Yeah, that's right. I made it happen, folks. Just feels like I'm buying batteries every time I want to get a new bra. So, unlike the batteries, there's not much of a positive side to my double A's. So,
Yeah, Sierra can tell. Now, Sierra, remind me, are you still in college?
yeah, I am.
What college is it?
So I'm at Harvard.
Harvard. Wow.
So, yeah.
Harvard, and you come to the Death Star of comedy.
Yeah.
Talk about your tits sometimes.
Sure. Yeah, that was today's bit. I have other material. It's not.
I love it.
But,
no, I mean, Harvard, it's very important that you get A's. So.
Yeah.
I think maybe you could mix in a little bit of your, the real stuff, and also that maybe in some way. I mean, I just got an applause break off the shit, so it's gonna work for you. So how close are you to graduating?
I have one more semester. This is my last spring back here before I graduate. Yeah.
Very cool. That's amazing.
Don't use my degree.
And what's your degree in?
Computer science.
Right.
Can you take off the coat so we can see what we're working?
Whoa, Brian, no.
I just said.
Do not do that, Brian. Bad Brian. Well, that's amazing. And so how long you come and you visit like spurts, right? And then you go back.
Yeah. So winter, that's now. For the holidays, I'll come back. Summers, I come back. More during the day, do comedy night. Try to do it in Boston. Not very good about it because I started here, around here, and when I'm out there, I'm just doing a lot of school. Unfortunately, school.
You have a job?
After I graduate, is that something or like in school?
Right now, you just.
Right now, no.
Right. Yeah, those parents paying for that Harvard.
Oh, I know. They pay my tuition.
That's a doctor?
Dentist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very good. Guys, Sierra Cacao is here. She's going to Harvard. She's doing stand-up. What do you guys think about this?
Well, the first thing I want to say is there has never been a situation where comedians walked up on stage and an audience has thought to themselves, fuck, she's flat-chested. So really, and you're wearing a jacket, so no one gives a shit. And that's not me. I'm talking about, because clearly you at home, you're really kind and you have a nice way about you on stage. I just would talk about things you're passionate about and not things at home alone you're insecure about, unless it's rather obvious about it, But your breasts, I wasn't, one way or another, you were a lovely young lady coming to the stage. I wasn't going, what the fuck? She's wearing a bra, what the fuck's going on? You were all good as far as I was concerned, so I'm just saying, talk about what you care about or what, if it causes you anxiety, get really to the anxiety, But the light jokes about it, nobody cares, nobody sees.
Okay.
All right, there you go. I thought that was pretty good.
Oh yeah, totally. No, it's true. I mean, I'm somewhere right in between you and Brian. In that, I think that if it has to be acknowledged, I mean, if you're going to acknowledge it, then it should be sort of semi-blank. Like I
topless, come on, topless.
Yeah.
No, wait, hold on a second here.